The Archaeologist and the Spinster. Written by Angela Johnson. Read for you by Grace Noble. Chapter 1. Yorkshire, England, 1794. Looking down at the carpet, Phineas knew this time no excuse would get him out of trouble. He pushed an unruly strand of hair out of his eyes as he focused on the governess's feet. Miss Crandall's tapping foot filled the sullen silence of the schoolroom. A governess shouldn't be allowed to wear black pointed shoes. It made her all the more sinister, and Phineas was convinced the woman hated him.
"What do you have to say for yourself, young man?"
The snarl erupting from her throat made Phineas think of an evil witch out to punish children for little bouts of joy. His shame wasn't for the trouble he was in. It was more an issue of having to tell his father what he had done. He didn't want to see the disappointment upon the Earl's face as he admitted to sneaking another pamphlet on the Valley of the Kings into the pages of his Bible. Gathering his courage, Phineas wasn't sure his prepared speech would work. Even though he'd spent most of the night repeating it in his head, when he should have been sleeping, it was possible Miss Crandall would not be amused. With a serious tone and a forced look of consternation, Phineas knew his time had come. He had two choices. He could admit his guilt and suffer the consequences, or give the prepared speech and quite possibly find himself immersed in the ancient world of pharaohs. It was all in the presentation. With perfect posture, for a boy of 10 years, he enunciated each word with perfection. I thought it a companionable article relevant to the study of Joseph and his adventures in Egypt. For all we know, the Bible could be missing important information that would lend greater understanding to the reader. It is very possible Joseph from the Bible is buried in the Valley of the Kings, and one day I will discover his tomb.
"What do you mean? You cannot possibly believe you will go to Egypt?"
Miss Crandall's stunned expression worried Phineas. Had he said something wrong?
"I most certainly do, Mum. I will be the world's greatest archaeologist. You will one day read about me in the London Times." "You are quite cheeky for your age."
Phineas put his hands behind his back, clutching the article of which Miss Crandall so thoroughly disapproved.
"I apologize, Mum. I did not mean to speak out of turn." "Yet you did. And you have neglected your study of the Word of God."
Phineas tried to soften his face as his brothers chuckled behind him. They weren't helping his cause. Since he was finished with the explanation, Phineas gave a proper bow and quickly stuffed his article on Egypt into his waistcoat before retaking his seat. He glared at each of his brothers to show his displeasure at their lack of brotherly support. Miss Crandall stepped to her desk, her pointed shoes clacking as she crossed the wood flooring. Phineas watched as she took hold of her pen and dipped it in the inkwell, gathering more of the black liquid than was needed. The subsequent scratching of her quill made his heart race. He didn't know the exact words upon the paper, but he was certain the Earl would not be happy with him. It took Miss Crandall less time than he'd hoped to finish scribbling out her missive. Her movements were quick, and ink splashed across the desk as she dropped the quill on the blotter. She threw a dusting across the page to dry the ink and then folded it and sealed the letter with a loud thump of the stamp so he could not look upon her words. He'd been in trouble enough times to know when he wasn't wanted in the schoolroom. So Phineas stood and held his hand out for the letter. Miss Crandall placed it firmly in his hand. With the distasteful task behind her, she straightened her posture and looked at him with the same annoyance she gave to spiders.
"You will take this to Earl Grafton."
"Yes, Mum."
"When you return to lessons, it should be to apply yourself in the proper way. I will not have disobedient pupils in the schoolroom."
Taking the letter, Phineas left his brothers with the governess as he walked slowly toward the den, dragging his feet, resulting in a shuffling noise. It was better to dawdle than to rush to a punishment. His hands shook as he knocked upon the large mahogany door, reminding him of the previous visits he'd made to the den in this exact manner. At the sound of his father's voice, he entered with the letter stretched out before him. This was the third time in a month he'd been caught looking at magazines or books on archaeology. He worried his father would take them away and send him to his bedchamber without supper. Rocking from side to side, Phineas waited as the sound of snapping wax seal echoed through the room. Silence met his ears, and his heart pounded, causing sweat to pool on his forehead as his father slowly opened the letter. After a short duration that seemed more like an eternity, the paper ruffled within the Earl's hands as he placed the letter upon the desk.
"Phineas, I am disappointed in you."
"But, Father, I only wanted to read about the Valley of the Kings. It is more exciting than reading about the Bagats." His father's lips twitched, and it looked as if he was going to laugh, but he didn't. Clearing his throat, the Earl tilted his head and lifted his eyebrows to show he was serious about the conversation.
"The Bagats?"
"You know, the really boring part in the Bible where they talk about people living and dying, and they have names like Shem and Arphaxad. I only thought it would be more interesting to read about archaeology instead. It is practically the same thing."
"The Bible is an important part of your education. Your mother and I cannot have a heathen running around Primrose Hall."
Phineas forcibly threw himself into a chair as he glowered at his father. His nose scrunched up as he considered spending more time than necessary on learning about religion. "The only one who likes learning the Bible is Gilbert. Miss Crandall thinks he is intended for the church." His father walked around the desk and sat in the chair opposite him.
"What does Miss Crandall think about your future?"
Phineas's lips quivered. He didn't want to admit that the governess had little hope for him. She'd told him he would be a burden on his family and drain the Earl's coffers with his wild ways, but Phineas didn't want to tell his father that. It was best to keep such information from leaking out and forming unwanted ideas about his behavior. Folding his arms across his chest, he looked to the ground. "Father, why is it so hard for adults to understand my interest in Egypt? I want to live there when I am older." His father leaned forward and placed a hand on Phineas's arm with an inkling of understanding.
"I believe you will, son. Now, show me this article and let's look at it together."
Extracting the article out of his waistcoat, Phineas handed it to his father, praying it wouldn't become kindling for the fire. "There is much more to learn about the Valley of the Kings. This is but a snippet of information." Flipping through the pages, his father took a quick scan of the contents and handed it back to Phineas.
"I want you to make a promise to me, and then I will make one to you."
Sitting up in his chair, Phineas locked eyes with his father. The Earl didn't make promises lightly. "What do you have in mind?"
"You must promise to do your lessons with Miss Crandall and not get distracted by articles of this nature."
Phineas hesitated. Running his hands over the pages filled with hieroglyphs and illustrations of pharaohs, he wondered if his trust in his father had been misplaced. His life's dreams were within the hallowed pages of the article. It took him less than a minute to wipe the doubt from his mind. This was a significant promise to make, but he trusted his father. "I promise."
"Very well. Then I promise to spend one night a week searching through articles and books with you to help you learn everything you can about archaeology and the ancient world."
This was more than Phineas had expected. He was simply hoping not to be punished for behaving improperly during lessons. "You truly promise this?"
"Yes. Phineas, I do not want another letter like the one I received from Miss Crandall today. If you can keep your end of our bargain, then I will make certain you have the knowledge you need to travel the world when you are of age." The knowledge that his father planned to prepare a way for him to travel was not outshined by the realization that his father would set time apart from his duties to explore books on archaeology. With this promise between them, Phineas knew he could vow to behave during lessons. "I will do as I'm told, and I will learn every begat in the Bible. I promise." With a written response from his father, Phineas went back to the schoolroom and sat next to his brothers. He would memorize the biblical passages Miss Crandall was impressing upon them, and keep the talisman of his father's promise to stop all temptation to pull out another article during lessons. Chapter 2. Alexandria, Egypt, 1812. Phineas Fernley had dreamt of entering the Valley of the Kings since the first time he opened a book on the study of archaeology. The very moment he'd read about pharaohs and pyramids, an ache had settled upon his soul, and he knew one day he would live in the Egyptian desert. He was convinced his life was meant for much more than balls and fine dining. The excitement within the study of ancient ruins left his soul yearning for grains of sand to flow easily through his hands as he worked to uncover the Valley of the Kings. The memory of digging through books in his father's den on a rainy spring day would forever be imprinted upon his heart. That was the day his 10-year-old dreams turned from a directionless hope to a thriving purpose. Even though he'd driven the governess to hysterics with his desire to know about the ancient world instead of thriving in his study of the Bible or mathematics, his father had fully supported Phineas's desires. He well remembered moments long in the past when his father had leaned over the same book as he with a magnifying glass to examine an illustration. He was certain that if circumstances were different, and his father hadn't had an estate and duty to the title of Earl Grafton, he would have explored the ancient world as well. Most importantly, the memory of his final conversation with his father would forever be imprinted on his heart. The afternoon before the Earl passed away, Phineas had revealed his plans to leave for Egypt. With the wisdom of Solomon, his father had placed a hand upon Phineas's shoulder and encouraged him to seek for the things of his soul. Phineas knew this advice meant he had to leave England and become a true archaeologist. Books no longer held the magic they once had. His juvenile dreams were long gone, and now as a man, he understood the dangers he would face by traveling to distant lands. The thrill of adventure filled his soul, and he could no longer sit in the parlour sipping tea while chatting about the latest study he'd read. Before he left Primrose Hall, Phineas had walked his family's estate to create a mental imprint of every memory he could upon his mind. When he was walking through the desert, he wanted to be able to reach into the recesses of his brain and pull out the memory of each tree and pathway. He wanted conversations from his past to write themselves upon his heart, so he would never miss home. One of the hardest parts of leaving his home was the memory of stolen moments with his father. Amongst the fields and orchards was a patch of earth his father had designated for the edification of learning and discovery. Phineas well remembered digging in the dirt for treasures his father had buried. With a special toolbox full of shovels, trowels, spades, and brushes of varying sizes, he would search until the artifact was discovered and expertly removed from the earth without damage. The fond memories he had of his father kneeling in the dirt beside him would never be forgotten. He would carry those moments with him as he sailed the oceans and crossed continents in search of knowledge. Phineas knew if he were to ever feel the presence of his father once more, it would be while he was travelling the world. 2 days before he set sail, Phineas joined his brothers at White's for a final farewell and a night of light-hearted banter. The marriage of their eldest brother had marked a new beginning for each member of their family. Gigi would remain at Primrose Hall, and the Dowager House would be renovated for her use.
But for each of the Fernley men, there would be a more significant upheaval of their lives. Phineas and his brothers would be expected to find their way in the world from Primrose Hall. Archie planned to set out for his estate in Scotland. Gilbert would stay at his vicarage tending to his parishioners. Fletcher planned to resume his duties as a barrister in London. Cornelius had his orders and was set to report to the military office the following morning, and Oliver would take his first position as a professor of music. The conversation had focused firmly upon Phineas's decision to leave England. Everyone knew it wasn't a temporary departure. Phineas would never sit in the gentlemen's club again, chatting away with his brothers as they enjoyed the congenial atmosphere. He would never see his mother again, now he had left her at Primrose Hall. As he prepared to leave White's for the last time, a man Phineas didn't know approached and introduced himself as the Viscount Carlin. Having overheard the conversation, Lord Carlin gave Phineas a card with the emblem and title of the Marquess of Huntly. "My father has homes in Alexandria and Luxor. You would do well to find him when you arrive." "I will consider it. Thank you, my lord." "Huntly and my sister Adelia will be happy to see a fellow countryman. I am certain it would be no trouble for you to stay with them during your time in Egypt." Phineas quirked an eyebrow at the man. The desert was no place for the delicate females the Tun produced. "Your sister lives in Egypt. How uncommonly brave." Putting his hands up with the effort to assuage any concerns he saw in Phineas, Lord Carlin stumbled over his words. Yes, but there is no need to concern yourself over her. She is my elder sister, a spinster, and will not get in your way. My father will be most pleased for the company and conversation you will bring to his life." With such an assurance, Phineas took the card, thankful he would find friendly faces upon his arrival in Egypt. It calmed his anticipation a small amount to know the Marquess and his aged daughter were content to live abroad. The teary farewell from his family was now a long-ago memory. The trip had taken 3 months from Southampton through the Strait of Gibraltar into the port of Alexandria. His eldest brother, Baxter, had let go of his concerns about Phineas leaving the land of his ancestry and offered to support Phineas financially until he could make a respectable living. It was more than Phineas had ever expected and had cleared his way to leave England without delay. As his ship had fought the onslaught of wind and waves, it had carried him from everything he knew to a land he'd read about and dreamed of since he was a child. He was ready to explore and become an archaeologist worthy of notice. He would miss his family, especially his twin brother Gilbert, but he was days away from his dream of walking along the paths where the ancient Egyptians had buried their kings, queens, and nobility, and he didn't have time to dwell on those he'd left behind. Unfortunately, his heart hadn't yet given up the memories of Gilbert, Baxter, and Gigi. Of everyone in his family, they were the ones he would miss the most. As he disembarked the ship and walked across the wooden pier, Phineas experienced a surge of excitement with a mix of trepidation. He was in an unknown land, and it would take months for him to journey home again, if he ever chose to do so. Stopping to take in the scene around him, he realized it was much like the pier in England, filled with street vendors, beggars, thieves, and travellers. He hauled his trunk across the path, suddenly feeling impatient and ready to add his skills to the discovery of artifacts. Unfortunately, he couldn't run to his destination. There was much to be done before he could start out for Luxor. His first order of business would be to arrange transportation, and then he would seek out the Marquess of Huntly and his spinster daughter. Wiping the sweat from his face, Phineas wondered if it would be wise to purchase new clothing before seeking out a horse. His cravat was drenched from the sweltering desert heat, and he was certainly the only man in all of Alexandria wearing both a waistcoat and a jacket. He was overdressed. He didn't want to wear the robes and headdresses he saw on the men. He was already melting in his suit. Covered in long, heavy robes, he was certain to be miserable. He would need to find a clothing shop and discover the available options. A top hat was not the most appropriate attire, but he also couldn't imagine wearing a cloth over his head. Smiling to himself, he put some extra zeal into his step as the pleasure of being in Egypt spread through his body. Deep within his soul, the ache he'd carried since a child lessened as he realized he'd finally found a part of himself. Thinking about the list of items he needed to accomplish while in Alexandria, Phineas set out with a purpose. The order in which he accomplished the tasks didn't matter. He simply needed to get them done, and so Phineas decided he would enter the first shop he found. If they happened to sell horses, he would purchase one. If they sold clothing, he would buy something appropriate for the desert. If they sold food, he would purchase provisions. He would take each task as it was presented, and when he was ready to rest for the night, if he hadn't found a coaching inn or the Marquess of Huntley, he would sleep on the desert floor and examine the night sky. Approaching the nearest business, he found it was a livery. Dropping his trunk to the ground, Phineas looked at the man in charge and confidently made his request. "I need to purchase a horse." If he had a good horse and a place to live, he could be comfortable for the rest of his life. He might even plan to live his remaining years in Egypt if it fulfilled his dreams. There weren't many men in his situation who could leave their previous lives behind and build a new one in a distant country. He was fortunate his family understood the pressing desire he had to travel. "I have a camel." The man's broken English told Phineas it was possible he'd been misunderstood. Phineas didn't want to purchase a camel. He was looking for a more pleasant animal. Speaking louder so the man might somehow understand what he was saying through the heavy turban covering his ears, Phineas repeated his request. "I need to purchase a horse. A horse, not a camel." The man pointed to the open pen and waved his hand in the direction of the livestock. It was hard not to turn his nose up as he noticed the unkept stalls. It was a crime to keep animals locked in an area that was rarely cleaned. "Camels." Phineas shook his head. He'd never ridden a camel, and although he wanted to have the experience, he didn't think a camel would be appropriate for his first day in Egypt. Still recovering from months on a ship, his body swayed with the waves he'd left off the coast. Phineas raised his voice again. The man had to understand at some point. "Sir, I am in the market for a horse." "Camels!" the man yelled, his voice rising above Phineas's. Phineas put his hands on his hips and turned around to see if there was possibly another place for him to purchase a horse. He hadn't expected everyone to speak English, but he had hoped the language barrier wouldn't be so distressing. Deep down, fear of the unknown welled up. It didn't bode well for his life plan to have such an insignificant issue as language to bring out his insecurities. Instantly, his mind conjured images of him walking without water through the desert to his death. This fear made him wonder if he'd made a terrible mistake by leaving England. It was all he'd ever known. He'd never had a problem purchasing a horse in Yorkshire. If his pride would allow him to go home so soon, he would run back to the docks and book passage immediately. Taking a moment to decide if he was ready to end his life's dream by making it a charade worthy of mockery at all future parties he attended, Phineas turned away from the merchant. It was obvious the man did not have a horse. There weren't any in the livery. He could give into homesickness and leave the majestic land, or he could find another merchant with an assortment of livestock. Gathering his wits, Phineas calmed his nerves and turned back to the man. Defeat was not an option he was willing to take. Before Phineas could speak, the man steadied his gaze upon Phineas and put his hands on his hips. He opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by another customer. Using the king's English, a man spoke with an accent Phineas recognized at once. "You cannot purchase a horse here." Phineas looked up at the newcomer, the man's features leaving him in little doubt of who he was. "Lord Huntley?" "Yes, and I presume you are Mr. Phineas Fernley." Nodding in agreement, Phineas knew the accidental meeting with Lord Carlin at White's had been inspired. Lord Huntley was an older version of Lord Carlin, his dark brown hair spotted with strands of grey. "Can you give me directions to a livery with horses?" "I am afraid you will not find anyone in Alexandria to sell you a horse. You could walk to Cairo and find a livery there."
Phineas didn't like the idea of walking to another city, but if it meant he could purchase a horse, he might have to do so.
"Thank you, my lord. I suppose I should start on my journey." His legs and feet would be sore by the time he reached Cairo, but Phineas was determined to stand upon the ground where the ancient Egyptian kings and queens were buried. "If you would not mind a small amount of meddling, I wish to offer some advice." The man's lips twitched like he was holding in a laugh. The situation was not amusing. At least Phineas didn't think it was. Phineas knew he looked a sight. Beads of sweat poured down his face, and since he was dressed in proper English attire, he certainly didn't fit in with the local society. He'd stepped off the boat only an hour before, and his body was still convinced he was upon the ocean as the ground beneath him shifted slightly. Taking a moment to clear his head, Phineas nodded. "I would be most thankful for anything you have to say." "The letter my son sent did not mention your reasons for travelling to Egypt. What is your purpose here?" "I wish to see the pyramids of the 3 great pharaohs, and I hope to work on an excavating team in the Valley of the Kings." Phineas spoke without hesitation, as he had practiced the speech many times while on his voyage. "Then it is settled. You will want to purchase a camel." Phineas let out a little laugh, thinking Lord Huntley was speaking in jest, but the seriousness of his features conveyed the opposite. "What will I do with the camel?" As he asked the question, he turned to the foul pen holding the large creatures. "The camel will endure the desert far better than a horse. You will be thankful to have the beast once you learn how to ride it." No matter how Phineas looked at each of the camels, tucked away behind the gate, he was certain they were not as friendly as horses, although he couldn't honestly say he'd had positive experience with his horse. Cleopatra was temperamental and had thrown him more than once. He was lucky not to have broken his neck. Looking at the beasts, which were larger in all aspects than his horse, he realized he wasn't qualified to ride a camel. Was he supposed to sit on the hump or behind it? Did he need a saddle? If he was thrown from a camel, it would be certain death. Turning back to the man, Phineas narrowed his eyes, wondering if the meeting with Carlin and now Huntley had been a ruse to convince him to return to England. Baxter would connive such a trick. A camel might have sent a lesser fool back to England, but Phineas was ready for the challenge. "How long have you been in Egypt, sir?" "Many years now. I left England with the hope of forgetting all my worries." Phineas examined the Marquess's posture, facial features, and temperament. He seemed honest enough. Huntley assumed the same distrustful posture and raised his eyebrows in suspicion. A loud bellow from a camel startled Phineas, making Huntley cackle. "Purchase the camel, and I will teach you how to ride the beast." Phineas stepped back to the counter and looked the merchant squarely in the eye. "I would like to purchase a—" He hesitated and looked back at the beasts roaming, spitting and gurgling. He considered the filth of the paddock and wondered if it would be best to purchase a camel elsewhere. His confidence wavered, but with one final silent exchange with Lord Huntley, he finished his statement, trying not to sound insecure. "A camel." Huntley patted him on the shoulder. "Which one do you want?" "Is there an art to deciding?" "Which is better, one hump or 2? "1. They are taller and fare best in the desert climate." Huntley walked to the nearest camel and lifted its leg to check under the foot. Phineas had done this with his horse many times, and so he entered the filthy paddock and approached a camel that seemed disinterested in the entire ordeal. Lifting the leg, he thought it to be in perfect order. Pursing his lips, he turned back to Huntley. Am I searching for anything in particular? We are checking the health of the camel. You would not want to purchase a beast with sores or open wounds. It made sense, and so Phineas went about checking each of the camel's feet and fur. Watching Huntley closely, Phineas copied each movement the Marquess made. After examining a few of the animals, Phineas looked at each of the camels and decided the one that had ignored him during the examination was the right companion for him. His decision was prompted from a personal history. Although he enjoyed animals, they did not like him. There had been no love lost with his horse when he'd gifted her to his sister-in-law before leaving home. Cleopatra had taken to Briar like sugar in a cup of tea. He found it refreshing for an animal to completely ignore his presence. In fact, he decided it must be a sign of blessings in his future. As he pulled on the reins, leading the camel away from the merchant, Phineas took hold of the end of his trunk to pull it with his other hand. Without asking, Huntley stepped forward and took the burden from him. Huntley, is this a male or female? Female. I think I will call her Nefertiti. Phineas didn't care what the ancient queen would think about her namesake. The name was perfect for the majestic creature. As they walked, the excitement of owning a camel made him smile. His first purchase in the ancient land had been a success. Huntley laughed. Do you know what the name Nefertiti means? No. It means the beautiful one has come. Phineas understood now why Huntley had found the name amusing. As he looked back at his camel, Nefertiti let out an unexpected moan followed by a fierce growl. Phineas jumped forward and ran as far as he could away from the beast while still holding the reins. What does she mean by that? Phineas asked. I would say Nefertiti is either pleased with her name, or she thinks you are a fool. A fool. Yes, I do believe she is right. Unsurprised by the turn of events, Phineas glared at Nefertiti. He truly thought he'd found an animal who wouldn't mind his presence. Slowing his pace, he hoped to pat Nefertiti's neck and walked companionably with her. But the entire trip back to Huntley's home told Phineas it would take much more than purchasing the animal and giving it a name to win the beast over. Chapter 3. Adelia Winthrop didn't believe in the pagan gods of her maid, but she adored Masika. When Masika requested to visit the temple situated on the east of the Nile, Adelia agreed. She might not understand the religion of her maid, but she could show respect to her friend. Which god or goddess is this temple dedicated to? Adelia asked as she tilted her head upward to see the top of the statue. Some believe the temple is here as a sanctuary for weary travelers. Others believe it is a tribute to the goddess Mut. I see. Can you tell me why we are here? Masika led her past the statues of Ramses II to a small chapel. You will wait for me out here? Certainly. Adelia didn't mind waiting. She could examine the large columns and intricate carvings of the hieroglyphs while Masika made her offering. Although she didn't enjoy living in Egypt, Adelia silently admitted to herself that there was beauty in the world around her. The Nile was a source of comfort amongst the never-ending sand. She didn't particularly care for the crumbling ancient artifacts, but her father loved them. Lost in her thoughts, Adelia startled as Masika laid a hand on her arm. It is time for us to leave, my lady. Adelia stepped next to her maid as they left the same way they had arrived. She again looked up at the statue of Ramses II, but this time she quirked an eyebrow. Why is he depicted as sullen? He was a great pharaoh. He was revered by many, and it is not our duty to question his greatness. Chastised, Adelia turned her curiosity to their reason for the visit to the temple. Why did you make an offering to the goddess? Mut is known as the goddess of mothers. I received word from my brothers this morning
Our mother is very ill. Since I am close to the temple, he asked me to make an offering to the goddess on behalf of my mother. Adelia looked back at the ancient edifice as they continued back to her house. What do you expect a mythological goddess to do for your mother? I petitioned her blessings to heal the illness within my mother's body. If she is as ill as you believe, would it not be prudent for you to visit with her? I can arrange for you to travel home. Masika shook her head. It is not necessary, my lady. Mut will either heal my mother, or she will see her safely into the afterlife. It is all in Mut's hands now. I see. Even as she said the words, they were not true. Adelia had attended church near her home in Bath every week from the day she was born with her mother, father, and brother. The vicar in that parish had impressed upon his congregants that God, in his infinite wisdom, didn't care about the trivial matters of their lives. He was more concerned with seeing to king and country than the people. Adelia feared Masika's mother would die as her mother had, and the mythological goddess would not be able to do anything to change death. As they continued walking, sand lifted in the air and the wind pushed against their bodies. Adelia wrapped her shawl around her head to prevent grains from entering her mouth. Holding onto Masika's arm while shielding her eyes from the sandstorm, she fought her way toward shelter. It didn't take long for sandstorms to start in the desert. Within seconds, grains of sand hit the uncovered skin on her arms, reminding her of a needle pricking her finger when sewing. Luxor was hot and dry, covered in sand and desolate. She was thankful Masika had only needed to visit the temple. If they had walked into town, shelter would be farther away. As the wind and sand increased in speed, Adelia wondered for the millionth time why her father had chosen Egypt as his place of exile. Certainly, there were other countries where a widower in need of peace and privacy could go. As she fought her way forward at a snail's pace, Adelia hoped she could convince her father to take her back to England. Her brother had been dreadfully silent since she'd begged for him to retrieve her in her last letter. If he were going to answer, she should have received his response weeks ago. She missed the opportunities society offered, and now that she was considered a spinster, she didn't need to worry about fortune hunters seeking her dowry. She was convinced no reasonable man would want a spinster for a wife, especially one who had lived in the wild desolation of Egypt. Her shawl flapped wildly against her head, and sand swirled around her, making the way home invisible. Fighting to keep her mouth shut, Adelia pressed forward. Sand in her hair and clothing was easy to fix, but if it entered her mouth, she'd be eating the desert for weeks. Unable to see anything beyond her hand was frightening. She would have to inform her father, when he returned from Alexandria, that he was never allowed to leave her again. Although wind and sandstorms were normal, she didn't like them. Thankful Masika knew what she was doing, Adelia held her maid's arm with a tight grip as she led the way back to their home. Masika had been Adelia's lady's maid since she'd arrived in Egypt, and she was thankful for the companionship. If not for her maid, she wouldn't have any friends. She didn't speak Arabic, and although she had read many books since arriving in the distant land, she knew little useful information about the people and their customs. As the door to the house opened, Adelia dropped the hand shielding her eyes and looked to Nakia, their butler. Her bonnet was covered in sand, but he politely took it without complaint. "Thank you, Nakia."
"You are most welcome, my lady. I have set tea in the parlor."
Tea was exactly what she needed. After battling the sandstorm, she wanted to feel civilized. "Has father arrived yet?"
"No, my lady. The wind will delay his travels."
She'd feared that would be the answer. Attempting to hide her disappointment, Adelia motioned for Masika to follow. She couldn't drink tea alone, and she didn't care to send her maid off to the kitchens to beg cook for a drink. Instead of taking her seat,
Adelia stood by the window watching the grains of sand as they swirled in the air and rushed past. Storms like this were bound to last for days. Her father wouldn't be able to enter the city if he had to fight the rage of the desert. With the overwhelming heat, Adelia waved her fan, but it did little good. She turned to Masika and pointed to the never-ending tirade of sand. "When do you think this one will end?" Masika shrugged her shoulders. "I do not know, my lady. No one knows when the ancient god Seth will finally put aside his war with Osiris and Horus." Adelia loved Masika, but she often wondered if the woman believed the mythology she recited, or if it was so ingrained in her mind that she simply repeated the words, much like a child repeating nursery rhymes. After all these years, they still cannot find a way to reconcile their dispute. What good are these gods if they cannot do what is best for the people? "You may laugh at our history, my lady, but Seth was named the god of evil for murdering his brother. When you destroy such family ties, a curse will follow you through the afterlife. This storm, and all others before and those to come, are a testament to Seth's continued war with his brother and nephew." There was no reason to argue with Masika, and so Adelia sat at the table to slowly drink her tea and resume her sketch of the pyramids. "Is there any way to request that Seth calm his rage so my father can return home?" "Lord Huntley will have to wait out the storm in Alexandria, my lady." Adelia hoped her father had already left the port city, otherwise it would be another week before he returned home. Sandstorms were common in Luxor, and she didn't like the way her life was controlled by them. It was times like this that she would allow her mind to wander back to the life she'd left behind. She hoped her brother was well and happy. She missed Carlin, but she knew if she had stayed with her brother, she would have missed her father as well. They'd been in Egypt for 3 years, and although she had decided there was much to love about the country, she still missed the joys of being a part of society. As a spinster, she'd be invited to parties without the expectation of making a match, and so she'd be free to converse with her friends without worrying about men who needed a woman's dowry to keep their family coffers full. "Do you ever dream of wearing a beautiful gown and attending a soiree?" Adelia asked. There was nothing else to do, other than sketch or read a book, and so she could daydream her afternoon away while the sand blew through the city and made a mess of her home. Masika shook her head. "No, my lady. I am aware of my place, and I do not dream of being more than I am." Ignoring the familiar reply from her maid, Adelia continued to think of silk, lace, and muslin dresses styled in the latest fashion. Unfortunately, she was unaware of what those fashions were, not having access to the proper information. "I would love to go to Almack's one more time. Of course, I would have to commission a gown. I would pick a lovely yellow or cream for the material." In truth, Adelia had disliked Almack's when she'd had to go, but without the opportunity for society, she wished she could repent of the terrible thoughts she'd had about London. Adelia sighed. "What I would not give for one more season of fine dining and parties." A crash sounded across the room, and Adelia cried out as she looked up from her teacup and sketchbook to see a slab of wood stuck in the window. It was a common occurrence in storms such as the one raging outside, yet she didn't have to like it or consider it a part of her life. She hated sandstorms and Egypt and the desert. Her tea was ruined as the wind blew sand into the room. Nakia rushed in, and she and Masika ran out so the servants could put the parlor back together. Chapter 4. New clothes, a proper hat, a saddle, and a camel were all Phineas could boast for his first days in Egypt. He had hoped to rid himself of his waistcoat, but even archaeologists needed to look proper. So he'd found a less obvious and muted brown substitution for the rich fabrics of the clothing he'd worn in England, and found it quite satisfying. With the help of Huntley, Phineas was no longer noticeable as an overdressed foreigner. He was now simply an archaeologist, which sent a thrill of excitement through every inch of his body. The only item he had left to accomplish before leaving Alexandria was to learn to ride his camel. Standing to the side of Nefertiti, he waited for instructions on what to do. Huntley had promised to give him riding lessons, and thankfully, that included preparing the animal for the trip. Huntley ran his hand softly through the thick brown wool on Nefertiti's neck.
The first step to saddling the camel is to get her comfortable. You will want to have her sit on the ground.
Phineas could handle the small task. Holding onto the reins, he looked Nefertiti square in the eyes and commanded, "Sit." Nefertiti snarled at him and blew a bubble of foam from her mouth that quickly landed on his cheek. Phineas jumped backward and wiped the spit away. "Charming."
"She is not a dog, and I would suggest you never look her in the eye again. You are fortunate she only spat at you."
Humbled, Phineas pulled out his handkerchief and finished cleaning his face. He'd never had an animal spit on him. In one word, it was disgusting.
"What do you suggest I do to indicate I would like her to sit?" "Pull down on the reins so her head is low to the ground. She will understand what you are asking."
Trying to work with his camel again, Phineas hoped the attempt would be much smoother. He had no desire to have the animal spit, cud at him again. As he pulled down, a smile formed on his face to see the simplistic action had done exactly as Huntley claimed it would.
"Now tie the reins off. You would not want Nefertiti to stand up while you are trying to place the saddle on her back."
Phineas quickly did as he was told, and then rushed to Huntley's side. The thrill of learning this new part of his life was as satisfying as he'd always imagined it to be. His first letter home would detail every moment, and he hoped to convey the excitement coursing through his body. He wanted his family to know he was happy with the decision to leave home in search of his dreams.
"Talking to the camel will put her at ease while you rub your hands through her wool."
"Why am I doing this?" Phineas asked as he marveled at the softness of the camel's back and fur. He didn't know what to say to the camel, so he focused his question to Huntley. Huntley pointed to the camel.
"Talk to Nefertiti."
Phineas smiled and felt his way along her back and belly.
"Did you know you are named for one of the most beautiful Egyptian goddesses?"
He'd spoken to his horse on many occasions, but speaking to a camel was much different. Camels were larger than horses in height and body mass. It was a bit intimidating.
"Do you like walking in the hot sandy desert? Does sand ever get stuck between your—"
Phineas looked down at the camel's legs. Were they hooves? He wasn't certain what to call the feet of a camel. Huntley laughed.
"You will learn how to speak to her, and before long you will feel a natural connection. Once you have decided the wool is free from sticks and small rocks, you can start saddling her, first with a blanket, and then with the actual contraption you will sit on."
This part was much like caring for a horse, or so he thought, until he had to ensure correct placement around the hump. When he was finally finished, he stood back to survey his success.
"Huntley, I cannot thank you enough for helping me thus far. You have not yet ridden the beast. Untie the reins and let us see how successful you are. Hold tight to the saddle. You would not want to fall."
Phineas was certain it would be the same as riding a horse, but as he sat in his saddle and pulled up on the reins, calling out, "Up!" he was thankful Huntley had told him to hold tight. The back legs went up first, forcing his back to arch, and then the camel's front legs went forward, and he was certain he would have fallen from Nefertiti's back if he hadn't been clenching the horn of the saddle with all his strength. Now she was standing. He loosened his grip and let out a sigh of relief. He was halfway through the experience and wasn't certain if his racing heart could handle more.
"Absolutely frightening! I have never experienced anything so horribly breathtaking in all my life."
Phineas's voice shook as he tried to regain his composure. He truly never thought a camel-riding experience could start out in such a frightening way. Huntley rested his arm against the gate in the paddock and eyed Phineas as he had when they'd first met.
Phineas, you mentioned the desire to travel to Luxor. Are you certain you want to cross the desert?
Yes, it has long been my dream. Rubbing his chin, Huntley artfully smiled at Phineas.
I have a home in Luxor. It is less than a stone's throw from the Valley of the Kings. If you would like to travel with me, I would consider it an honor to host you while you are in Luxor.
It was a kind offer, and one Phineas didn't want to refuse, but he knew it would be wrong to accept. He wasn't there to encroach upon another man's home.
I could not expect to stay with you, my lord. Nonsense. I enjoy your company. I will not accept a refusal.
Phineas squirmed as he sat atop Nefertiti. He didn't know how to indicate to the animal it was time to kneel and allow him to dismount. Instead, he held tightly to the reins.
And yet, you have your daughter to consider. She would not want an extended house guest to care for and entertain.
Huntley shook his head.
Adelia has her maid to keep her company. It is quite possible you will never even see her. She is quiet as a bird and flitters about unnoticed.
Phineas hadn't met Lady Adelia yet, but he didn't like the way Huntley dismissed her as though she were a piece of furniture.
Birds chirp, my lord. Ah, yes, you are right. She is as a mouse with cheese.
Huntley suppressed a smile and winked at him.
Adelia is a spinster. There is no need to concern yourself over her. She will be happy to have another person around for evening conversation.
A strange sense of trepidation entered Phineas's chest. It was curious to see the reaction both Lord Carlin and Lord Huntley had when they had spoken about Lady Adelia. Phineas could only guess at the poor woman waiting for her father to return to Luxor. If he were to believe what Huntley and Carlin had said about the girl, he would think she was witless and homely.
Lord Huntley, might I inquire as to why Lady Adelia chose to accompany you to Egypt? Would she not have been happier in England amongst society? My daughter knew her duty was to me. With my wife dead and buried and no suitable offer of marriage, there was no one else to care for her. So it seemed only fitting for her to stay with me.
The simple answer calmed any doubt floating about in Phineas's mind.
I see. Then will you stay with us in Luxor?
There was no reason to decline the offer, so Phineas gave a curt nod.
Thank you, my lord. I am much obliged.
Huntley chuckled and pointed to his own camel.
We will do a practical lesson while we travel to Luxor. My daughter expects me home. It will take but a moment for me to prepare my camel, and then we can leave.
Phineas hadn't thought he would be so fortunate to leave Alexandria with haste, but he was thankful for Huntley's urgency. He wanted nothing more but to spend each day in the Valley of the Kings.
I will need to wear something else. I still have Nefertiti's spit on my shirt.
Huntley shook his head.
There is no need. By the time we settle in for the night, you will have more than her spit across your front, but you will want to tie a cloth around the lower part of your face to keep sand from landing in your mouth. Grains of sand are not as flavorful as salt.
Phineas took great care to follow the advice Huntley provided. He was certain the man had his best interest at heart, and he needed someone to teach him how to survive in Egypt. Chapter 5. Adelia stood at the door as the dark spots in the distance grew closer. Her father had taken 3 camels with him, besides the one he rode. He'd used one to pack items and another for his valet, so it surprised her to see a 4th camel. If it wasn't her father, she would be sorely disappointed. She patiently waited with anticipation for her father to be home. His presence wouldn't lessen the loneliness, but it would add normalcy to her day. When the riders were near enough to see, she realized her father had brought a guest, and Adelia was pleased. She was lonely, and hosting a guest, even if only for a day, would break through the monotony of her life. Her mind raced with the possibilities of new conversations on topics she hadn't considered for years, and she hoped the person he brought would be talkative and knowledgeable on subjects other than archaeology and treasure. Adelia's mind raced with thoughts of fashion and music, until she silently admitted men rarely cared enough about fashion to converse upon the topic. The momentary happiness slipped away, and she dared not hope the person would find her interesting enough to converse with.
"Who do you think it is?" Masika asked, her concern showing in the shaking of her voice.
"There is no need to be frightened. My father would not bring anyone he does not trust, and the man looks familiar." He'd never actually brought anyone with him from Alexandria. She could understand Masika's concern, but Adelia was certain she recognized the man. As he carefully dismounted his camel, Adelia's eyes went wide with surprise as she realized the man standing next to her father was a gentleman. She was certain it was one of the Mr. Fernleys from England. She'd never received an introduction to him, but she knew of the Fernley men and had received an introduction to the eldest Lord Fernley in her first season. It had been so many years ago, she was certain the man would not remember her. Adelia's mind instantly went to work on the purpose of Mr. Fernley's visit. Was it luck? A twist of fate? She wasn't certain how to classify the situation as, but her hands shook with excitement as she knew Egypt was too far away from London for this to be a coincidence. Deep down, a shameful wish flourished within her soul. She hoped her father had arranged this visit with a specific purpose in mind. He would be the most celebrated father in the world if he had finally realized she was past the age most females were married and had sent away for a husband. An arranged marriage wasn't the most romantic notion, but a woman could not be picky when her age and situation made her a spinster. As she watched her father instruct servants, she entertained thoughts of a beautiful wedding in England. The possibility of her father choosing to forego further years of solitude for her happiness sent a shiver of excitement through her body. Even though the day was dreadfully hot, Adelia had goose flesh popping up on her arms. They could be back in England within 3 months. She would spend the first days in town visiting every modiste to update her clothing and to purchase the needed items for her wedding trousseau. Everything would be in the latest London fashions. They could post the banns upon docking, and a short time thereafter she would spend the rest of her life thankful her father had seen fit to find her a husband.
"Do you know who the stranger is?" Masika asked.
Trying not to sound too excited, Adelia placed a nervous hand over her stomach. Her father truly was a kind and caring man. This was a show of his love for her. "He is from England. I am certain his name is Mr. Fernley." If she'd had a choice of the Fernley men, she would have chosen Baxter or Archibald, as they were the eldest two. But she was no longer finicky over a match. She would do almost anything to get away from the desert and sand, and that included marrying this Mr. Fernley.
"Do you think he will visit long?"
Adelia didn't want to put a voice to the hope within her heart. This man might be her only chance for escaping the seclusion of the desert, and she wouldn't want to mar the moment by sounding foolish. The trip from Alexandria to Luxor wasn't easy, and every indication of Mr. Fernley's movements told her he was sore and tired. She could handle the needed delay for rest and the negotiation of a marriage contract, and then they could leave for England. Her answer came out in a whisper. "I hope not." Leaving Masika in the house, Adelia ran out to greet her father. She curtsied and held her hand out to him. Instead of taking it as he once had, her father waved her off. Adelia didn't allow his prickly lack of manners to dissuade her from speaking to him. "Father, I am so thankful you are finally home. We had another terrible storm 2 days ago. I worried it would delay your arrival." She stood back and waved her fan to cool herself from the heat of the day while suppressing the desire to know why her father hadn't sent word ahead about hosting a guest.
"It must have blown in the opposite direction."
He turned to the man beside him and made the proper introductions.
Mr. Fernley, this is my daughter, Lady Adelia.
Every part of her body screamed with pleasure at the introduction. This was what civilized society did. They curtsied, bowed, kissed knuckles, and spoke with pleasantries. She had missed such simple things, and her heart ached for more. Since she wasn't in a ballroom, she suppressed the ache to hold her hand out so he could take it, though she yearned for him to kiss her gloved hand. "Mr. Fernley, what brings you to this part of the world?"
"I imagine the same thing that brought you here."
The frown on his face threatened to destroy the hope building in her chest. Pushing it aside, she decided his cryptic response meant her father had arranged a match. She knew little of the man, but over time she would learn about him, and she knew it would be a splendid relationship. "Nakia, take his trunk to the blue room." As the woman of the house, she would make certain their guest received the best accommodations. It was possible performing this duty would show him what he would be getting in a wife. She tried not to make herself a nuisance as her father and Mr. Fernley settled in for the day. She went to her bedchamber when the excitement of having a guest showed as she flitted about without purpose. Adelia didn't want him to think she was simple-minded or a pest. She would patiently wait for her father to tell her of his plans and feign shock when he admitted it was an arrangement. She might even give a small rebuff and then concede the point with a show of reluctance. A lady would never show her delight so readily over an arranged marriage. No lady all and sundry could have such a wonderful father, for this one simple act of bringing a man to Egypt for marriage showed he had considered her future and planned for her happiness. The years of neglect while living in the desert would soon be behind her. Chapter 6. Phineas knew he'd been exhausted from his travels, but one glance at the handsome, vivacious woman Huntley introduced him to made him very aware that Huntley and Carlin had told a falsehood. Lady Adelia was not an elderly spinster spending the latter years of her life caring for the Marquess. Slipping out of the house early to find his way to the Valley of the Kings, Phineas decided he didn't need the morning meal. He had eaten plenty the night before, and now his only concern was to stay out of the Marquess's home as much as possible. There was a reason the Marquess and Viscount had failed to mention Lady Adelia's remarkable beauty, and Phineas wouldn't be the man to fall prey to such machinations. He was in Egypt for the purpose of archaeology and history. Phineas packed his journal in his bag and patted Nefertiti's neck. He was dressed and ready for his very first official dig. The sun had barely poked its head above the earth as Nefertiti slowly stepped over the rise, giving him his first view of the ancient valley. He had purposefully set out early so he could document each moment of his first day as an archaeologist. Nefertiti groaned as they meandered along the sandy path. The morning heat left beads of sweat pooling on every inch of his body. It was uncomfortable, but he would find a way to live with the stale, dry heat. Phineas pulled the camel to a stop as a full view of the valley sat before him. He wanted to sit on a rock and record the moment his dreams became reality. Pulling out his journal and writing instruments, he set to work documenting with sketches and his observations. Since the hour was still early, there were only a few people in the valley. If he had expected anything other than sand, he would have been disappointed. Mounds of light brown sand covered every inch of the landscape, ready for a shovel to disturb the slumber of those long dead. My emotions are overwrought as I consider the sight before me. This is where the ancient kings and queens came to join their gods in the afterlife. I have only just begun the excavation of a lifetime. I will respect the miraculous souls who are buried within these tombs. My hands will sift through each grain in search of items the great ancient people once thought necessary to follow them into the eternities. His writing stalled as he considered what would be appropriate to record for future generations. If all his dreams were to find fruition, He would be published in archaeological studies for centuries to come. As time pressed forward and he absorbed the beauty surrounding him, archaeologists passed by, leaving him to his work. He knew they understood the significance of the moment. Reverently closing his journal, he took a last first look out over the valley and committed the experience to his memory. He would see the valley many more times, but never would he feel the same as he did at that moment. Before leaving, he reopened his journal and finished the entry with 2 words. Adventure awaits. As he closed the book once more, the rustle of cloth sounded near his ears. He'd enjoyed the quiet, contemplative moments overlooking the valley, but knew it would be rude to ignore someone walking so nearby. Mr. Fernley, is there a reason you are sitting here instead of joining my father at the dig site? Lady Adelia and her maid stopped walking as they looked down upon him, their curiosity showing with suppressed questions. Ignoring the way the sun glinted off the dark ringlets of hair peeking out from under her bonnet, Phineas kept his eyes trained on Lady Adelia's shoulder. It unsettled him that he was not unaffected by her beauty. If he'd been prepared to meet a beautiful woman of prime marriageable age, he was certain he wouldn't have been so affected. Clearing his throat to give him an extra moment to settle his nerves, he tilted his head toward the valley. I simply needed a moment to take it all in. Is it not breathtaking? He swept his hand out in front of the ladies to give emphasis to what he meant. It is sand. Lady Adelia looked to her maid and shrugged her shoulders in reply. I would sooner be walking in the Lake District of England than looking upon this never-ending desert. Excitement entered his body, and suddenly he wanted Lady Adelia to view the world as he did. He tried to do so with the propriety he'd been raised with, but his words tumbled out like bubbles, and he found pure joy in sharing his love of the ancient world with her. There is so much more to the valley than sand. Can you not imagine the people who once lived here? Does the rich history of the ancient Egyptians who carried the bodies of their beloved kings and queens to send them back to the gods not stir the thrill of discovery within your soul when you look at their places of burial? Lady Adelia shook her head and smiled at him. It does not. Phineas packed his journal back into his satchel and took hold of Nefertiti's reins. One day you will see that the tombs will be uncovered and the riches within will be displayed for all to see. It will be magnificent. Lady Adelia stepped forward and patted Nefertiti on the neck. My father would agree with you. As Nefertiti groaned, Phineas pulled her head to the side. He didn't want the camel behaving badly around a lady. Please do not get too close to her mouth. Nefertiti is badly behaved. She has not yet learned any manners. Adelia laughed, reminding him of the pleasant sound of church bells. Do you believe you can teach a camel to behave? I will. Phineas said the words because he believed them to be true. But as Nefertiti snapped at him, he jumped away and amended his statement. Or I will die trying. It is more likely she will bite your fingers off if you make her angry enough. Phineas noticed Lady Adelia continued to run her hands through the camel's fur without causing Nefertiti distress. He was quickly realizing his camel preferred everyone except him. Clearing his throat, he narrowed his eyes at the beast. He would have to speak to Nefertiti about her loyalties. I must join Huntley and the others if I am to be of any use to them. Lady Adelia took a step away. I hope you find everything you are looking for. Thank you, my lady. You are too kind. Phineas smiled at Lady Adelia and Masika as they turned back toward Luxor. Curious, he called out to them. My lady, did you have a purpose for walking this distance? Will you not continue to your destination? I think I have had enough exercise for the day. Confused, Phineas turned to Nefertiti and shook his head. I will never understand the fairer sex. Therefore, I prefer to stay out of a ballroom and spend my time in more sensible pursuits. As Nefertiti growled, Phineas pulled her reins and walked her the rest of the way into the Valley of the Kings. His heart raced with each step as his entire body hummed in delight
at the significance of the moment. Phineas wanted to sit down in the dirt and never move again. He would give the contents of his purse to anyone who would carry him from the dig site back to Huntley's home in Luxor. Moving large rocks that should be considered boulders was not what he had expected to do when he'd started out on this adventure. He'd expected to spend his days with a brush delicately uncovering artifacts and sarcophagi. Instead, he was performing manual labor. The moment he'd arrived in the valley, he'd been assigned a section of land to clear. Too tired to argue with Nefertiti, he prayed the camel would recognize his pain and show a little respect. As he approached the animal, he started the circular motions of rubbing her fur for sticks and dirt. It was a hard first day. Did you know the life of an archaeologist was this demanding? I certainly didn't. I have a mind to write to the makers of those magazines and books I read with my father and enlighten those men on what this profession truly entails. As Nefertiti grunted, Phineas kept massaging her back, hoping it would make the camel happy. She hadn't yet turned to look at him, so he was temporarily safe from spit. When he was certain there was no debris, Phineas slowly lifted his saddle and placed it on Nefertiti's back. He then began strapping the contraption to the camel. He stopped speaking to Nefertiti as one of the other workers approached his camel. He noticed the Egyptian took great care as he worked with his camel. Watching the smooth, fluid motion of the caresses, Phineas wondered if it was possible Nefertiti's dislike of him had to do with his lack of knowledge regarding her care. The man made each movement appear much like a dance. He didn't know anyone's name since he hadn't received a proper introduction, but if he stayed silent, he would never have connections with anyone. My name is Phineas. I am Amon. How long have you worked at this dig site? Many years. Amon tilted his head to the side and smiled at Phineas. Somehow the man perceived the pain throbbing throughout Phineas's body. You will build your strength over time. Phineas rubbed his sore upper arms and laughed. It is hard to believe anyone could get used to hauling rocks all day. Amon walked around his camel and helped Phineas tighten the straps for his saddle. You didn't expect to work in this manner? I did not. I mistakenly thought the work would be less... Phineas didn't know how to finish the statement. He hadn't expected the tombs to be buried beneath piles of rocks, but he also wanted the natural experience of discovery, and he understood the artifacts wouldn't be laying on top of the sand. Somehow, he had romanticized a life of treasure hunting and discovery by believing he could walk into a mountain cave or an ancient building, and the artifacts would be available for him to discover without a great amount of manual labor. Difficult? Amon offered up a word, yet it still didn't describe what Phineas had expected. Shaking his head, Phineas settled upon an inadequate response. Dirty. Amon's booming laugh echoed against the backdrop of the tombs. I will give it a month before you turn tail and run back to the comfort of your home in England. Phineas shook his head in argument. I will never return to England. Go home. You can have a life of luxury in the luscious, rain-filled land you come from. There is no need to die in the desert. I plan to live a long life and travel the world in search of ancient artifacts and history. If you stay too long, you will die here. It is best you leave. Phineas noticed a movement to his left and turned to see Huntley speaking animatedly with another Egyptian. Huntley has been here for years and has not met his demise. Huntley has money. I assume you do not. One discovery will put me in the same situation as Huntley. Amon moved back to his camel. Without a saddle, he sat on the camel's back and called out to let the beast know he was ready to move. I would not count on discovering anything, Mr. Fernley. Go back to England and take a wife. Phineas watched as the man he'd hoped would be a friend rode away. He turned to Nefertiti and grumbled. Not very friendly.
Nefertiti ignored him and continued to chew on her cud. Phineas mounted and pulled Nefertiti to her feet. As usual, the air left his lungs as the camel stood. Pointing her toward Huntley's home, Phineas was ready for his first day at the tombs to be. Chapter 7. Adelia wanted to cross the room with confidence and sit next to Mr. Fernley, but he was so deeply engrossed with the book in his hand that she didn't dare. Instead, she sat on the sofa and pulled her fan out, hoping the movement would catch his eyes. He'd been at their home for 3 days, and nothing had been said about an engagement. She'd attempted to flirt, sought him out so they could learn about each other, and it had all been in vain. Her resolution to wait was over. Mr. Fernley spent his days with her father, travelling back and forth between the Valley of the Kings, and he never requested time alone with her. Their evenings were spent in pleasant conversations, with no indication of interest in marriage from Mr. Fernley. She waited until the following morning, when her nerves would be calm, before approaching her father. Adelia rapped lightly on the door to her father's den. She needed to understand what the purpose of bringing Mr. Fernley to Egypt was, if it wasn't for a marriage arrangement.
Come in.
Adelia opened the door and realized, as Mr. Fernley stood upon her entrance, that she'd interrupted a private conversation. It pained her to notice that her father no longer cared to treat her with the civility and manners he would have offered when they'd been at home in England. Unabashed, she pushed through the door, hoping the paperwork before them was a marriage contract, but when she looked down upon it, she saw it was a map of the archaeological sites where workers were digging for Egyptian treasures. "Father, may I beg a moment of your time?"
Fernley, if you would like to start out ahead of me, I will meet you after I speak with Adelia.
She noticed Mr. Fernley only looked her way to give a parting bow, which was polite, but it bothered her. She'd attempted conversation with him on multiple occasions. Was it all for naught? Had he been brought to Egypt to be her father's entertainment, or was he there as a match for her? She would discover the true meaning of all her questions before her father left the house.
Adelia, what has you so addled? I have meant to speak with you since I came back from Alexandria. You are changed.
Now that she was confronting her father, she wondered if it was wise. But she'd set out with a purpose, and there would be no persuading her otherwise. "I am lonely, father."
You have Masika as a companion.
"I love Masika, but she does not feel the same for me. You hired her as a maid, and she has never allowed herself to be anything but a maid."
I could change her position to companion, if that would please you.
Adelia took a deep breath. She prided herself on being forthright. "Why did you bring Mr. Fernley to Egypt?" His raised eyebrows told her she was very uninformed.
I am not the reason he is here. Carlin met him in London. When he discovered Mr. Fernley was set to travel here, he sent my card with the young man and offered our hospitality to him.
"No, it cannot be true." She was certain her father was not being honest with her. No man in his right mind would want to live in Egypt instead of England.
I assure you I had no hand in bringing him here, but now that he is with us, I plan to use him for my own purposes.
The hopes she'd built up crashed down in seconds. How could she have misunderstood? Feeling more than ashamed for the imaginings of marriage and future love, Adelia looked away from her father to hide the blush staining her cheeks. Was she so lonely and in need of belonging somewhere that the sight of any man from England could arouse such wild fabrications and tempt her toward marriage? Moreover, how could she have thought her father cared about her future? Since the death of her mother, he'd been focused on the pain of his loss and had never once considered Adelia's needs. Her father continued speaking. He hadn't noticed her distress, or he chose to ignore it. She couldn't be sure which it was.
I believe Mr. Fernley plans to live in Egypt for a time and then move on to other adventures. For now, he hopes to be part of history with the archaeological digs happening in the Valley of the Kings.
Did Carlin send a letter with him? I am expecting a response to the last letter I sent him.
I am afraid your brother has never been one to follow through with promises, Adelia. If you asked him to find a way to take you home, he will fail you.
Dismayed at the possibility of spending the rest of her life alone, Adelia turned back to stare her father in the eyes. She no longer cared if he saw her embarrassment. You do not have to be cruel.
Would not the truth be preferable to lies? Do you want to live with continued disappointment?
No, but nor do I want to spend the rest of my life in this banishment you have concocted for yourself.
You must find joy in your circumstances. No one except yourself is responsible to provide happiness to you.
Her father sat back in his chair and examined her like he would a ruby or emerald delicately positioned in a scarab. She fought the urge to look down in shame. Instead, she pulled out her fan and waved it, praying her cheeks would return to normal. You are determined to ignore my pleas?
Adelia, I never should have brought you here. You belong in England with your brother. By bringing you here, I stole every opportunity from you for a husband and children. Now you are a spinster, and I cannot change what has happened. If I could take you back, I would.
His knowledge of her pain meant nothing in light of the revelations about Mr. Fernley's purposes in Egypt. She'd been a fool to think her father had cared enough to find her a match. He hadn't cared for anyone but himself since her mother had died, and he dragged her away from England to the scorching, unforgiving desert. You can take me back. There is no reason for us to stay here. I could have the house packed and closed within the week. If Mr. Fernley wants to live here, he can assume the responsibility of our home. We could be with Carlin in the cool, healing air of Bath before Michaelmas.
I cannot go back. Our life is in Egypt now, and I will live here until I take my last breath.
Adelia had often thought about what she would do once her father passed away. She didn't like thinking about it, but the grey in his hair proved he was aging. When his time came, she would be alone with no protector to take her back to England or to see to her needs in Egypt. Did he truly think leaving her in the Egyptian desert was the duty he had toward her? She was his own flesh. What am I to do when you die and leave me alone to fend for myself? How am I to survive here?
You will have Nakia and Masika. They will take you into their family.
No, father. I will be even more alone than I already find myself. Can you not understand the importance of seeing to my future? Do you not see that I yearn to belong and have the companionship of others?
Enough! Adelia, you knew I was planning to live out my life in Egypt. You made the decision to follow me here, and you must now live with your choice.
She hadn't chosen Egypt. She had chosen her father. But it seemed in the eyes of the Marquess, she'd chosen this horrible life. She'd committed to staying with her father, but when that decision had been made, they were both grieving. Her mother had died only weeks before, and she hadn't wanted to let her father go into exile on his own. She'd thought over time he would come to his senses and take her back to England. Instead, he was entrenched in the archaeology of the desert, and he had built a new life while she was stuck in loneliness, wishing someone would care enough about her to see to her needs. Adelia had one final request. There was no reason for her to be alone if Mr. Fernley planned to stay in Egypt. Father, if I am to stay in Egypt, will you ask Mr. Fernley to consider an arrangement with me?
He is not looking for marriage, Adelia. It is best you spend your time improving your skills and your mind. There is much to love about Egypt and its rich history. Learn what you can, and be happy with the adventurous life you have been given.
I am not a blue stocking, father. I have no desire to spend my days in research and study. I read more than is acceptable for a lady as it is. As for adventure, This land leaves nothing to the imagination. It is rocks and sand and bugs and discomfort. Her father looked at his pocket watch and then tucked it away in his waistcoat.
I promised Mr. Fernley I would meet him at the dig site. We can continue this conversation when you are in a more agreeable mood.
She knew what he meant. They would never discuss the topic again. She would spend the rest of her life alone, and her father would be content with his personal exile. As she watched her father leave, a wild and desperate plan formed in her head. She would lure Mr. Fernley into a sense of trust and convince him with her femininity to take a wife. If her plan were to work, Adelia would need advice on flirting. She didn't know if her father's library held books with the nature of content she needed, but she would search through the night if necessary. Adelia ran her fingers along the spines of books as she searched for one that could take her in the proper direction for flirting. She'd been taught in finishing school the art of morning visits, afternoon tea, dancing, and batting her eyes. Even the art of waving a fan was important when seeking a husband, but she'd never been successful. She would have to be more purposeful in her fan waving and eye batting if she were to be successful.
My lady, what has brought you to the library?
Masika well knew Adelia preferred to spend her days sketching on the veranda instead of reading a book. I am in need of advice only the most intelligent of scholars can give.
May I inquire as to the topic of this advice? I might be of use in your search.
Adelia turned toward her maid in appreciation. 2 people searching would cover the contents of the library much quicker than one. I need advice on how to catch the eye of a man.
Do you mean Mr. Fernley?
Yes. There was no reason to deny the truth. He was the only suitable British man of her society nearby. I plan to marry him. Masika stepped toward her, closing the distance between them.
It might be simpler to request assistance from the goddess Hathor.
Adelia loved her maid, but when she spoke of the gods and goddesses of her pagan beliefs, it was difficult not to roll her eyes. Instead of giving heed to the statement, Adelia went back to her search.
You may not believe in my gods and goddesses, but they can help, similar to those of the Greeks.
Instead of searching through books, Masika stepped up to the shelf Adelia knew held books on Egypt and searched until she found the one explaining the roles of each member of the Egyptian deity.
The information is in here, my lady.
Adelia knew one of her duties as mistress was to respect the beliefs of those in her employ. She didn't have to agree with the pagan religion. Instead, she would do the proper thing and show Masika her beliefs had not gone unnoticed. Adelia walked to a sofa and sat while indicating that Masika should join her. Tell me, Masika, how is your mother?
She is quite well, my lady. My brother wrote to inform me she is well on her way to recovery.
Truly? Adelia knew the sacrifice had been made only recently. Masika had feared the worst for her mother. Are all the gods and goddesses so quick to fulfill a request?
It depends on the urgency. Healing is much more urgent than an emotion such as love.
Why? If their powers are all-encompassing, why would love be any different?
It is a matter of the heart, my lady. The goddess of love would have to contend with the desires stopping the choice of love. In Mr. Fernley's situation, Hathor would have to show him he is on a path leading away from you.
So you believe she would have to change his focus to work her enchantments? Adelia bit her bottom lip to stop a smile. She loved Masika, but she couldn't give in to the mysticisms of law.
Yes, my lady. Please, let me help you understand Hathor's power. I do think she can guide you on this journey to win Mr. Fernley's affections.
Resigned for the moment, Adelia consented. Tell me about your goddess of love.
The goddess, Hathor, wears a sun disk with horns on her head. When appropriate, she can take the form of a cow. Most importantly, her enchantments and powers are for the greatest of emotions, love. The goddess Isis is the creator of fertility and motherhood.
I do not need the goddess Isis, not yet. Let us focus on Hathor. Tell me more about how her magic works.
It is not magic, my lady. The goddess blesses those who show their belief in her by making daily sacrifices in her honor.
What sort of daily sacrifices? She tried to hide the skepticism within her words, but she utterly failed. Adelia didn't like the idea of having to do anything shameful. She was a lady of high birth and a faithful parishioner of the Church of England. She would not engage in anything devious. Upon seeing her disdain for the belief, Masika backtracked in her storytelling.
You are right, my lady. It might be easier to flirt with Mr. Fernley instead of using the power of the goddess.
Masika had never spoken so boldly, and it threw Adelia off course for a moment. With nothing more to say, Masika curtsied and turned to leave the room. Not that she'd planned to accept any strange stories of the goddess, but she didn't want to injure Masika's feelings. I am sorry, Masika. Please sit by me and tell me more of what is involved in a sacrifice. Masika sullenly sat on the edge of the sofa, her stiff posture indicating she was still affronted by Adelia's reaction.
Small offerings may be made in the privacy of one's home. The burning of incense will pull the notice of Hathor toward you before a final sacrifice is to be made. If you would allow me to do so in your honor, I will help you see the power of the goddess.
Oh. Adelia hadn't expected such an offer. Unwilling to cause another rift between them, she acquiesced without expecting anything to come of the strange homage. How very kind of you.
It will be my honor to serve you in this capacity.
Very well. Adelia eyed the shelves, knowing there were books on the art of relationships and flirting available to her. She wanted to continue searching for the content, yet feared it would cause Masika discomfort. Masika was the only person she had for company. She couldn't ruin the friendship.
My lady, I will take care of the offerings for you.
I appreciate your willingness. Masika stood and curtsied before she left the room. When the door closed behind her, Adelia stood and went back to her search. She needed to discover helpful advice before Masika tried to convince her to worship the Egyptian gods again. Adelia's father and Mr. Fernley ate supper separately from her, leaving Adelia hurt and frustrated. She'd sat in the drawing room, waiting for them to join her for nightly conversation, only to be left alone the entire evening. Dismayed, Adelia slowly walked to her bedchamber to spend the night alone. If she were in England, there would be a ball, soiree, or supper party to attend. She would socialize long into the morning hours and sleep late the following day. In Egypt, she had nothing to look forward to. The knowledge she'd gleaned from the books on flirting would do little good if Mr. Fernley stayed away from her. The constant reminder of not belonging rang through her mind as she slowly opened the door to her bedchamber. As she stepped through, expecting to go to bed early, Adelia stopped in the doorway as a strong scent met her senses. What are you doing? Adelia stood back as a trickle of smoke rose from a decorative bowl near her window, where Masika stood. Is that eucalyptus and rosewood?
This is the first of many offerings for you, my lady.
Adelia's curiosity was piqued, but not enough to make her cross the room to watch or participate. Instead, she went to her dressing room and slipped out of her supper gown. She wouldn't bother Masika with helping her dress if it meant the strange ritual happening in her chamber would be over by the time she was ready to crawl beneath the bed covers. Unfortunately, when Adelia re-entered her main room, Masika was encouraging the smoke to rise by waving her hands above the bowl and whispering words in her native tongue. To combat the heathen ritual taking place in her chamber, Adelia knelt beside her bed to offer a proper prayer before sliding under the covers of her bed and pinning the netting closed to keep any bugs that might visit her room during the night from entering the area where she slept. Adelia pulled her legs against her body as she watched the offering Masika continued to make on her behalf. Although it was much different than a Christian prayer, it was intriguing to watch. As Masika stood, the smoke lessened around the bowl. "You may rest well, my lady. Hathor's attention has been pulled toward you and your situation. She will listen to the pleas I send her way." "How do you know she heard you?" Adelia wasn't ever certain her prayers were heard by God, so it was bothersome to see her maid had such a strong conviction over a mythological deity hearing one session of worship. "You still do not believe in my gods." "Am I so obvious?" "Do not worry over your disbelief. It will not be long before Hathor shows her powers." Even if it was a silly situation, Adelia was thankful for her maid. No one in her life had done as much as Masika had to bring her comfort for a very long time. "Thank you, Masika. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed." "Pleasant dreams, my lady." Masika curtsied and left the room, leaving Adelia to her thoughts. Unable to hold in the laughter any longer, Adelia giggled at the absurdity of burning incense to pay homage to an ancient goddess who was more myth than reality. She smiled as her eyes drooped, and she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 8. Phineas brushed the sand from his shirt sleeves, waistcoat, and trousers as he saw Lady Adelia and her maid walking toward him. Although he wasn't in a fine ballroom or attending a dance at Almack's, he thought it would be inappropriate to stand before a lady covered in sand. It had taken time for him to be comfortable in his shirt sleeves, but such comfort only came after Huntley had convinced him no one in Egypt expected a suit coat in the heat. The sun beat down upon his head as he removed his hat in greeting. Phineas hadn't yet fought his upbringing enough to dishonor a woman with a greeting less than what he would give when in England. With a tiny nod of his head in her direction, Phineas acknowledged her arrival and tucked his hat under his arm. "My lady?" "Mr. Fernley, are you finished with your excavations for the day?" Lady Adelia waved a fan with one hand as she dabbed at beads of sweat pouring down her face with the other. Her bonnet did nothing to shade her skin as he could see evidence of a burn. "I decided I was done lifting boulders until the morrow." Although he enjoyed archaeology, it was more the examination of treasure he hoped to spend time on instead of manual labor. But he had come to understand both the removal of earth and the discovery of ancient artifacts went hand in hand, and he would do his part without complaint so he could reap the rewards. "Is this work everything you expected it to be?" "Not in the least." Adelia's eyes twitched a few times, and he wondered if she had a bug stuck in them or perhaps sand. He lifted a hand to ask about the strange reason for her blinking, but she suddenly stopped before speaking once more. "Are you disappointed that your expectations have not been met?" After she finished her question, she tilted her head and her eyes went back to the calculated twitching. Phineas knew something must be wrong, but he didn't know how to approach it. "I will have to adjust to my circumstances." "A valiant goal, sir." Deciding he should simply ask her about the twitching, Phineas again raised his hand and quickly pointed to her eyes. "Do you have something stuck in your eyes, my lady?" Clearly taken aback, Lady Adelia's eyes doubled the movement. Her voice rose an octave as she stumbled over her explanation. "Perhaps I am certain it is nothing. It is only I am certain it is a small grain of sand. It is nothing you need concern yourself over." Her cheeks and neck turned a pretty shade of pink as she worked out her excuse for blinking at him. Phineas was a practical man and could not imagine leaving a woman in pain. "May I assist you?" "Pardon me?" Lady Adelia's fan-waving doubled in speed as she took a step away from him.
I am skilled at finding particles of sand in everything of late. Phineas motioned to the sand on his clothing. It would be my honor to relieve your eyes of any foreign objects.
Blinking ever faster, Lady Adelia stepped closer to her maid. That will not be necessary. I think the sand has dissolved. Phineas nodded. He was unaware of the scientific properties of sand. In his experience, it usually turned to mud and made more of a mess. But he would not argue with the lady, as he had no idea what one tiny particle could do to an eye.
Very well. If you will excuse me.
If you are finished with the dig site, then is your afternoon free? He'd planned to take a nap, but her smile and reserved excitement made him think it would be terribly rude to ignore the unspoken request.
I am at your disposal, my lady.
How wonderful! Would you walk with me? I have been indoors much of the day, and I desire conversation. Phineas looked down at his clothing and hesitated. It would be more appropriate for him to escort a lady while he was wearing a clean waistcoat, a stately jacket, and a pressed cravat, but the thought of wearing such heavy clothing made him ill. A small internal struggle instantly plagued his mind. No one in Egypt would expect him to wear a cravat in the sweltering heat, and he would be very uncomfortable with the heavy linen against his neck. The source of his troubling thoughts lay solely in knowing that his mother would be very disappointed if she ever found out he'd escorted the daughter of a marquess while he was covered in dirt.
Will you wait a quarter of an hour? I must find something more appropriate for the exercise.
There is no need, Mr. Fernley. If you are worried about the dirt, you will be covered in grains of sand after our outing. No one in this country can escape the effects of the desert. He'd found this statement to be true. If she didn't mind his appearance, then he would be happy to play escort in his current wardrobe.
If you insist.
I do. Phineas held his hands behind his back and walked next to Lady Adelia. He wondered what reasons a young lady would have to leave England to live in such a place as Luxor. Certainly, he knew his own reasons, but Lady Adelia must have had a choice in the matter. Women of her social status spent their time in tea rooms and engaged in other such nonsense he was thankful was far in his past. As they walked toward town, Phineas searched for topics of conversation. He'd never been skilled at wooing a woman, and so he hadn't practiced speaking with them. Deciding he would consider Lady Adelia a potential friend made conversing easier. He could readily forget the fine way her pink dress pressed against her body, enhancing the darkness of her hair. If Masika hadn't been walking near her mistress, Phineas would have claimed Adelia's hair was black. But with the contrast between the two women, he could see Adelia's was a rich, dark brown.
Have you been to the archaeological dig sites? Phineas asked, hoping she held an interest in the history of the ancient Egyptians.
Not very often. I choose to spend my days sketching, sewing, or reading.
You sketch?
It is a nice way to spend my time, and my father requests I make likenesses to his treasures so he can send them to potential buyers. I do not have any parties or balls to attend. There are very few millineries, haberdasheries, and draper shops to visit, and even if there were plenty of places to spend money, where would I present my new items? Gloves are terribly uncomfortable in the constant heat, and how can one possibly use a parasol when one hand is occupied with a fan while the other cleans away the effects of the heat? He noticed she was not wearing gloves. Pointing to her bare hands, Phineas quirked an eyebrow in her direction.
I notice you do not generally wear gloves.
Why should I be properly attired? I wore gloves every day for 6 months upon my arrival, and I ended each day with heat rashes on my skin. Therefore, I do hope you will forgive my lack of decorum. Phineas nodded in understanding. Rules of propriety had to be different for the country in which one resided. Not everyone in the world obeyed the rules forced upon the beau monde.
You will hear no complaints from me on the matter, for I am standing before you in my shirt sleeves.
Adelia laughed. How shockingly forward of you, sir. Phineas went silent as they walked past a group of men speaking animatedly. The stark difference between the Arabic language and what he and Adelia were speaking reminded him that she'd been in the country for many years and still did not speak the foreign tongue. You must be very lonely. Adelia turned toward him, and he could see the sadness his statement brought to her features. Very much. I am thankful you have come. Do you plan to stay long? Egypt is one stop amongst many for me. Where would you like to go next? I plan to sail around the world. There are so many places to explore, and I want to see everything and experience different cultures. What are the highlights you anticipate while seeking adventure, if you do not mind me prying? Not at all. Phineas had to think about the question. He'd never fully expressed any desire to his brothers beyond travelling to Egypt. Now he was here, he knew there was much more beyond the confines of the desert. I would enjoy seeing ancient Greece. I have heard the archaeologists are working to uncover secrets of the past there as well. I have no doubt there will be artifacts to collect and study. Now is the time for anyone serious in the study of archaeology to travel and see history uncovered. Phineas left out the observation that it would mean more digging in dirt and removing of heavy debris. He wished he could hire a team of workers to do the heavy lifting, much like the process Huntley had employed in the Valley of the Kings. Lady Adelia's response pulled him back to the conversation. Or, might I suggest, it is actually being rediscovered? You may. My greatest hope is to one day be part of history. Do you never want to go home? Phineas shook his head. I miss my family, but over time the ache will lessen. They understand my need for adventure, and I wish them the best with their futures. Lady Adelia looked upon him with pity. He'd never seen anyone with such sadness in their eyes, at least not regarding him, and it made him question his reasons for wanting to live the life of a bachelor. It sounds like a very lonely life. He defended his choice not only for Adelia to understand his position, but because he needed to remind himself of his reasons. He'd made plans and needed to follow through. He wanted the life of a nomad and craved the solitude it would bring. I will make friends along the way. Perhaps one day I may even decide to stay where I am and live the remainder of my years in one place. But until my heart feels the pull of home and contentment, I will travel. What about Nefertiti? My camel? Phineas was surprised by her question. He hadn't expected her to ask about the ornery beast that threatened to throw him to the ground each time he rode her. She would be much happier with a different master. I do believe the camel despises me for purchasing her. Adelia laughed, and the lingering chime it impressed upon his soul was pleasing. I have never heard of such an unruly camel. What did you do to earn her dislike? Hoping to encourage Adelia to laugh again, Phineas made up a terribly stupid excuse. It might have been my initial request for a horse. She may never forgive me for seeking out a different animal and then settling upon her. When she didn't laugh, Phineas tried to think of something else to say. He yearned to hear the charming, cultured, feminine sound that reminded him of the tinkling of crystal again. Do you think I can convince Nefertiti to stop spitting on me? Only if you promise to never ride a horse again. She sounds like a jealous creature. Adelia had spoken with sincerity, which didn't evoke a laugh. Trying one more time to bring the bright smile to her face, Phineas spoke with solemnity. Then you do not think it appropriate for me to inform Nefertiti of my plans to purchase an elephant when I visit India? Adelia's eyes lit up with pleasure, and the same enchanting laugh sounded through the air. Phineas was certain he'd never heard anything so wonderful. I believe she will take a bite out of your leg for that confession. Better to keep silent on future travel plans. Not all creatures are forgiving. Phineas led Adelia back toward her home, thankful he'd taken the time to speak with her. He would always consider her a friend, now he'd had a chance to know a little more about who she was and her temperament. He hoped there would be many more walks through town and many more pleasing conversations. Chapter 9. Did I not tell you Hathor heard my offering? Masika held out Adelia's supper gown of dark purple muslin, similar to the colour of eggplant, while making her claim. The Mr. Fernley we have known would never have agreed to walk with you unless Hathor had enchanted his sensibilities. Adelia pursed her lips, considering the claim for less than a second before scoffing at her maid. You do not understand the expectations of British society. It would have been rude for Mr. Fernley to refuse my request. You are in England no longer, my lady. Yet leaving the country does not take the manners out of a person. Manners are instilled in each member of the ton from birth. Trying to prove her point, Masika argued as she buttoned the back of Adelia's dress. Hathor also brought Mr. Fernley home from the Valley of the Kings earlier than usual. He rarely leaves the excavation site before Lord Huntley. Adelia bit her bottom lip. Masika was correct in her observation. Perhaps he tired early. Digging in the sand from sunup to sundown is overwhelmingly exhausting. Masika tied Adelia's sash and motioned for her to sit at the vanity so her hair could be styled. Do not ignore the goddess when she is answering the offering. Hathor will not take kindly to an ungrateful receiver of her powers. Chastened, Adelia conceded to her maid. It didn't matter if her beliefs were in one god and Masika believed in many gods. More than anything, cruelty toward another person's beliefs was inappropriate. I apologize, Masika. Thank you, my lady. I will make another offering this evening, so you can see more of Hathor's powers on your behalf. How many offerings must you make? Is not one sufficient? I will continue in honor of your happiness until the goddess grants my request. I will not rest until you are married to Mr. Fernley. Taken aback by the pronouncement, Adelia smoothed out the front of her dress and left her chambers concerned for her maid. She hoped Masika would not be disappointed when the goddess failed to answer the prayers sent her way. It was possible the entire endeavour to win Mr. Fernley's affections would fail. If it did, Adelia would send a letter to her brother every day until he arrived to take her home. She would not rest until she was home, where she belonged, in England. Upon entering the drawing-room, Adelia patiently waited for her father and Mr. Fernley to notice she stood in the doorway, but when their conversation continued without acknowledging her presence, Adelia found a chair and sat. Grumbling to herself, she cursed the goddess Hathor. Instead of lively conversation, she found the clock ticking away each second as they spoke about archaeology. Holding her facial features motionless turned out to be difficult, so she softened gaze and sat comfortably against her chair. Flirting was much harder than she'd anticipated. When she'd seen her friends catch a man's eye, the man had done all he could to return the effort so their relationship would fall into place. Nothing so wonderful or easy had ever occurred for Adelia. The conversation she'd had with Mr. Fernley when they'd walked into Luxor had started out tense. Batting her eyes had done nothing to encourage him. Instead of enticing him toward her, she'd nearly run him off. She'd put all her efforts into flirting, and when she'd stopped the seductive efforts she'd learned in finishing school, the rest of the conversation had gone well. He'd participated in the conversation like a proper gentleman. Unbidden questions entered her mind. Had the conversation gone well because of her flirting, or despite the attempts she'd made? Was Masika's goddess responsible as she claimed? Adelia didn't quite know what to think of mythology, and every part of her soul wanted to argue against the possibility. Enchantments were not the work of a deity. While they'd strolled through Luxor, Adelia had imagined the sound of horses and laughter from lawn parties. The entire outing had brought her joy, much like she would have expected on a romantic walk in Hyde Park. Now, as her father and Mr. Fernley pored over a book on a topic she didn't care about, she realized her efforts had been wasted. She was no closer to engaging his affections now than she had been when he arrived in Luxor.
"Supper is served, my lord."
Nakia's announcement pulled her father's attention away from the book long enough for him to notice her.
"Adelia, when did you arrive?"
She tried to hide her annoyance at being ignored, but was wholly unsuccessful as she couldn't hold back the growl of displeasure. "I have been here a quarter of an hour."
"You should speak up when you enter a room. Skulking in a corner will do little good."
Her father held his arm out, and she accepted the offer but chose to ignore the censure he gave. It wouldn't make the evening enjoyable if she were in a foul temper. "What topic had you and Mr. Fernley so preoccupied?" She looked between her father and Mr. Fernley, hoping they would share their plans. If she knew what to expect, she could plan a counter-move to win the man's affections. Mr. Fernley's face lit up, and she feared he'd mention world travel again. She worried the enticement of marriage and children would not be enough to persuade him away from the solitary life of a bachelor.
"Huntley was showing me the quickest way to the Red Sea. It would be a gross misjudgment on my part to leave Egypt before seeing the historic sea."
Fear laced its daunting fingers around her insecurities. The task of breaking this man from a life of freedom was one she feared herself incapable of achieving. She needed to win his heart before he left. Time was of the essence. "You have only just arrived in Luxor. How could you plan to leave so soon?"
"I will continue here in Luxor until I feel the need to move on. But the Red Sea is of great importance to me. It is something I can write to my brother about. He is a vicar and will find joy in knowing I have seen the sea spoken of in the Bible."
Adelia looked to her father for help, but decided against it when she remembered he'd expressly decided not to help her by arranging a match with Mr. Fernley. She would have to discover the secret to winning a man's heart and make herself equal to the task. Supper was awful. Deciding not to join the men in the drawing room for conversation afterward, Adelia sat in her bedchamber with a paper and her quill, writing out possible ways to win Mr. Fernley's affections before he left for good. Masika sat near her window muttering prayers over incense to the goddess Hathor and did not take notice of Adelia's arrival. By the time she was finished writing everything out, she realized her list was pathetic. How to make Mr. Fernley notice me. Ask about his family. Win the heart of his camel. Convince him to dance with me. Engage him in a game of cards. Take him stargazing. Adelia looked to Masika for advice. What do Egyptian women do to win a husband? If we are unsuccessful with all attempts to speak with a man, we ask the goddess Hathor for help. Your goddess did nothing for me this evening. Mr. Fernley seemed to not notice my dress and lovely coiffure. Perhaps it was your mistrust of her existence that led her to ignore you this evening. Rolling her eyes to the heavens, Adelia pulled out her Bible to read a passage before bed. She was certain if God was looking down upon her, he would be displeased with the worshipping of a fake goddess in her bedchamber. As Masika finished, she blew out all the candles in the room, except the one Adelia used to read. Pleasant dreams. Masika, Adelia said, putting her Bible down and looking to her maid. Thank you for caring about me. I have not felt so loved since my mother died. Even though I cannot believe in your goddess, I am thankful you have petitioned her on my behalf. Your happiness is all I have ever wanted, my lady. Adelia blew the candle out as her maid left the room. As she closed her eyes and settled against the pillows for the night, she thought of the life she'd had in England. Although it had been years, she could still remember everything about her mother, and she longed to feel the comfort and safety her mother represented. Chapter 10. There were a few things about Egypt that didn't meet Phineas's expectations. First on that list was his camel, a far cry from the horse he had expected to purchase. The camel wouldn't be horrible if Nefertiti had manners. The continued spitting and growling made him certain the camel was possessed. Second was the laborious task of removing rock and all manner of debris from the tombs. Every inch of his body ached and screamed out for relief. He'd been raised to be a gentleman, and although he'd spent years on the estate, he'd never had to get his hands dirty. As Phineas tied Nefertiti to a post and pulled his pack down, he patted the camel on her back. "Be kind to the other camels. Show them you are a gentle girl, that you intend them no harm." Nefertiti responded by glaring at him and sending him off with a loud bleat. He knew it was best not to look at the camel in the eye, and so he slowly and quietly backed away. He often wondered if a male camel would have been less temperamental. "Good day, Mr. Fernley." Phineas turned and removed his hat as Lady Adelia approached in a white muslin day dress, a fan waving wildly in front of her face. He wondered if it did anything to keep the heat at bay as her efforts sent hot air in his direction. "Lady Adelia, are you here to observe Huntley at work?" "No, I had not considered watching my father play in the sand." Lady Adelia constantly surprised him with her keen sense of humour. "Oh? You sound as though you think he is building castles and forts at the beach." Her sing-song laugh warmed his heart. "Do you assist him by playing in the sand as well?" Phineas smiled. "I try hard to consider my time here as work. It makes me feel accomplished to do something useful with my hands." He held out his ungloved hands to show her the blisters that would one day turn to calluses. He was proud of his wounds and saw them as a mark of growth, from a soft gentleman to a historic contributor. His hands were no longer suitable for a woman to hold at a ball, which made him extraordinarily pleased. When Adelia closed her hand over her mouth and let out a gasp of shock, he realized parading his glorious blisters had been a mistake. Her eyes were wide with apprehension. As he withdrew the display, she reached out and took hold of his hands to stop him from hiding them in his pockets. "Mr. Fernley, are you in pain?" Her touch and concern sent a shiver of pleasure through him. The softness of her hands tingled against the rough, dry cracks of his own much differently than he would have expected. The way her mouth turned down in a displeased pout sent a thrill of excitement through his body. An unwelcome desire to continue speaking with her took root in his mind. "They hurt for a few days, but I am over the worst of it. It would do little good to share his disappointments with another. He'd chosen his path in life, so there was no reason to burden anyone with his concerns." "Do you have medications? Why have you not worn gloves to cover your sores? They could become infected and you could lose your hands." Phineas decided she was overreacting with the last part of her comment. There was no reason to believe he would be in danger of needing an amputation. "My hands will heal. Not without proper care. I will find a medicinal salve to rub on them tonight." Lady Adelia reached forward and took his arm in hers, pulling him back toward his camel. "I will care for your hands, and you will rest for the day. I will not have our house guest injured while staying with us." "Lady Adelia, there is no need to see after my hands. They no longer hurt, and I am proud of the way they look." Adelia stopped and glared at him. "Why would these injuries make you proud?" He blushed but pressed forward. He understood she was trying to be a friend, but the concern wasn't necessary. "It shows I am doing my part as a member of Huntley's group. Please do not spend another moment worrying over my welfare." She frowned even more, and he wondered if it were possible to encourage another laugh from her. The memory of her melodic tone left him longing for more. "Mr. Fernley, is there nothing I can do to persuade you to stop digging in the sand?" "I am afraid not. I am quite determined to find treasures once held by kings." "But is that not morally wrong?" "Pardon me? Are you not a thief?" He hadn't expected her to ask such a question. Taken aback by the accusation, His desire for her gentle touch evaporated. Stepping away, he withdrew his hand from her grasp. "Of course not." "Do not misunderstand my question. I only wish to know why you think it is appropriate to disturb the final resting place of anyone, let alone a king. Is it not inappropriate to take what does not belong to you?" She pointed to her maid and then met his gaze with a determined strength he'd never seen in her. "If those treasures belong to anyone, should it not be the people of Egypt? This is their home. Those buried here are their kings and queens. It should make sense to leave the treasures buried with the dead or to give them to the people of Egypt." Phineas had only been asked this question one other time, and it was from his twin brother Gilbert. As a vicar, he'd asked questions on morality that had bothered Phineas. Hiding in the shadows of his heart was the fear that Gilbert and now Lady Adelia were right. He'd been able to push the disturbing thoughts aside the previous year with Gilbert, but now with the innocence and beauty of the woman standing before him, it was hard to remember how he'd justified his search for treasures in the past. "I will consider what you have said." "Then I will leave you to your search." Phineas watched as Lady Adelia and Masika slowly walked away. Her graceful stride was intoxicating. He almost untied Nefertiti and followed, but as he looked back at the path leading to the dig site, Phineas knew his heart would always ache for the passion of unearthing relics of the past. It was a dream his father had encouraged. His father had known this was the path Phineas was supposed to take, and somehow being in Egypt made him feel closer to the man who had raised him. Walking along the path, he pushed aside the longing to sit near the fire with his father while they discussed the ancient world. Instead, he mulled over the questions Lady Adelia had asked, which were now plaguing his heart. How would he feel when he finally entered the sacred death chamber of an ancient pharaoh or queen? Was hard work enough justification for what Lady Adelia claimed was thievery? The memory of his father's face pierced his mind's eye, and he wondered what advice his father would give him if he were still alive. Would he be proud of Phineas for leaving England in search of history? An affirmative answer to the question filled Phineas's chest. His father had always encouraged him to seek after good things and for the yearnings of his soul. Taking his position near the entrance he was working to uncover, he started work for the day. He bent down, taking great care to lift each boulder without injuring his body. Lady Adelia's words slithered into his thoughts, and he spent more time than he'd prefer silently defending himself. His excuses repeated in his mind over and over until he was ready to scream. Nagging guilt for his heart's desire pressed upon his shoulders. As he continued to lift debris away from the tomb, Phineas fought the assumptions placed upon him. His frustration and internal discussion turned to anger with himself for allowing someone who understood nothing about the deepest desires of his heart to affect him so completely. Lady Adelia's opinions didn't matter. His father had understood the dream of archaeology, and that should be enough for Lady Adelia. Focusing on his work, he tried to push Lady Adelia to the back of his mind. He threw each boulder to the side, not stopping to think of anything but what lay beneath the rubble. But with the crash of each boulder he threw, Phineas could hear the questions repeating in his mind, and he didn't have a satisfactory answer. He threw another boulder as Lady Adelia's innocent face settled in his memory. He allowed himself to dwell on her beauty as he picked up another rock. She was not what he'd expected from Lord Carlin's description. He'd expected a blue-stocking spinster with a pointed nose buried in a book at all hours of the day and night. Shaking his head, he tried to ignore the questions in her emerald eyes, but found it nearly impossible. Phineas kicked at the sand and closed his eyes. With the greatest effort, he tried to focus on something other than the image of Lady Adelia forming in his mind. Searching for a memory other than the woman haunting his thoughts, Phineas tried to exercise control over his mind. To his great surprise, his memory turned to a scene years before in the schoolroom at Primrose Hall. He sat next to Gilbert with a Bible on the table. The memorization of the begats filled his memory, and he started repeating the verses. Cush begat Nimrod. Nimrod begat. Each time he thought of another ancient person in the Bible, he pushed Lady Adelia further from his mind. He'd nearly succeeded until a movement out of the corner of his eyes made him think of her fan, and his self-controlled thoughts were defeated. A terrible truth settled upon his shoulders and landed in his chest. Somehow, Lady Adelia's beauty had wiggled into the corners of his mind, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push her out. It was unsettling how the simple attraction to her fine eyes and the shapely curve of her features invaded his unconscious mind, creating scenarios more unlikely than the next. He'd never entertained thoughts of a woman, never cared to ask any female for a dance or for a walk in Hyde Park. But in that moment, he could clearly see Lady Adelia with a parasol, strolling through Hyde Park on the arm of a gentleman. Not him. He was quick to amend any inkling of passion his senseless brain might encourage. Adelia deserved a man like his brother, Gilbert. She would make a lovely vicar's wife. Convincing himself the notice he'd taken was purely out of concern for his twin brother, Phineas stopped working and sat on the pile of rubble. A piercing pain entered his chest at the thought of Adelia marrying anyone. Burying his head in his hands, he knew a moment of deepest reflection would set his mind at ease and put him back on his chosen path. When his thoughts continued to sway toward Lady Adelia and the possibility of her marrying, he allowed the nagging question trying to break free from suppression to finally surface. Why couldn't he take a wife? Phineas laughed out loud at the absurdity. He didn't want a wife. He wanted the freedom to travel the world on a whim. If he tired of Egypt, he wanted to be able to pack his bag and leave for the next great adventure without a concern for someone else. Standing up, he stretched before picking up his shovel to break free more sand and rock. The more he worked toward his dreams, the happier he would be. As he broke another layer covering the entrance to his quarry, Phineas's hand slid along the handle of the shovel, causing a splinter of wood to pierce his skin. With his hand injured and in need of medical attention, he carried his tools back to Nefertiti and left for Huntley's home. He would remove the splinters and bandage his hand before returning to the dig site. As he approached the house, Phineas expected to request the needed bandages and ointment from Nakia. Stepping onto the veranda, he stopped as Lady Adelia called out to him. "Mr. Fernley, what brings you back to the house so early in the day?" Conceding to her earlier point, he held up his hand. "You were right to chide me on the injuries. I believe I have further damaged my hand." "Masika, will you gather the medical supplies? I will see to Mr. Fernley's hand." Phineas nodded to the maid as she rushed past him. He cautiously approached the table and sat next to Lady Adelia. Holding out his hand for her to see, he winced as she placed a handkerchief over the newest injury. "There is no need to concern yourself. I will care for it." "It is not a bother. I would enjoy the diversion from my usual tasks." Phineas hesitated to smile at Lady Adelia, given the state of his erstwhile thoughts. "Are you not bothered by the sight of blood?" Adelia smiled at him and let out the charming laugh he enjoyed so much. "I have an elder brother who was always getting into scrapes. I watched our nursemaid patch him up more than once." Masika returned and placed the medical instruments and supplies on the table. She retook her seat without offering to help her mistress. Phineas thought it strange, but shrugged off the errant thought. Focusing his attention back on Lady Adelia, he was certain Carlin had left him with the impression that Lady Adelia was older than he. "Lord Carlin is older than you?" "Yes, by 5 years. Are you acquainted with my brother?" "I met him a few days before I left England. He sent me with an introduction to your father. I am certain he said you were an elder sister." Adelia smiled at him. "You must have misheard. Carlin would never tell a falsehood. I had hoped my brother would travel to Egypt to visit with father and take me home. He promised to set sail, but I do not know when to expect him."
Perhaps he will arrive soon. He did not mention any plans to me.
Phineas tried to hold back a wince as Adelia removed the splinters one at a time. I have written to him many times. I only hope he finds it within himself to take compassion upon me. Until then, I am here to patch up your wounds. Phineas chanced a quick glance at his hand to see she was making wonderful progress.
You are very talented with healing instruments.
Her kind eyes met his, and she smiled at him. I will keep that in mind, if I ever find myself in need of a position. Suddenly nervous, Phineas searched for something else to speak of. It was not appropriate for a lady to take a position as anything, much less a nursemaid. His eyes fell upon her sketchbook.
May I look at your sketches?
You are welcome to do so. Phineas pulled it toward him with his uninjured hand and slowly turned the pages until he found a beautiful illustration of a home in a luscious country setting.
Where is this?
Huntley Estate, near Bath. It is my home.
You miss England?
Very much. I miss my home and my brother. I have many friends who have rightly forgotten about me, but I miss them as well. Phineas knew what she meant. Although he loved the path his life had taken, he also missed his brothers. He hadn't expected the pull toward England to be so strong, but a corner of his mind would always dwell in Yorkshire.
What do you miss most about England?
This might sound very shallow, but I miss the constant bustle of society. Parties at the Royal Pavilion, bathing in the sea, morning visits, and the constant chatter with friends. I miss people.
I do not consider you shallow. Perhaps misguided and lonely. No one in their right mind would wish to endure a morning visit with the crabby old gossips in society.
I would take a visit from the meanest, most powerful Duchess, if only I were back in my beloved England. I miss it so. The longing in her words left Phineas empty. Although he tried to convince himself he was happy, there was a deep desire within his soul to be back with his family, in the parlour at Primrose Hall. In his mind he could see the places she mentioned, along with the ruins in Yorkshire near his home, and the green fields dotted with sheep. Lost in his thoughts, he momentarily forgot why he'd decided to travel the world. It was quite possible he'd left everything important in England. I want to ride my horse across the luscious green fields and smell the salt from the sea as a storm rolls across the sky. I miss the simple pleasures of dancing in the rain when I expected clear skies and the beauty of a grey cloud. If he continued listening to Lady Adelia speak of England, he would book passage on the next ship out of Alexandria. He wanted nothing more than to sit in the library with Gilbert and Baxter, sip tea and speak of adventures. What had possessed him to leave home? Regret filled every inch of his soul, and he felt ill. He missed his mother and the warmth of her embrace. He would never see her again, not if he continued his current course. Suddenly, his plans seemed very selfish.
Phineas, I am glad I found you.
Huntley interrupted his nostalgic memories, breaking the trance Lady Adelia had placed over him. Huntley crossed from the open door, his hand outstretched. He held something small, gold and red.
Look what we found. I have never seen anything so wonderful in all my life.
Phineas pulled his newly bandaged hand out of Adelia's grasp as he stood and looked at the treasure. His heart stopped beating and time stood still as he looked upon the beautiful amulet.
Where did you discover this? We broke through another rock wall at Site 3, and it was lying in the dirt. I knew you would want to see it.
His longing for home evaporated as excitement filled his soul. He'd allowed Adelia's poetical ability to express her desires to override his own. With Huntley standing before him, his mind was back where it should be. Can we continue the dig tonight? Although it was dark, he was too excited to wait for the morrow. We can use candles to see. Huntley patted him on the shoulder.
We will start again in the morning. It is a pity you left early. What happened?
Phineas held up his hand. I had an unfortunate accident with a shovel, but Lady Adelia has set me right. I will be ready to go back at any time.
Come with me. We can examine the amulet under the lamps.
With a quick nod toward Adelia, Phineas followed the Marquess into the house. It was a horrible lack of luck that had sent him back to the house with an injury on such an important day of discovery. Chapter 11. Each time Adelia thought of Mr. Fernley leaving her to look at the amulet with her father, she wanted to scream. The simple act of caring for Mr. Fernley's wounds had left her heart racing. The touch of his rough hands had sent flutters of excitement through her stomach. She admired Mr. Fernley. It was silly to believe her feelings were anything more than a girlish fantasy her mind had conjured up to fill the lonely ache in her heart. The sensible side of her mind told her to examine the situation without jumping to conclusions. The insensible side of her mind wanted her to fall deeply in love with Mr. Fernley and convince him to take her back to England. Adelia slowly gathered the medical instruments she used and wiped them down before packing them away. She hummed a tune her mother had once sung to her with the hope that the disappointing end to the conversation with Mr. Fernley would fade away. "Do you not think it an unusual happenstance for Mr. Fernley to have been injured today?" Masika's question echoed through Adelia's mind, causing her to pause and putting the medical supplies back in the container. Injuries are common at the dig site, especially when the archaeologist is new. Adelia knew Masika was hinting toward the last offering she'd made to Hathor, but she wasn't going to fall for little tricks. "It seems as though Hathor is granting my wishes for you. It is quite plain the goddess agrees you are meant to be united in marriage with Mr. Fernley. Otherwise, she would have directed him to seek medical attention in Luxor." "I do not understand why a goddess would take such interest in me. I am a foreigner and an unbeliever in her enchantments." "She is a goddess, my lady. Hathor understands that there are some who need to see her powers before they can believe." "You truly believe Mr. Fernley's injuries today were caused by Hathor, an ancient goddess who does nothing unless an offering is made?" "I do, my lady." The solemnity of Masika's features and words stopped the laugh aching to burst from Adelia. "Thank you, Masika." Adelia pushed the medical container away as she picked up her sketchbook to continue drawing. She silently contemplated the situation before her. Although she and Mr. Fernley had spoken on few occasions, she found him to be a genuinely kind person. She liked him. He was the only solution to the loneliness and lack of belonging she felt. If they were to marry, could she be happy staying in Egypt? Or would her life stay much the same as it was now? Pushing aside Masika's insistence that a mythological goddess was intervening on her behalf, Adelia knew if she was going to catch the eye of Mr. Fernley, she must continue flirting. She'd held Mr. Fernley's attention long enough to know there was a part of him that missed his family. If she could pull those emotions out of him, she could convince him to marry her to help fill that missing part of his life. "I almost had him." Adelia placed her sketchbook back on the table and looked to Masika. "Did you see how engrossed he was in the conversation?" Masika lifted the needle and thread in her hand and expertly pushed the small piece of thread through the tiny eye. "I disagree, my lady. Your plan was bound to fail. He does not need a nurse or someone to care for him. Mr. Fernley is an independent man who knows his own mind. You must put aside all you learned in the British finishing school and consider accepting Hathor's enchantments." Adelia looked to her maid for advice on most occasions, but only when she was speaking sensibly. "You are right. I am making a fool out of myself in front of this man, and he does not seem to notice I am a lady of marriageable age. You must do something he would not expect. Perhaps we should travel to Hathor's temple and make an offering there. Ignoring the last part of Masika's statement, Adelia tapped her fingers upon the table. I could accidentally trip in front of him, and he would be forced to catch me. Certainly, a man could not be unaffected by holding a woman in his arms. I believe there are better options available to you. I cannot imagine what they would be. Adelia sighed and looked to her maid with the hope of one in great distress. I am a lost cause. Perhaps it would be best if I hire a protector to take me back to England. I don't think it is wise, my lady. Give Hathor more time to assess your situation and work on Mr. Fernley. With a feeling of hopelessness, Adelia could no longer listen to the ramblings of her maid, so she left the veranda to walk by herself. If she truly wanted to go home, she would have to do something drastic. She considered leaving in the night, but her father would find her before she reached Alexandria and take her back to Luxor. She walked into the paddock and sat next to Nefertiti. Rubbing her hands through the fur, she looked into the large brown eyes of Mr. Fernley's camel. I wish he would make as much of an effort with me as he does you. What is your secret? The camel grunted and laid her head upon the ground. Adelia continued rubbing along Nefertiti's neck in long, fluid strokes. You ignore him, treat him with indifference, and yet he spends more time talking to you than he ever has to me. Perhaps I should go about my day as though he is not in the house. Nefertiti bleated, and Adelia took it to be an answer. Adelia leaned down and kissed the camel on her head. Thank you, Nefertiti. You give the best advice. Invigorated by her new plan, Adelia dressed for supper and spent her evening in the drawing-room by herself. Certain her father and Mr. Fernley were in his den discussing the amulet, Adelia walked with purpose toward the partially opened door. As she neared the entrance, she slowed her pace and stood with her ear poised to hear the conversation. Although she wasn't one for skulking at entrances to eavesdrop, ascertaining the situation before entering a room was of utmost importance. When she met silence, Adelia peeked through the opening to see her father and Masika huddled near a window. Both spoke animatedly and in low tones, so she couldn't overhear the conversation. But the movement of their hands told her Masika might need saving. Pushing through the door, Adelia strolled into the room without a care. Father, I have waited for you and Mr. Fernley for well on an hour. How long ago did you finish your drinks?
Mr. Fernley was exhausted. He did not stay for port.
Is he unwell? I should not want a guest in our home to suffer. Before her father could respond, Adelia turned to her maid. Masika, perhaps you could take him tea with healing herbs. Yes, my lady. Masika curtsied and rushed from the room. Adelia was certain she'd understood the situation correctly. Her father must have been chiding Masika. As the door closed, Adelia looked to her father. What has she done to vex you? Her father rubbed his chin and then turned toward the window.
Nothing you need concern yourself over.
She is my maid. If she has displeased you, should I not be aware of the situation?
Adelia, stop prying into my affairs.
I am not prying. I run this household and the staff so you may play in the desert to your heart's content.
I have resolved the situation with Masika. Think no more upon it.
Father,
enough!
Her father turned to her and put his hands on her shoulders.
You have overstepped, Adelia. Now go to bed before we both regret an exchange of words.
Very well. Good night. Holding her head high, Adelia slipped from the den without another word toward her father. He'd never dismissed her with such cruelty in the past. By the time she was dressed for bed and comfortably lying against her soft pillow, Adelia had decided on a few truths that she must never forget. First, Nefertiti was a camel and didn't know how to give advice. Second, her father did not want to be bothered with his duty toward her any longer. Adelia slipped off to sleep as Masika again sat near the window. The smell of eucalyptus and rosewood permeated her bedchamber as the maid prayed in her native tongue to a mythological goddess. Adelia awoke the following morning with a plan. She was certain a woman had never gone to such great lengths to catch the eye of a man as she had. She needed to be confident, otherwise her plan would fail. With her head held high, Adelia exited the house and marched toward the Valley of the Kings, with Masika running behind voicing her objections. "My lady, what will Mr. Fernley think of you?" She ignored the chastisement and continued toward her goal. "You will ruin everything Hathor has set in place for your future," Masika cried. Her plan didn't go beyond showing up to help uncover treasures. She needed to show Mr. Fernley that his way of life was not so detestable to her. She could sacrifice England for a husband and children. It was more than she had now. If she had to stay in the desert, it would be more comfortable with the companionship of a good man. "My lady, this is not proper. You should go back to the house and spend your day sketching or reading. We could go to a shop and purchase notions or wares for sewing." Adelia didn't look back. She couldn't allow Masika to dissuade her from this path. "I cannot imagine spending one more day with nothing to do except sew in the heat while sipping hot tea. I will find my place in this world, or I will die with the effort. If I am not to go back to England, I will be a wife and mother." Masika groaned loud enough for it to echo in Adelia's addled brain. "Lord Huntley will not be happy with your choice of clothing." "Then he should have locked his wardrobe." Adelia kept the rest of her comment to herself. It would be inappropriate for her to express anger toward her father's abrupt dismissal of the previous night. Patting the sash around her waist, she continued toward her destination. The clothing didn't fit her. To hold the breeches above her hips, she'd had to use one of the sashes from her dresses. She'd also used her own slippers, as her father's boots were too large for her to walk in. For her shirt, she'd chosen a white linen and covered it with a grey waistcoat. She was ready to dig in the sand and prove her worth to the men in her home who chose to ignore her very existence. "You will injure yourself." Masika took hold of Adelia's arm and tried to drag her back to the house. "Your gently bred hands will be blistered and infected before this day is over." A fire ignited within Adelia's soul. She would not sit in the parlour waiting for her father and Mr. Fernley to praise her for setting a fine table, which they had somehow neglected to do. Her existence didn't matter to anyone, and therefore she had to make herself known. She ignored the discomfort of breeches against her legs, fighting every inclination to blush as she heard the first man laugh at her appearance. Adelia pressed forward. She was ready to be noticed. Walking to the tomb Mr. Fernley was working on, she passed by him with a simple nod in his direction and attempted to lift a rock from its position. To her deepest pleasure, Mr. Fernley rushed forward and took the rock from off the pile before she could struggle with it. "My lady?" His wide eyes and red face told her she'd embarrassed the poor man. He didn't move away with the rock. Instead, he blocked her from taking another while he kept his eyes diverted from her inappropriate clothing. "I was not expecting you." Adelia ignored the group of men gathering behind her. She was focused solely on Mr. Fernley. "I came to assist in excavating the tomb." Masika held out a dainty pair of white gloves. "My lady, if you insist on doing this, you must protect your hands." "Thank you. You may go back to the house, Masika." Mr. Fernley's eyes somehow managed to open wider than what they had before, and sincere panic filled his face. "Masika, you would not leave your mistress here without a proper escort." "No, sir, I would not." Masika took hold of Adelia's arm and tried to pull her away from the tomb. "We must go home now." "I am not ready to leave. My father and Mr. Fernley seem to believe the tombs are of great importance, and I plan to discover their reasons." She looked to Mr. Fernley to see he still stood with the same rock she'd tried to lift upon her arrival. She nodded and bent down to pick up another rock. To her surprise, Mr. Fernley stepped behind her and blocked her backside from the view of the men standing around. "Masika, will you please find Lord Huntley and bring him here? Tell him it is of greatest importance." Adelia harumphed and set her hands under the rock. To her surprise, she could not lift it. She ignored the laughter and chatter of the men behind her as she struggled to gain leverage by adjusting her stance. It was much harder than she'd anticipated, and as her gloves slipped, she stumbled backward, hitting into Mr. Fernley. His arms closed protectively around her as he helped ready her stance. "My lady, please do not try to lift anything. I would not want to see you injured." "I see you still have the bandage on your hand from yesterday." "Yes, my lady. You did a fine job of wrapping it." "You will need to change it tonight." "Yes, my lady." Adelia stood straight and brushed the sand off her gloves. Focusing solely on Mr. Fernley, she gave him an unamused glower. She doubted his concern for her. Her feelings had been injured many times since he'd arrived at their home, and yet he hadn't worried about the proper woman who'd been available for conversation. He only cared now because she was making a fool of herself. She stood toe-to-toe with Mr. Fernley, ready to argue with him. She would not leave until she saw a glimmer of acceptance in his eyes. She wanted him to notice her and to realize she was a fine lady with a generous dowry. He didn't need to dig in the dirt for wealth. Marriage to her could be his source of income. The argument sat on the end of her tongue, but she couldn't speak for fear of losing her nerve. The fire that had convinced her to wear men's clothing and dig in the dirt was gone. She now only felt the burn of shame creeping up her neck. Mr. Fernley's voice cracked as he looked into her eyes. "I will escort you back to your home." Adelia shook her head defiantly. "I came to find treasure, sir." "Adelia!" Her father's shouts stopped Mr. Fernley from a reply, and to her dismay, he stepped aside as her father rushed forward. "I have never understood the addled-brained ideas that enter your mind. What was this supposed to accomplish?" "If you would like to yell at me, please do so in the privacy of our home." Tears sprang to her eyes. She hadn't considered the utter embarrassment she'd bring upon her father and Mr. Fernley. She'd acted without thought to get what she most desired. Yet she'd accomplished nothing. "I am thankful your mother cannot see the fool-minded daughter she raised. You are a disappointment to both of us." "Father!" Adelia stopped in her reply as her father took hold of her arm and pulled her toward him. To her surprise, Mr. Fernley stepped forward and placed a hand on Huntley's shoulder. "You are causing her pain. Please release her arm." Her father relented. "Very well. Adelia, I will accompany you home." Adelia chose not to look back at Mr. Fernley as she rushed to keep pace with her father. Although she was heading toward a punishment, a smile of triumph sat firmly on her face. Mr. Fernley had noticed her. More than that, he'd defended her to her father. When she arrived home, her father scolded her for acting foolishly. His angry words bounced off the talisman of hope Mr. Fernley's actions had placed within her heart. She heard little of what her father said until he held out a letter. "It is from Carlin." Adelia noticed the seal was broken. "You read my letter?" "He sent it to me." "When will he arrive? I must prepare for my departure." The desperation in her eyes must have touched a small corner of her father's emotions. He looked away from her as he held out the parchment. "Carlin hopes to receive an invitation to a house party at Lord and Lady Mannering's estate. He plans to court their daughter and offer marriage." Adelia turned away, not wanting her father to see the disappointment filling her soul. "I should have realized as much. The letter is long overdue. This shows even Carlin has chosen to forget about me. I should not have expected anything else." She kept her tears silent until the door to her bedchamber closed. The fleeting joy of Mr. Fernley's notice dissipated as Adelia curled up on her bed. Her situation was even more desperate than before. Carlin's dismissal confirmed she had no other options but to win Mr. Fernley's heart.
Chapter 12. Adelia needed a break from the heat. In her embarrassment, she'd stayed in her bedchamber for a week, wallowing in self-pity over her hopeless state. She didn't want to see Mr. Fernley for fear her cheeks would heat. Her father had left her alone, and she'd convinced herself he was happy to have her out from underfoot. Her plan to stay out of sight had worked, but now her bedchamber was unbearable with the sun shining directly into her windows. Even with damp cloths hanging in the window, it did little to alleviate the heat as there was no wind to blow through and cool the room. Instead, the water dripped to the floor, causing Masika to rush about to clean the mess. Adelia lay on her bed with the netting closed to keep out the bugs. She attempted to convince her mind to accept the unending scorch of the sun as normal, but her memories of the cool breeze from the ocean in Bath intervened far too often. There was absolutely no way to convince her body that dry skies, sand, and sweltering heat were normal. There were very few options for someone in her position. She could choose to stay indoors and sit in a cool bath, but poor Masika would be forced to carry water, and Adelia refused to put the strain on her maid for such a purpose. It was time to face the world again. Gathering her parasol and bonnet, Adelia and Masika set out to partake in the only plausible way to combat the heat. The Nile ran close enough to her home that she could spend her afternoons soaking her feet in the cool water. The walk was enough to make Adelia wish she'd opted for a cool bath, but when she finally reached the rich green growth around the edges of the river, she was happy she hadn't given up. The Nile was their main source of water, and although it wasn't particularly cold water, it was better than sitting in her bedchamber drinking hot tea. Sitting on the bank of the river, Adelia removed her silk stockings, unclipping them from the garter above her knees. If she were in England, she never would have considered removing such accessories to her clothing. No one in Egypt would care about her reputation except her father and possibly Mr. Fernley. But she had already destroyed every vestige of her reputation by wearing breeches, and now she was perfectly comfortable with removing her hosiery in the open air by the water. If she were daring enough, she would have asked Masika to help her out of her dress and stays, but Adelia was not cheeky. She simply wanted to enjoy the water and return home a little cooler than before. Lifting the bottom of her skirts and draping them over one arm, Adelia stepped into the edges of the water. She waded far enough in so the water would cover her bare legs. If anyone passed by, they wouldn't be able to see her knees or ankles. "My lady, you should not go so far into the water." Masika followed her out, a pleasant smile upon her face. It made Adelia happy to know her maid was as foolish as she was in this situation. The anticipation of partially immersing their bodies in water had made them both giddy. "Stop worrying. Enjoy this small gift. Yes, we must thank Sobek for the water he has provided." Adelia tried to mask her disbelief from Masika, but it was difficult as they were facing each other. "Sobek, is this a god or goddess?" "Sobek is the god of water and our protector while we are standing in the Nile. It is due to his grace we have the beauty of plants upon the bank." Adelia couldn't deny the greenery and trees surrounding the river were a delightful intrusion upon the plainness of the desert. It was the one part of Egypt she enjoyed. "I apologize for doubting your gods." "You are not Egyptian, my lady. I cannot force you to believe in what you do not understand. Help me to understand your continued belief in these myths." Masika gave a respectful nod of her head and looked longingly off in the distance. "Without our gods and goddesses, Egypt would be a very different land. They are the thread that binds the fabric of our lives. Ra is the falcon and the god of the sun. He gives us life and causes our crops to grow. Osiris was sent by Ra to rule over the first Egyptians. He brought prosperity to the people and made us who we are today. Hathor and Isis have blessed us with love and fertility of the womb, so we can continue to breathe life into the desert. There are many more gods, and they go by many names, but they bless us eternally as we suffer and strive on this earth. And then, if we are truly blessed, we will walk with them as we enter the afterlife. The passionate tone Masika used was enough to chastise Adelia for her cynical view of Egyptian mythology. There were many ancient cultures which had created deities associated with the earth, seasons, and love. The Greeks, Romans, Irish, and Scottish all had gods and goddesses, and although she didn't believe in any of them, she should respect those who did. Masika, will you tell me more about how their blessings work? Do you mean Hathor, my lady? Adelia blushed. I am not changing my stance on Hathor, but your continued offerings to her do have me intrigued. I do not think it is wise at this time. Why ever not? Masika flicked water toward Adelia, causing them both to laugh. You have yet to acknowledge her hand in presenting Mr. Fernley to you. Once you realize she has blessed you, I will tell you more of her powers and how they can bless your life. I thought you said I would ruin everything Hathor has done for me with my ridiculous display. You must forgive yourself for behaving foolishly. I know Lord Huntley and Mr. Fernley do not think poorly of you. Mr. Fernley does not care for me. I doubt he ever will. His focus is on artifacts and adventure. Mr. Fernley thinks highly of you. He would not have intervened with Huntley's treatment of you otherwise. One foolish moment cannot destroy all you have done to impress him. You are over-exaggerating, Masika. Even when he does pay attention to me, he is easily distracted. My father has a way of keeping Mr. Fernley occupied, and he forgets I am in the room. It was much like the men in London when young debutantes would flaunt before them. They completely wiped any smiles I had sent their way from memory. Would you have wanted one of those men? Adelia shook her head. She knew a life with a husband who was easily distracted by other women was not a match for her, but it was too much to hope a man would find her to be the center of his attention. I want a man who thinks the sun and moon revolve around me. Is that too much to ask? Masika laughed. You certainly need an enchantment for such lofty goals. Although Masika was speaking in jest, the idea that a man couldn't love her or want her as his only companion without the intervention of a goddess was disparaging. Do you not wish a man could love you with such deep affection that he would put all other women out of his mind and be loyal to you alone? I do not wish for more than I have. Doing so will only bring heartache and discontentment. I am thankful to the gods that I have a work, a home, and food. I do not need more than those things. You do not wish for companionship? No, my lady, for I have seen how lonely you are when you look at Mr. Fernley, and I do not wish such emptiness upon myself. Although Masika's words hurt, Adelia understood the intent, and she didn't take offense. Suddenly weary of her outing and anticipating the long walk back to her home, Adelia moved back to the side of the river and gathered her stockings and slippers. It took less time to put them back on and walk home than she would have expected, but her mind was filled with the words Masika had spoken. It was possible Adelia had spent too much time dwelling on matters of the heart,
but it was ingrained in her to fulfill her duty as a woman. Women in the upper 10,000 were tasked with making a profitable match and providing heirs to their husbands for their estates. She'd been raised for that purpose alone, and although no man had ever desired her for a wife unless it was to procure her dowry, she still hoped one day to fulfill her duty. Chapter 13. Phineas threw his shovel to the side and bent down. The opening was merely a slit in the rock and sand, but behind the wall of debris was an open chamber. Disbelief and laughter burst from him as he waved and yelled for Huntley to join him. This was it. This was the reason he'd left home and spent endless days digging in the dirt and rocks. He was finally making his mark on the world. "What is it?" Huntley yelled as he ran along the endless paths of rocks. "A chamber!" Phineas couldn't hold back the excitement. "I found a chamber!" He wasn't surprised to hear the words echoed by other archaeologists throughout the surrounding area. Finding entrances to chambers wasn't a common occurrence. Passionate cries of joy rang through the air, and Phineas knew this was his moment to shine. He'd finally be able to write home to his mother and let her know of his great fortune. He'd finally accomplished a part of the goals he'd set so long ago, and he knew his mother would be proud. Huntley held a lantern up to the opening. "I cannot see anything in there. We will have to go in." Phineas bent down to peek into the hole. The light from the lantern glinted off an item in the tomb, sending flutters of joy through Phineas's middle. He planned to be the first person to walk in the death chamber. It was his discovery, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to experience it first. "It looks like there is treasure. I think it would be safe for me to slip through this opening and take a lantern." "We will do this the proper way, or not at all." Phineas didn't care about doing this slowly. Certainly, the protection of artifacts was of utmost importance, but he wouldn't damage anything while he was in the tomb. "Huntley, I will not touch anything." "I am not concerned about the artifacts. What would you do if this entry collapsed while you were in there?" Phineas shrugged his shoulders. "I would trust that you and the other men would dig me out." "I cannot allow it. It is possible we would not uncover you before the air was no longer breathable." Phineas hadn't considered dying within one of the chambers. Chagrined, he realized Huntley knew more than he did about how to proceed safely with the excavation, and he would concede the point. "I understand. Can you spare men to help dig this out?" "I will assign 3 of my servants to help you on the morrow." "The morrow? I would prefer to stay late and do it all this day." Huntley looked up to the setting sun. "We should start home before we miss supper. My daughter would not be happy if her efforts to keep the household running on schedule were in vain." "Lady Adelia would not begrudge me the opportunity to see inside the tomb. She would be happy for my discovery." Even as he said the words, he wasn't certain Lady Adelia would find it an exciting happenstance. She'd probably give him another lecture on thievery. "It is best we do not tell Adelia about the tomb." Huntley took hold of Phineas's upper arm and pulled him toward the cart. "My daughter is not interested in the work we do here." "I suppose not." "Then we focus on removing the rest of the debris in the morning." Deciding Huntley's knowledge was superior to his own, Phineas followed his mentor back to the house. Before leaving the dig site, he looked back at the small hole, his imagination filled with possibilities. Phineas tried to put the excitement of treasure out of his mind as he sat at supper. The lack of conversation did nothing to distract him from what lay behind the thin wall of debris. Instead, he imagined scarabs, ancient pots, gold-embossed tombs, and mummified remains lay inches away from where he'd stood only an hour before. "Mr. Fernley, is the food unpalatable? You have not touched most of it." Lady Adelia's tender voice drew his eyes to her. Although she refused to wear gloves, she was the perfect hostess. "It is wonderful, my lady. You set a very fine table." The words had been said as a pleasantry, but the smile his simple statement brought to Lady Adelia's face made him continue speaking. I truly appreciate all you have done to make my time here in Luxor comfortable. You are too kind, Mr. Fernley. I do not deserve such praise. Huntley cleared his throat.
Fernley is right. You do set a fine table. I am glad he noticed.
Thank you, Father. The rest of the evening passed with pleasant conversation that helped keep his imagination over the treasure at bay. While Huntley saw to his duties as Marquess, Phineas and Adelia played a game of chess. When she beat him in 4 moves, he conceded the game for the evening and the foreseeable future. Has someone been here? Phineas asked the men standing near the tomb. Huntley patted him on the back.
Not since last night. I sent everyone home when we left.
But the area has been disturbed. Phineas knew it wasn't the same as the night before.
It is possible the rocks shifted. We should start work. Otherwise it will be tomorrow before we are able to enter the tomb.
Choosing to ignore the inkling of doubt building in his chest, Phineas nodded. He'd already made plans for the treasure within. He'd be able to repay Baxter the sum of money he'd given Phineas upon leaving England, and the rest would be used to ensure Phineas was able to achieve his dreams. Everything was finally falling into place. I apologize, Huntley.
It is understandable. This moment might possibly change your life forever. You are excited about entering the tomb.
Without another word, Phineas went to work removing debris. The drudgery of pulling rock after rock away from the opening lessened, and Phineas smiled while they slowly chipped away at the opening. As the sun neared its zenith, Phineas knew he should stop for an hour and rest, but he was eager to finally have something to show for his time in the desert. When the opening was secured, Phineas took the lantern from Huntley and stepped into the depths of the unknown. An entryway lay before him. It took a great amount of self-control for him to walk slowly. He wanted to get to the sarcophagus with haste. The possibility of holes in the walkway or other traps set by the ancient Egyptians to protect the person buried in the death chamber slowed him down. As he came to the end of the walkway, Phineas turned to look back at the path he'd already walked. Somehow, he'd expected an ancient tomb to be covered in spider webs. His path had been strangely clear.
Is something wrong? Huntley asked.
It is odd, do you not think, that there is no sign of bugs, spiders and the sort? Huntley used his candle to shine it against the wall.
There is a web here, and a ghastly spider.
Phineas nodded to acknowledge the point, but the lack of webs strung across the walkway left him unnerved. I have never known spiders to keep to one side of an empty room.
If you stay here long enough, you will see a great many strange happenings within the tombs. Perhaps it is the souls of those long dead keeping watch over their bodies. Shall we continue?
Pressing forward, Phineas turned toward the large opening on his right and held out the lantern. His hopes and dreams lay within the large chamber. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the stale, musty scent entering his mouth. It was to be expected, as this tomb had been closed for many centuries. His heart raced as he considered the triumph before him. Depending on the artifacts within the tomb, he could set out on a new adventure toward other African nations before the week was out. The discovery of this chamber meant his life was on the right course, and all his doubts were in the past. As he held the lamp out and stepped forward, he expected to see a tomb or large jars, but the small area within the space of his lantern was empty. He held the lantern out further and walked to the center of the chamber, but found nothing. Looking toward Huntley, Phineas couldn't speak for the severe disappointment clouding his brain. What did an empty chamber mean? Why would the ancient people take great care to place an avalanche of debris in front of an empty tomb?
Let us go out.
Huntley took hold of Phineas's arm and led him from the depths of history. But I saw treasure last night. My lantern hit the gold of an artifact and it glinted against the candlelight.
You must have wished for it. This has happened before. You are not the first to think there was treasure within a tomb.
Phineas wanted to argue with him. They could have missed the artifacts due to the restriction of the light. Lanterns weren't as useful as a torch. Even as he tried to form an argument, he could see the pity upon Huntley's face. Arguing would do little good. There was nothing within the tomb, and he'd wasted weeks of digging, weeks of suffering in the heat so he could walk into a fetid, empty tomb. Why was there nothing inside? Phineas held back tears of frustration as he considered all the emotional hopes that had been destroyed by discovering nothing of worth. Where were the artifacts?
It is possible this tomb was not used. We have discovered others in the same condition.
There are others as depressing as this.
It is unfortunate, but you will have to start again.
Phineas moved to a pile of boulders and picked the one that looked the least uncomfortable to rest upon. He didn't know if he had it in him to spend more time digging for emptiness.
Is it possible we need to dig out the walls within the tomb? I do not think it would do any good. Even if this tomb was used, it is possible someone beat you to the treasures.
A grave robber? Shame filled his chest as he remembered Lady Adelia considered him a thief for wanting treasures that didn't belong to him.
It is known amongst the locals that after the burial of the wealthier nobles, their families would sneak back into the tombs at night and steal the treasures, especially if they fell upon hard financial times. Some of the pharaohs had their predecessors' tombs raided so they could keep Egypt from financial destruction.
Phineas grumbled the most sarcastic retort he could muster.
Did they never hear of retrenching to repair their finances? Apparently not.
Huntley patted him on the back.
Take the night to process this disappointment. You will want to get an early start on another site in the morning.
Phineas didn't know if he truly wanted to dig out another tomb only to come up empty. Disappointment plagued him as he sat feet away from the opening of the tomb he'd put all his efforts into uncovering. It was truly the most disheartening situation he'd ever experienced, at least while he was in Egypt. He waited for Huntley to exit the site before he buried his head in his hands. He hoped his father wasn't looking down upon him from heaven. An empty burial site had not been part of the dreams they'd planned together. With all the time he'd spent searching books and magazines for details on the Egyptian artifacts, he was certain the writers had never mentioned a discovery of empty tombs. Either someone had fabricated the treasures they discovered, or they'd greatly exaggerated the life of an archaeologist. Chapter 14. Adelia stood at the parlour window, waiting for Mr. Fernley to enter the house, yet he stayed where he was, unmoving, staring off into the distance. He'd suffered a severe disappointment with the empty death chamber, and although it had been days, he hadn't come to terms over the situation. She feared everything that made him Phineas Fernley was slowly dying away, and she couldn't allow that to happen. I think I will take a tea tray to him. Adelia turned to see her father's reaction. If he didn't approve, she would remain in the house. It might make him feel better to have nourishment.
Be gentle. It was a terrible disappointment.
I will. She rushed to the bell cord and ordered Nakia to send to the kitchen for a tray. Add extra cakes. I know he will appreciate it. She didn't wait in the parlour with her father. Every moment mattered. Adelia rushed into the hall and found her bonnet and parasol. She was tying the ribbons below her chin as Masika joined her in the vestibule. You can remove the scowl from your face. Lord Huntley has requested I accompany you for propriety. There is no one here to care about my reputation. But is it not best to keep it pure?
Hathor only helps those who help themselves. Quiet, Masika. I do not want anyone thinking I believe in your goddess. You continue to deny the efforts she makes for you. Did you think Mr. Fernley's acknowledgement of how you run this house was his own observation? What do you mean? Hathor opened Mr. Fernley's eyes and showed him a way to compliment you. Then she prepared the way for you to play chess and flirt the entire evening. Adelia raised her eyebrows in surprise. It did seem like each of Masika's offerings had been followed by some effort on Mr. Fernley's part. Pushing past the unease this acknowledgement cost her, Adelia moved toward the door. Shall we go? With her head held high, Adelia stepped into the evening heat and approached Mr. Fernley with care. Will you sit with me? I have a tray of tea and cakes. Tempting a man by offering to feed him usually worked, but Mr. Fernley stayed where he was, staring off toward the setting sun. What are you thinking about? I was wondering if all this is worth being away from my family. He spread his hands out to show he was speaking of the desert. Her immediate answer would have been no, but the forlorn devastation and his loss of hope left her momentarily speechless. Instead of speaking, she reached forward and placed a hand on his arm. She hadn't meant to be intrusive, but he pulled away and the spell of his reverie was gone. Lady Adelia, I apologize for not realizing you were so near. Had he been so lost in his thoughts, he hadn't noticed she was the one speaking to him. It seemed impossible, and yet the confused way he looked at her and his hurried desire to wipe her touch away let her know she'd made a mistake in approaching him. I am sorry if I offended you. It was hard not to look at his arm as he brushed at the spot she had touched. I am not offended. He searched around, and when his eyes landed upon Masika, he motioned toward the table. Shall we sit? Adelia made a point of sitting across from him, so she was facing the sun and his attention would be focused on her. The only other object he had to look at was the house. As she lifted the teapot to pour, Adelia hoped she could engage him in conversation. You spoke about your family. You miss them? Very much. Prodding him to speak further, she put 2 fairy cakes on the plate that she set before him with his tea. Tuck in. Thank you. It is normal to miss family and friends, especially when you are so far away. Mr. Fernley nodded as he picked at the edge of one of the cakes. How did you know I love fairy cakes? I admit I did not. She waited to see if he would eat the cake, but when he continued to look at it with sadness, she decided to pry a bit more into his life. Who were you thinking about as you were looking at the sun? Gigi. Oh? Gigi was a woman's name. Did he have a sweetheart waiting for him to return with enough riches to provide a comfortable home? If so, she would be waiting an awfully long time because Mr. Fernley had adamantly declared he planned to travel. My mother. We call her Gigi. Adelia's obvious sigh of relief went unnoticed. She needed to learn to school her features better. What would she be doing if you were with her right now? She and Briar would be planning a social function or preparing a charity event. But they also spend their time on sewing projects and embroidery. Another woman's name had left his mouth. She hoped Briar was a sister and feared asking, but she had to know if all her efforts were in vain. Briar? Lady Grafton. She is married to my brother Baxter and is the kindest woman all in sundry. Oh? Yes. She is easy to love and willing to do anything for everyone around her. Adelia's heart sank. She conjured the quickest story of unrequited love as she listened to him extol his sister-in-law's virtues. She imagined Phineas had left England to escape watching his brother marry the woman of his dreams. How could she compete with such sorrow? Do you miss Briar?
Phineas smiled, and she realized her question had been far too telling for the moment. I think the world of her, but only because she made my brother happy.
I see.
She tried to hide her embarrassment by opening her fan, but he'd obviously seen her blush.
What else do you miss amongst your family?
My twin brother, Gilbert.
You are a twin?
Yes. We look and act nothing alike. The only aspect of our lives that makes us twins is our date of birth.
Tell me about him.
He is a vicar, perfectly humble and knowledgeable on theology, wise on all topics, and able to advise everyone with pertinent words that mean more than anything I ever could have said.
It is obvious you admire him.
How can I not? He's the better one of us.
Adelia knew her face was already bright red, so she increased the movement of her fan as she decided to further embarrass herself. You have different qualities than him that make up the fabric of your soul. You have an adventurous spirit and intelligence. You are kind and brave. Would Gilbert walk into an ancient tomb without knowing what lay beyond the shine of the lantern light?
Mr. Fernley laughed. He would have run at the sign of the first spider.
You have proved my point. You each have strengths the other lacks.
He would know what to do about the time I have wasted here. He would know what to say and how to fix it. I once thought you would make the perfect wife for him.
Oh? She couldn't hide the shock his words brought to her. If he had considered her a match for his brother, then he certainly wouldn't consider her a wife for himself.
Mr. Fernley chuckled and took a sip of tea. I would not consider you a match any more. You have shown yourself to be too strong-willed for my brother.
I see. Perhaps I am a good match for someone, though. She hoped he would take the conversation further, but his next words left her back where she'd begun.
I am certain you are, my lady.
Disappointed, she decided to pull him back to his brother. If Gilbert were here, what advice do you think he would impart to you?
That is the problem. I do not know.
Knowing she would probably mess everything up, she pressed forward, hoping to be the one to bring his hopes and dreams back to the surface. Did you not desire to visit the Red Sea?
It is on my list of places I must visit before leaving this country.
Then why delay? Take a short trip out to the Red Sea so you can clear your mind of the disappointment you experienced and revive your desire for adventure. When you return, if you still prefer not to rejoin the dig site, you can make another plan. Mr. Fernley's lips turned up in a pleased smile.
It is a simple solution I had not considered. Thank you, Lady Adelia. I will forever be in your debt for such sage advice.
Adelia wanted to say he was very welcome to seek her advice in the future, but the excitement of her suggestion took him away from the table and into the parlour, where she could hear him speaking to her father through an open window. His spirits were lifted, and now she was back to hoping he would take notice of her and fall in love. Chapter 15. Nefertiti groaned and spat as she meandered across the sandy path away from Luxor. Phineas would be forever in Lady Adelia's debt for suggesting he find something else to focus on instead of the disappointment. He didn't understand why the lack of treasures within the death chamber had sent him spiraling into despair. He'd known before setting out on his lifetime adventure that there would be a lack of achieving his goals. Not every place he entered would hold artifacts worth discovering. Therefore, he shouldn't have reacted so badly. But there was still the nagging doubt in the back of his mind that told him something hadn't been right with the entire situation. He'd seen a glint of gold when first looking through the hole. He'd been so certain the death chamber had at least one artifact, and his subconscious mind wouldn't rest. Moreover, having spent months digging and moving debris from the front of the tomb, he'd come to memorize each pile of sand, the movements of spiders and other creatures,
and he was certain something had been different the morning they'd finally broken through and walked into the tomb. Someone had disturbed his dig site, yet he could not prove any of it, and so he had to let it go or continue to suffer the disappointment with each errant thought. Impatience spread through him. He wanted to experience something real and revitalizing. Phineas thought about pushing Nefertiti into a run, but he knew with her ornery attitude it would likely result in consequences on his part, so he allowed her to travel at her own pace in the wake of Huntley's caravan. Even as sand flew in his direction from those in front, he knew Nefertiti had a mind of her own, and she would not walk at a faster pace. Wiping the never-ending stream of sweat from his neck and forehead, Phineas wondered for the 100th time if this truly was the life he wanted. Did he want to relive the failure of empty tombs and a dwindling purse while searching for hidden antiquities? There was a reason the ancient people hid their gold. They didn't want tomb raiders and plunderers to seek out what didn't belong to them. Since walking every inch of the death chamber and finding absolutely nothing, he had been plagued with his eldest brother's wish for him. Baxter wanted each member of their family to live close to Primrose Hall. He wanted large family gatherings for 12th night and summer house parties. He wanted each of his brothers to find peace and love with the good woman. Life would be much simpler if he went home. His family would take him back, and no one would fault him for taking the easier path. They would welcome him home and help him find a purpose. He could see the benefits of staying a bachelor. Freedom to do as he pleased and to go where he wanted without having to make excuses made him want to stay on his current path. But since he was considering Baxter's wishes, if he were to take a wife, it would have to be Lady Adelia. She was the only woman he'd spoken to for more than a short dance and pleasantries. The question lingering in his mind was, would she consider him an appropriate match for her? Or would she be displeased with a request for courtship? During the long hours of travel toward the Red Sea, his mind had swayed to the beauty of Lady Adelia far too often for him to ignore the growing tension within his heart. Since her debut in breeches, Phineas had thought of her often. He'd never seen a woman's legs, and although he technically still hadn't, knowing the figure of the woman beneath the dresses had teased his mind each time he thought of her. The hours he'd spent with Lady Adelia had been lovely. She'd shown a strength far beyond what he had seen in the women in England. Living in Egypt was difficult, and he knew she had made the best of a disappointing situation. He knew enough about Lady Adelia to recognize their hopes and dreams were very different. She wanted a home and children. He wanted amulets and adventure. In his heart, he knew if he never found an amulet or stood in the death chamber of an ancient pharaoh, the lack of effort and searching would equal failure. He wasn't ready to give up the life of adventure. Perhaps one day he would, but he was young and had many years in his future to think about marriage and children. Straightening in the saddle, Phineas made his decision. He would start over at the dig site, and when he found a death chamber filled with treasures, he would catalogue them. If he felt then, as he did now about Lady Adelia, he would consider a courtship. By the time he had everything in order, he would then make a decision on marriage. With the comfort this decision brought him, he allowed himself to enjoy the rest of the journey to the Red Sea. Huntley dismounted his camel before Phineas had a chance to process the splendor of the view before him. Renewed with his final decision on the course his life would take, he quickly pulled out his notes, ink and a quill to write his initial impressions down. Gilbert would want a full account of the place. Of course, it would be impossible for anyone to know where Moses had parted the waters and led the children of Israel out of bondage, but Phineas had the opportunity to describe the sea to his brother, and would do so with the best descriptions in his vocabulary before the week was out. His writing could not compare to his brother Archibald's, but he could use nouns and verbs as well as any untrained writer. With his pen poised to record the brilliance of the moment, Phineas went to work. He described the difference between the banks of the Red Sea against that of the Nile. Although both are bodies of water, the Nile is surrounded by luscious growing plants and trees. The lotus flower grows in abundance in the valley of the Nile, lending a beauty to the untamed land. In comparison, the banks of the Red Sea are covered in salt deposits and clay-like sand. It is a marvelous sight to behold, and yet I find myself lonely and wishing for the companionship of a loved one, or the possibility of being with someone I could love. Closing his journal, Phineas took one last lingering look at the scene before him. A desire was building within him, and in his mind's eye, he could imagine looking out over the vast beauty before him, with Lady Adelia by his side. He brushed away the flutter of excitement her name caused and excused his thoughts of her away by convincing himself it had been very wrong to leave her in Luxor since she'd been the one to suggest he make the journey. It is stunning. Phineas distracted his mind by patting Nefertiti on her side to let her know she'd done well with hauling him on her back. Instead of appreciating his gesture, she tilted to the side, threatening to spill him on the ground. From previous experiences, he knew dismounting was the best way to make Nefertiti happy. Scrambling to the ground with haste and the grace of a frightened cat, Phineas held the ink bottle and quill against his body to protect the items while he ignored Huntley's laughter and Nefertiti's growls. He didn't know what it was about him that made animals angry, but he'd never had luck with four-legged beasts. "Watch yourself with that one. She's likely to take a nip out of your backside." As Nefertiti found a comfortable place to sit and chew on her cud, Phineas walked to the edge of the sea to peer in. Crouching down and running his hand through the water, Phineas gathered a small pool in the palm of his hands and lifted it to his lips. He knew it was filled with salt, but a desire to taste the Red Sea filled his senses. Even though he was expecting the bitterness, as it hit his tongue, his head jerked back with distaste and a small amount of satisfaction. This experience confirmed all his previous choices. He'd made the right decision to focus on his goals so he could find time to admire Lady Adelia. Tasting the Red Sea was indicative to the many reasons why he'd decided the life of world traveling was worthy of his time. No one in his family would ever be able to say they had seen the vast openness of the Red Sea. They hadn't reached into the depths of history and sipped the salty water. They might not care to do such things, but he did. He would never be satisfied without such experiences. Phineas stood and walked back to where Huntley and his servants were setting up tents. Invigorated by the residual salt on his tongue and the confirmation that he was fulfilling his destiny on the earth, Phineas wanted others to see the magnificence of the view before him. "Huntley, have you ever seen anything more wonderful than the Red Sea?" Huntley laughed and shook his head. Since he didn't respond, Phineas continued speaking. "Why did Lady Adelia not accompany us on this splendid tour?" "It is easy to forget the beauty of this land. Adelia and I have been here far too long to see it as you do. It might be time I move on." "What do you mean?" "You have reminded me of the goals I had when I was a young man, and I envy you for the life you will have." Taken by surprise, but pleased with the assessment, Phineas stood a bit taller. It would take a lifetime to see everything he wanted, but if he chose Lady Adelia after finding his first treasure, he would stop his life of travel. He wasn't ready to reveal his plans to anyone, so instead he chose to indulge Huntley. "Can you not make plans and travel now?" "I am afraid I cannot. I will have to imagine all the wonderful places you will visit." Phineas sat next to Huntley as the servants continued to set up the area for their comfort. He knew once he was truly on his own, the duties of setting up a tent would fall to him. For now, He was thankful to sit back and enjoy a life of leisure in the scorching desert heat. Why ever not? You have already broken away from society. Your heir ceased your duties in England. The possibilities are endless. I have my daughter to think about. Would she not be happier in England? Huntley laughed. I am certain she would. It has been her desire to return home since I brought her here. But I fear I have been a terrible father. I waited too long. At her age, she is considered a spinster. If I take her back, she will be scorned or pushed aside for younger, more fashionable women. I am afraid it would break her heart. She is too sensitive for the treatment she would receive. You are a marquess. Could you not find her a match? Put out a call amongst the beau monde that you desire to match her with someone of quality. Slightly mention her substantial dowry as part of the arrangement, and you would have her married before the season began. Yes, I could. But I would have to escort her to England and see to the arrangements. It could take more than a year. A year is not so long when you consider everything you could do with the rest of your life. If there is one thing I have learned, it is that our time on earth can come to an end without warning. A year could be a lifetime for me. Or it could be a simple moment amongst many. Phineas, when you become an old man, you will understand my distaste for giving up even a second of my time. Phineas couldn't understand the immense difficulty Huntley would face by taking his daughter back to England. If he truly despised the duty of having to consider her needs, it would be a relief to unburden himself. He thought about suggesting a courtship, but again decided against it. He didn't want Huntley to push him toward a different path. If he were to settle down and marry, it could only be on his terms. I am sorry to hear this. If it is any consolation, I will offer to care for your home while you are away. How very kind of you. Huntley's sincere response made Phineas proud. He'd earned the trust of the Marquess. As Huntley picked at a tray of fruit in front of him, he flicked the grapes away with his finger and watched them roll around. Can I impose upon you a bit more? Since he'd arrived in Egypt, Phineas had been taken in by Huntley and cared for in a way he'd never expected. He would do anything for the man. Anything you ask, and it is yours. I do appreciate your willingness. Huntley pursed his lips in concentration. As he decided on a course of action, the tension in his body visibly released. There would be no reason for me to leave for England if you were to agree to a match with Adelia. She has a considerable dowry, and I will include the amulet as a bonus for your willingness. Surprised by the directness of his statement, Phineas was uncertain how to respond. He'd already decided not to reveal his plans, especially if he decided against marriage. But it was a compliment to have a Marquess request a marriage agreement for his only daughter, especially considering Phineas was a younger son. In England, Huntley could have found her a husband with a title, possibly even a prince from amongst the European royalty. For a moment, he wondered if Lady Adelia would accept a courtship while he was virtually penniless. Yes, he had funds from his father's estate, but it wouldn't provide the life she was comfortable living. She would also have to agree to stay in Egypt while he worked in the Valley of the Kings, which he was certain she would not agree to. His earlier decision stood firm. He couldn't agree to anything until he had found artifacts. Even then, it would be a courtship to see if they could align their futures. I am honored you would consider me a suitable match for your daughter, but I cannot accept. Lady Adelia longs to be in England. She would not be happy with the choices I have made. Huntley laughed and shook his head. I had to try. For a moment I thought you might agree and relieve me of this burden. But I understand your reasons, and she is my burden to bear. I do apologize, Huntley. Perhaps if you stop considering her a burden, the duty will be much lighter. Huntley put a hand up to stop him from speaking. There is no need to apologize further. I should not have asked. Even though Huntley seemed satisfied with the end of their conversation, Phineas found himself disquieted. Lady Adelia deserved much more than her father planned to give her. That night, as he walked along the bank of the Red Sea, Phineas knew his time in Egypt, or at least Luxor, needed to change. He could no longer rely upon the generosity of Huntley now that he had refused an arrangement for marriage. By the following morning, Phineas was ready to return to Luxor and find lodging outside of Huntley's home. He saddled Nefertiti, amidst her spitting and groaning, and was ready to depart before Huntley had left his makeshift bed, but knew it would be improper to leave without thanking the man for all he'd done.
I knew it was wrong to pressure you last evening. I do apologize.
Huntley stepped up beside him and stroked Nefertiti's neck. It didn't surprise Phineas to hear his camel bellow with delight, but it did disgust him. He'd tried to earn Nefertiti's respect by massaging her neck every night. He spoke to the beast and told her she was a lovely creature, only to receive spit in his face. Annoyed with the camel, Phineas had to walk a few steps away and calm down. He knew his angst was associated with refusing to help Huntley. It bothered him to know Huntley had done so much to make him welcome, and he couldn't bring himself to give the man one request. It bothered him even more that Lady Adelia had to endure the constant reminder from her father that she was a burden. Guilt spread through his chest, causing a sharp pain. Would a marriage at this point in his life be a terrible decision? He had found both enjoyment and disappointment in Egypt. Could he make it his permanent home? Would Lady Adelia agree to stay here if he endeavoured to make her happy? Or could he convince Lady Adelia to travel the world and spend her life on boats, crossing to another new adventure? Would the love of a good woman fill the missing parts of his life that seemed to intrude when he was looking out at a mesmerizing sunrise or the beauty of the sea? Part of him wanted to let go and agree to an arrangement, but it would be for the wrong reasons, and before long, he would be the one forgetting about Lady Adelia's needs. Since he'd arrived in Egypt, the one constant in each discussion with the young woman had been her desire to be in England. Phineas couldn't give her what she wanted. Not yet. Turning to Huntley, he knew an apology from the depths of his soul was needed.
I have betrayed your trust, Huntley. It is I who should apologize. When we return to Luxor, I will find rooms in town. No, you will not. It was unfair of me to ask you to sacrifice your adventurous soul for my selfish purposes. I should never have taken Adelia away from her home, and as her father, I will find a way to return her to England.
You truly do not mind if I stay on at your home?
I will not allow you to leave. I crave the intellectual conversation, and you are well versed in subjects about which I lack knowledge. I beg of you not to leave.
Unable to deny the man for a second time, Phineas agreed to stay. But his conscience itched with a warning that all was not right. Even though Huntley claimed to forgive him for not accepting an arrangement of marriage, Phineas was certain, from the glint in the Marquess's eyes, that their friendship had changed. Chapter 16. Adelia was desperate. Since Mr. Fernley and her father had returned from their trip to the Red Sea, Mr. Fernley had avoided her even more than before. He spoke minor pleasantries and engaged in conversation when her father was present, but each time she tried to speak with him without her father, he made an excuse to leave. Even more disheartening was his renewed efforts at the dig site. Since his return, Mr. Fernley had started a new project, and he spent every sunlit hour searching for treasures and dead pharaohs. Supper and after-dinner conversation turned into a time for seclusion. Her father chose to take his supper in the den while he studied artifacts and books, if Mr. Fernley was not in attendance. On the rare occasion he sat with them to eat, she would renew her attempts at conversation. Her life had turned back to what it had been before Mr. Fernley had entered their lives. Each day she took exercise with Masika by walking into town or to the Nile, only to return to an empty house. Desperate for company, Adelia wrote multiple letters to her brother. She would beg for his assistance until he responded by sailing to Egypt to retrieve her. It was unfortunate her advice to Mr. Fernley had gone awry. Instead of accepting her as a confidant, he'd reset his focus and reverted to the man he'd been when first arriving in Egypt. She felt like he had forgotten every moment and connection they'd shared. Distraught over her part in his transformation back to the lonely archaeologist, Adelia decided that while she waited for her brother to respond, she would again increase her efforts. She would persuade him into a match or suffer the consequences of the man forgetting her existence.
"Father, will you dance with me?"
She already knew the answer would be no. The Marquess of Huntley was not a skilled dancer, and he hated the exercise. "I do not know what you are thinking, Adelia. I have not the time nor desire to converse or dance with you." Her father sat in his armchair studying a book on hieroglyphs. "I wish to be rid of my duty to you." Ignoring his inconsiderate response, Adelia looked to the only other man in the room.
"Mr. Fernley, will you dance with me?"
A warmth spread through her cheeks as she noticed the frown Mr. Fernley had on his face. He wasn't looking toward her. He was scowling at her father. Placing his book to the side, Mr. Fernley stood and held his hand out to her. "It would be my honor." Adelia looked to Masika.
"Will you play a waltz?"
"Waltz?" Mr. Fernley asked. His hesitation made her proud. She'd managed to unhinge him even before the dance had started. "It is the only song Masika knows how to play." With a long-suffering sigh, she played well the part of a demure woman. "I am afraid we must suffer through a waltz." He didn't look convinced, but she pressed forward. "You did accept. Please tell me you will not go back on your word." "You are right. I apologize." Mr. Fernley placed his hand on her back and took hold of her opposite hand. She was momentarily shocked he intended to follow through with the dance. She had manipulated him, and he would be well within his rights to turn her away. As the first chords of the piano chimed across the room, Adelia turned her head to the side, unwilling to meet Mr. Fernley's eyes. Guilt spread through her, and she suddenly worried that, even with all her efforts, he would never fall in love with her. The tension of placing her hand on his arm sent another blush up her neck and into her cheeks. Even though they both wore gloves, the heat of his nearness left her undone. Turning her head so she could look him in the eyes, Adelia found she couldn't speak. His blue eyes held an intensity she'd never thought possible. From the shaking of his hands and the fear in his face, she realized he wasn't as unaffected as she'd imagined. Mr. Fernley led her through the waltz in a small circle around the table her father used for sorting through his post. Adelia wanted to open her soul to Mr. Fernley. Vulnerability was essential for any relationship, and she planned to share as much as he would take. The loneliness of her heart seeped out, and she prayed this would be the start to healing all she had lost by leaving society. She wanted to convey the admiration deep within her soul and accept whatever he had to offer back, as long as it was love. Lost in the music and the hope that everything could change in the direction she'd longed for, Adelia was abruptly pulled out of her imaginings as her father called across the room. "Masika, stop that infernal racket! I cannot concentrate." Her father held up the book he'd been reading. "There's a bit of information in here you will find interesting, Fernley." Adelia said a little prayer that Mr. Fernley would keep dancing with her, even though the piano had stopped and her father was calling for him. As he finished turning her through one last step, Mr. Fernley released her hand and gave her a nod. He lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles, as if they were surrounded by groups of dancers in a London ballroom.
You dance beautifully, my lady. Fernley, come quickly.
Adelia's response caught in her throat as Mr. Fernley turned to her father. Every flutter within her stomach drifted away with Mr. Fernley rushing across the room. A small amount of hatred flowed through her heart, her chest tightening with the emotion. Her father was self-absorbed, and it was obvious he didn't care about her. If he did, he wouldn't have interrupted the beautiful moment she'd shared with Mr. Fernley. She didn't stay in the room to watch as Mr. Fernley and her father discussed his important discovery. Instead, she marched up to her bedchamber. She was finished making a fool out of herself for Mr. Fernley. Sitting on her bed, she wiped at the tears as they flowed down her cheeks. She'd known the most sought-after men in society hadn't cared for her, but to find she still lacked the ability to persuade a man at the end of the world to marry her destroyed every ounce of confidence within her. Was she truly so unwanted? "My lady, what are you doing in here?" Masika sat on the edge of the bed ready to listen. "There is still time to impress Mr. Fernley and allow Hathor to engage his sensibilities this night." Wiping at new tears, Adelia shook her head. "He does not want me, Masika. He is here for artifacts and history. You could continue your offerings for the next year, and Hathor would still not be able to touch his hardened soul. Can you not try again? I will increase my efforts with the incense. Hathor is bound to continue showing her powers." "It is no good, Masika. Mr. Fernley does not want to care for me. He makes every effort to avoid my attempts. I feel I am back at Almack's, standing near the punch table, hoping for a handsome man to notice me, to find he cares only for the one fortunate woman to be named the rage of the season. Try again, my lady. You are strong. Do not give in to negative emotions that will cause you to waste away. Continue this course, at least until Lord Carlin responds to your letters." Adelia nodded her head. Masika was right. She had nothing better to do than to try to convince Mr. Fernley to fall in love with her. Adelia knew Mr. Fernley visited Nefertiti each night, and so she waited until he walked below her window to go sit on the veranda to catch him when he returned. A conversation amongst the stars never failed to encourage the budding of a new relationship. Adelia smoothed her dress and tiptoed past the drawing room so her father wouldn't hear. This was her last hope. If she failed to catch his eye with the night sky so brightly lit above them, she would give up. No woman in the entire world had worked as hard as she had to earn affection from a man. Either Mr. Fernley was emotionally blind, or he was a fool. She fully acknowledged Phineas Fernley's focus was upon treasures. If she had to give up her precious England and follow him around the world, she would. But she hadn't been given the opportunity to tell him as much. She hoped he would drink in the beauty of the night sky while sipping raspberry cordial, and see her finer qualities so she could tell him of her hopes. Adelia positioned herself at the table with a flagon of the red liquid and 2 glasses. She waited as the candlelight flickered in the stables, knowing he wouldn't stay in the barn all night. Mr. Fernley would have to leave Nefertiti soon. Each time she thought the door to the stables creaked, she sat up and took the position of a woman at her leisure. It happened 3 times before Mr. Fernley finally exited the stables and slowly walked toward the house. Adelia counted down the seconds as her heart raced. Sweat pooled on her forehead, either from nervousness or the heat of the night, so she dabbed it with a handkerchief. When he finally approached, she offered him her brightest smile. "Mr. Fernley, would you like some raspberry cordial?"
"Thank you, but perhaps another night."
Distractedly, he walked past her and entered the house without nodding in her direction. It took everything Adelia had not to give in to the despair of her plaguing thoughts. Deep within the recesses of her soul, a little voice of doubt told her she was not worth the effort. She would never be enough to catch a man's attention. The perfect scene for falling in love was set before her, and the man holding her affections hadn't noticed. Gathering the vestiges of her pride, Adelia slowly walked back to her bedchamber. Disappointment laced each step, leading her back to the loneliness she'd been engrossed in since arriving in Egypt.
"What has happened?" Masika asked as she helped Adelia into her night rail. "I have never seen you so... Masika took hold of Adelia's face and examined the forlorn look in her eyes. "Wistful?" Adelia said, offering the only word she could think of to explain the ache in her soul. Instead of slipping into bed, Adelia walked to her writing desk and laid her head against the smoothly polished wood. The heat of the night spread through her body, and she knew her sleep would be fitful. "I am ashamed for thinking I could convince a man to love me. If my brother and father do not care about my happiness, why would Mr. Fernley?" "Ashamed? You should never repent for seeking love and acceptance. It is the callous men in your life who should feel ashamed." Masika had never spoken so openly, and it left Adelia with little doubt as to how badly she'd behaved. Overcome with shame, Adelia allowed the tears she'd dried moments before to fall again. "I do not know how to flirt with a man. Why do you think the only men who wanted me in England were after my dowry? I should never have been so picky. Settling for a comfortable home would not have been so terrible. I could have found joy with children once my husband had my money. Most members of the ton do not even live with their spouses once there is an heir." Masika moved to Adelia's bed and turned down the sheets. "You must do all you can to convince Mr. Fernley to fall in love with you." "It is not necessary any longer. I will find my own way home. If my father does not take me, I will go on my own. I will set sail for England and forget about this dreadful place. No one need worry about my welfare any longer." "England?" Masika said as she beat her hand against the pillows to plump them up. "Yes. If you would like to go with me, I will not dissuade you. You will love England." "No, my lady. I do not want to go to your home, but I fear you should not leave either." Masika continued preparing the bed for Adelia's use. "I believe even England will not be satisfactory now that you are in love with Mr. Fernley." "I admit I do feel special when Mr. Fernley pays attention to me. But how can I consider it love if he cares more about treasures and travelling the world than he does about me? Mr. Fernley shows more affection to his camel than he does to me." "You cannot leave Egypt without securing his affection. You will never be happy anywhere if he is not with you." Masika's prediction caused fear to spread through Adelia's mind. Was it possible she would reach her home only to miss Phineas Fernley and suffer the same loneliness there as she had in Egypt? She couldn't leave this country without knowing what her feelings were. Throwing herself into her bed, Adelia looked up at the ceiling in utter desperation. "What am I to do?" "I am afraid the only one who can help you is Hathor. My simple offerings have worked up until now. It is time for you to show the goddess your trust in her powers by making a pilgrimage to her temple." It said too much about her state of mind that she didn't question Masika's statement. It said even more about the hopelessness pressing upon her heart as she gave the suggestion serious consideration. Masika had told her much about the mythology of her land, and much of it made little sense. But Adelia couldn't deny the proof Masika had given of her goddess. Since Masika had started burning incense in Adelia's bedchamber each night,
the following day had lent proof to otherworldly aid with Mr. Fernley's actions and conversations. Her logical mind wanted to refute the very thought of mythological gods working enchantments in her life. The lonely part of her gave way to the hope that a little bit of light-hearted worship wouldn't hurt, especially if it was only done once. She wouldn't consider travelling to the temple for a second time. Where is Hathor's temple? It is situated in Dendera, and will take us most of the day to travel there and back. We must wake early on the morrow, and you will present the goddess with gifts sufficient to bring clarity to this situation. Do you think Hathor will be able to fix this? Adelia bit back the laughter rising within. Was she truly considering a pilgrimage to worship a pagan goddess? Masika looked to the star-filled sky and lied. Adelia knew it was a lie, but she was thankful for the kindness. Hathor will correct all mistakes. She will make everything right with you and Mr. Fernley. Tell me what I must do to request Hathor's assistance. You must give her your greatest treasures. It is the only way to convince a goddess to help you. Adelia knew her greatest treasure was the necklace her mother had given her. Her mother had worn it often, and it was truly the only possession she had in Egypt that meant anything. It would pain her to give it up. How many gifts does she need? 3. Will money suffice? That depends on the desires of your heart. If you wish for Hathor's powers, you will need to give her something of great value. What would you give the goddess? Lord Huntley discovered a gold scarab with a red ruby at the Valley of the Kings. Hathor would give you anything you desired if you were to give her such an offering. Adelia knew her father would never approve of her taking the amulet. There must be something else I can offer. My father has locked the gold in his safe. I cannot get into it, and would not theft be frowned upon? I am afraid that is the only item I can clearly claim Hathor will accept. If you cannot get it, there is no reason for us to make the trip. Adelia wanted love and companionship more than anything in the world. Her father would forgive her if she took the jewel. She was certain of it. I will see if I can open the safe. Dendera was much the same as everywhere she'd been in Egypt. Full of sand. Hathor's temple stood before her, the large columns and hieroglyphs exactly what she'd expected. She wished there was time to sit with her sketchbook to record the beauty before her, but she was there for one reason, and she could not detract from it. What do I do now? Adelia asked as they walked toward the columns in what could only be considered a vestibule. There is a sacred pool. That is where you must make the offering to Hathor. Once the gifts are accepted, she will work through you. Since you have made the offerings up to now, wouldn't it be best for you to perform this one? Adelia looked behind her in fear that someone would discover her heathen plans. The Bible was clear on the matter of worship. She knew the commandments well. The first being, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." A shiver ran down her spine as the words upon the page of Exodus rang through her thoughts. No, my lady. You must show Hathor you trust her guidance on this matter. Adelia held tightly to her reticule as they continued to walk through the eerie edifice. I will have to do penance for this offering when I arrive home. Will it not negate my actions here? Hathor will understand your need to pray to the God you believe in. She will not fault you for your faith. Instead, she will consider it a strength of your belief in a higher power. Taking hold of Masika's arm, Adelia needed the comfort of a friend as she walked through the eerie remains of ancient Egypt. I have 3 requests of her. Will the scarab count for all 3? Adelia was certain she'd made a terrible mistake as her slippers scuffed against the dusty temple floor. She knew her father would agree with God on this matter. Neither of them would approve of any type of worship within the walls of an Egyptian temple. Moreover, her father would be angry about losing the amulet. You could offer an emotional sacrifice or a monetary sacrifice for the first request. I have started much lower than that with the incense. With each offering, you must increase the gift, which will help you with the final treasure, the scarab. Masika's voice was a whisper as she reverently spoke the word scarab. Reaffirming her hold on her reticule, Adelia could feel the weight of the scarab, along with a small portion of her pin money and her mother's necklace. With each step further into the temple, the engravings on the walls piqued Adelia's nerves and the desire to leave for home. She didn't like being in this place. Her only reason for following through with the unadvisable sacrifice was due to her maid. Masika believed in the goddess, and it would be terribly rude of Adelia to ignore her advice. Show me where the sacred pool is located. We will have to search. This is my first visit to Hathor's temple. How long do you think it will take for her to answer? If she is not busy escorting a loveless soul through the afterlife, then she should respond by tonight. The gifts you have brought are worthy of her notice. Consternation creased her brow. Adelia released Masika's arm and straightened her shoulders. Why would a soul need a god or goddess to stay by them in the afterlife? It didn't make sense to her. If she didn't have an answer from Hathor by that night, then she would safely tell Masika to keep her mythology to herself. Deciding she needed to complete the task, Adelia set about searching for water. They walked through the ancient temple, entering each room only to find shrines, stairwells, and large empty spaces with the walls covered in hieroglyphs. Perhaps there is not a pool. It was hard to imagine a pool of water sitting untouched in the sweltering heat. It is over here, Masika said, pointing to a large empty rectangular hole in the ground. Adelia had been right. There was no water. Only sand remained. How am I supposed to make an offering if the pool is dry? It is a symbol of what you will give to the goddess. I will leave you to do so on your own. Masika backed away with her hands formed in prayer. Sitting beside the empty pool, Adelia opened her reticule and looked at the coins within. She pulled out a handful of kyria and set them on the edge. Although she felt silly for even considering this an option, she had decided it might possibly be her last hope for getting what she wanted. She'd read about wishing wells and the ancient Celtic gods who granted mortals help, and decided this must be the same process. It was long believed that gods lived in water sources, and even though there was no visible water, this had once been a source for the ancient Egyptians. Picking up the kyria, she closed her eyes and spoke her wish out loud. I request help with Phineas Fernley. I need him to see me for who I am and either fall in love with me or allow me to let him go. A marriage would be wonderful, but if it is not right, then I would prefer to forget he exists. She almost added a request for children, but she remembered Isis was the goddess of fertility and motherhood, so she would not waste her time with Hathor on that request. She dropped the coins into the pool and waited as they landed with a thud against the sand. Taking her necklace from the bag, she examined it closely. She would regret giving her mother's necklace to a mythical goddess. Tucking it back into her bag, she pulled out a handful of mehaboob and made her second offering and request of the goddess. I need my father to help me in my quest to secure a match with Phineas Fernley. This was a simple request because she believed her father wanted the best for her, even if he was negligent. With the help of Hathor, her father would realize the need to act. She dropped the mehaboob one at a time and listened as each one hit the sand. Sand would soon cover both offerings, and her requests would hopefully be accepted. With her third and final offering, she pulled out the scarab. Above all else, she wanted to go home to England. Could she truly use the scarab her father had worked so hard to find for such a wish? She knew in her heart it had been wrong to steal the treasure, but where did it sit on the level of sin? Was worshipping a goddess other than the one true God worse than stealing from her father? Adelia shuddered as the fifth commandment clearly appeared in her mind. Honor thy father and thy mother. What was one more prayer of penance when she had two of the greatest sins before her? She held out the scarab and groaned as the words, "Thou shalt not steal," pierced her soul. She was breaking 3 of the 10 commandments. Adelia needed to return to England, if only so she could sit in the pew at church and beg for forgiveness. Acknowledging her first 2 offerings as the start to her unholy worship, Adelia pressed forward with the scarab. The final request exited her mouth as she clutched the heavy jewel in her hand. I want to go home to England. Please make the boat sail swiftly toward my home, with me, my father, and Mr. Fernley. I want us to be happy living our lives in England and for Mr. Fernley to give up his desire for adventure and to be happy with that choice. I do not want him to suffer. With the final offering made, she threw the scarab down and again watched as the sand accepted the offering, slowly burying the evidence of her requests like an hourglass, dropping grains to measure time. Adelia rested on the rocks while she considered her requests. In one way, they could be considered very selfish, but she had the best of intentions for everyone in her life. They all belonged in England. If they didn't, they would have been placed elsewhere on the earth. With this conviction set in her mind, she was ready to go back to Luxor. She made her way through the ancient temple and found Masika examining the hieroglyphs. I am ready to go home now. You have made the request? Yes, and I waited to see my gifts disappear in the sand. I think that means Hathor has accepted my offering. Now she had completed the task, she found it a bit exciting. You threw the scarab in? Yes, I gave it to Hathor. Then she will bless you with the desires of your heart. Masika looked pleased, which made Adelia happy. Chapter 17. Phineas was surprised to see Lady Adelia dressed in a beautiful gold gown as he entered the drawing room. She was dressed for a ball, and he was merely expecting supper. He looked to Huntley and saw the Marquess was still in his clothing from the dig. Clearing his throat, he slowly crossed the room and stood by the sideboard.
Phineas, glad you are here. Let us go through.
Huntley held his arm out for Lady Adelia as he escorted her into the dining room.
I heard there have been some problems at the dig site. Is that true?
Unfortunately, the reports are correct.
A small avalanche of rocks recovered the area we have focused on for the last few weeks.
I am afraid we will have to start again.
A shame, Huntley said.
Phineas looked down at the pea soup before him. He'd never been particularly fond of the dish, but it was better than nothing. 3 men were partially buried under the rubble. Thankfully, we were able to get them out before the entire area collapsed.
It will cause a delay in my plans.
Huntley looked at his daughter with concern.
I cannot leave the men with this trouble, so I will be here another week.
Adelia's spoon dropped, causing her soup to splash onto the table. What plans? Huntley raised his eyebrows and puckered his lips.
Did I not confide in you?
I am afraid not.
I have been inspired by Mr. Fernley's drawings. He is quite the talented artist.
Adelia turned to Phineas, her curiosity piqued and a bit frightened. Phineas had never received a biting glower in all his life. Pray tell, Mr. Fernley, what inspiration have you thrust upon my father's adventurous mind? Phineas shrugged his shoulders, unable to voice a response to satisfy the fire blazing in Lady Adelia's eyes.
I must have told one of you.
Huntley sat back in his chair as he looked between Adelia and Phineas. Shaking his head in disappointment, He behaved as though Phineas and Adelia had simply ignored an important conversation. Huntley tapped his fingers on the table before choosing to share his secret.
I have decided to travel down the Nile. I will be gone for months.
Months! Adelia's shrill voice echoed through the dining room. Phineas couldn't blame her for being angry. This decision affected him greatly. He would have to find rooms in Luxor after all. You cannot be in earnest!
I have already made plans to leave. In my absence, you will have Masika and Nakia to care for you. Phineas will be here as well.
Adelia exchanged a frightened glance with Phineas before she continued her argument. I am afraid Mr. Fernley will not be able to stay in our home. He will have to take rooms elsewhere.
It is unnecessary. Nakia will see to arrangements.
Phineas shook his head. I agree with Lady Adelia. It would not be appropriate. Huntley shrugged his shoulders.
Very well, if you would prefer to move out.
I cannot believe you would do this to me, Father. You are supposed to be my protector.
Think of it as an example of what your life will be like once I have died.
Phineas looked between Huntley and Lady Adelia, confused by the change in topic. A part of him felt out of place, like he was intruding on a private conversation and had no business overhearing the argument. It would be disruptive for him to leave the room, so he focused on his soup and quietly ate. How long will you be gone? A year? 2? And I am to sit and wait like a dutiful daughter while her father plays archaeologist.
I am not playing. I have a duty to myself and to my people. Years from now, our king will realize Africa is a profitable venture, and I want to leave this place better than it was when I came. Better for my king and my countrymen.
Adelia stood. Her chair scraped against the stone floor. You must have forgotten your duty to me.
I have not forgotten.
Huntley put his head in his hands. The tension of Adelia's pain filled the room, causing Phineas to turn away. Focusing his attention on Nakia and Masika, he noticed they stood to the side, waiting to serve the next course. Adelia's whisper broke through the silence. Her agony filled his soul, making him wish he could solve everyone's problems. I have supported you in your grief. I left everything I knew and placed my trust in you, and you have repaid me with selfishness. Phineas expected Huntley to argue with his daughter, but he didn't. Instead, Huntley nodded and looked at Lady Adelia with humility.
I cannot go back to England, Adelia. Not without your mother.
Mother is dead. Her body lies in the churchyard near our home in Bath. She is in England.
No, she is not. I cannot take you back. Now let us sit and finish this fine meal.
Adelia didn't retake her seat. Instead, she left the room with her lips quivering and tears pouring down her soft cheeks. The sound of her slippers against the wood floor echoed through the silent house. Phineas knew he could solve Adelia's problems with a marriage, but he was too much like her father. He selfishly wanted to explore the world, and it was obvious she would not go on such adventures with him. When supper finished, instead of joining Huntley in the drawing room, Phineas excused himself for the night. He wanted to take a short walk to clear his mind. As he expected, the wind blew small grains of sand toward him. Even with the sun low in the sky, the heat hadn't relented. Wiping his forehead and neck with a handkerchief, he thought about his family. If he were home at Primrose Hall, he would be sitting in the drawing room with his brothers and Gigi and Briar. They would chat about the latest party and laugh the night away. He also remembered the nights when he would sit in the corner with a book, dreaming about the life he currently lived. Now that he was here, he had everything he had ever wanted, and yet he was hesitant to make any claims of being completely happy. He missed his twin brother more than he wanted to admit. He would never see Gigi again. She was old, and when he'd said farewell, he'd known it would be his last time to see her alive. He'd given up his family for this life, and he was going to make it the best life he could. Not wanting to go back into the house, for he wasn't certain if Huntley and Lady Adelia were finished with their silent brooding, Phineas decided to visit Nefertiti. She might scowl and grunt and possibly even spit at him, but she would listen without too much interrupting. When he entered the paddock, Nefertiti was sitting. He took a seat next to her on the hardened sand and rubbed her back. Nefertiti turned her head toward him and growled. "Tomorrow, when we arrive at the dig site, can you at least try to pretend you have a shred of respect for me? It's terribly embarrassing to be the only man with an unruly camel." Nefertiti went back to chewing her cud. Her favorite pastimes were scowling, growling, spitting, and chewing. His mind focused on Nefertiti. Phineas continued speaking. "We will have to find a new home before long. I cannot stay here if Huntley is leaving to sail down the Nile. What do you think about me living in a tent with you standing watch?" Nefertiti continued chewing and gave him a glare that made him think she wasn't impressed with his conversation. "Lady Adelia was quite put out with Huntley tonight. I fear she has lost all patience with the man." Nefertiti's pudgy cheeks slightly caved into her mouth. Phineas knew it was preparation for spitting, and so he ran out from the stall and stood next to the gate. He waited until she'd calmed down, and then inched back toward her so he could tie her up for the night. With her temperament, he didn't want her wandering around picking fights with the other camels. "Good night, Nefertiti. Sleep well, and remember our agreement. You will be respectful around others." As Phineas neared the house, a shout echoed through the stillness of the night. At first he didn't think anything of it, but when he heard Lady Adelia screaming, Phineas stopped dawdling and ran through the front door. He stopped outside the drawing room and listened. He leaned forward to peek through the opening to see if it was another argument between father and daughter, or if there was trouble. Huntley and Adelia stood in the corner of the room, held prisoner by 3 men. He noticed Masika stood behind her mistress. Upon closer examination, he realized Masika was holding Adelia's hands behind her back. "Mr. Fernley!" Adelia cried out. He didn't blame her for bringing attention to him. She was frightened, and he was the only person she could beg for help. "What seems to be the problem?" It was a poor question, but he was on the spot and didn't know what to do or say. "Go away, Mr. Fernley. This does not involve you." Nakia pointed toward the door, but Phineas wasn't a coward, and he wouldn't leave Huntley in such a predicament. "Perhaps we can sit down and discuss the matter like gentlemen." Phineas cringed internally. He was sounding like his brother Baxter. This was not the time to behave like a gentleman. He needed to save Huntley and Lady Adelia. Something heroic would do, but Phineas was more comfortable with a brush to dust sand than he was any sort of weapon. Nakia shook his head. "The time for conversation is over. Karim, the gold is in the desk. The Marquess was recording it earlier." One of the men crossed the room and searched through a desk. He threw ink, papers, and books to the floor in his search, but found nothing. Karim yelled at Nakia. "It is not here. You promised us there would be at least 1 bag of gold. Amir, check the shelves behind us. I saw him with the gold this morning." "Nakia, if you release my daughter, I will give you the gold. There is no need to destroy my home." Nakia moved closer to Huntley, a knife pointed at him. "You and your countrymen think you have the right to find the gold of our kings and queens and take it as a treasure to pass on to your heirs. But you do not have the right to plunder our burial chambers." Phineas took a step toward Lady Adelia and held out his hand. She'd said the same words to him, and he now realized she was right. It was wrong to take the artifacts, but Nakia and his friends had broken the trust Huntley had with them by stealing the items for themselves. Lady Adelia is innocent of the crime. Let her go free. Masika shook her head. She is guilty by being in our land, and so are you. Phineas hadn't yet found any treasures, so he couldn't take the blame of people stealing the artifacts, but hadn't that been one of his goals? Huntley's voice was surprisingly calm as he faced his attackers. Nakia, I will give you the gold. Please let my daughter go free and you can leave with the treasure. The third unknown man spoke to Nakia in Arabic, causing Nakia to finally agree with Huntley. Show me where it is. Phineas hoped this would be the end of the excitement for the evening. Huntley walked to the corner of the room and removed a large painting of the pyramids to reveal a safe. As he opened it, Masika let go of Lady Adelia's hands, allowing Phineas to pull her into a corner. He knew even though Huntley despised his duty to fatherhood, he would want his daughter safe and away from danger. Taking her hands in his, a thrill of excitement ran through his body. Since he'd refocused his efforts to the Valley of the Kings, he hadn't allowed himself to think about her. Being close to the woman left him short of breath. Shaking his head to clear it, he silently chided himself for the overreaction. There wasn't time for his stomach to flutter and his heart to pound. He needed to keep his head straight if he were to be of any use in this robbery. Phineas gathered his wits as the door to the safe creaked open. He watched as Huntley reached in and turned around with a knife. Huntley held it out in a defensive stance, which did nothing to frighten the men holding them hostage. With one swipe of a blade, Huntley was on the ground and the robbers were leaving with their treasure. Phineas followed Lady Adelia as she ran across the room. She fell to the floor next to her father, her cries breaking his resolve to stay calm. We will send for a physician. He will be fine. He wanted to help Huntley, but if Nakia, Masika, and their friends returned, there would be further danger. Phineas crossed to the window to see 5 figures running away from the house. Huntley's cries of shock and pain pulled Phineas back to the horrific scene. I am a foolish, selfish old man. I was wrong to say it. You are not selfish. Please, Father, allow me to go for a physician. Phineas would be the one to go for help. He wouldn't allow Lady Adelia to risk her life at night with robbers hiding in the desert. His head spun with confusion, and he tried to grasp a shred of information indicating how the robbery had occurred. Everything had happened so quickly, and none of it made sense. Let me carry him to his bed, and then I can go for help. Huntley cried out in pain, so Phineas stopped trying to move him. You were right, Adelia. Now the time has come. I fear I have left you without a way to protect yourself. I did not know Nakia and Masika would turn against us. Huntley let out a weak cry. I did not believe it possible. Phineas knelt next to the dying man. None of this made any sense, and yet Huntley lay dying. He looked to the wound and was surprised to see a stain of red upon Huntley's shirt, but it merely looked like Huntley had spilled a glass of red wine upon himself. Nakia was a trusted servant, and he would have known the gold had been moved. Phineas didn't want to believe Huntley could deceive him, but nothing made sense or added up in Phineas's mind. Huntley grabbed Phineas's hand and pulled him closer. With a deadly cry, Huntley made a plea that put all suspicions from Phineas's mind. My daughter, Phineas. She will be alone. Do not worry about Lady Adelia. I will ensure she has safe passage back to England. Huntley looked up at him, death written in his darkening eyes. The plea of a father concerned for his daughter would forever echo through Phineas's mind. Shame filled his soul as he realized that seconds before he had suspected Huntley of planning the entire debacle. Huntley closed his eyes and rested his head against Adelia's leg. he whispered as one leaving his earthly tabernacle.
You will take her.
He couldn't accompany an unmarried woman back to England. It would ruin her reputation. He would have to hire someone trustworthy. Before he could voice his concerns, he'd realized the irony of his thoughts. They'd trusted Nakia and Masika only to find themselves fools. Huntley had been like a father to him since his arrival in England. He owed the man his life.
Yes, Huntley, I will take her.
It ripped his heart out to make the promise, but he knew he couldn't leave a woman alone without an escort. He would see her safely home to her brother, and no one would fault him for his actions. Huntley gave a strangled, contented smile, and then held out his hand.
You will marry her?
Phineas shook his head, not wanting to offend Huntley or Adelia, but they needed to know he was not planning to be married at this time. He was certain he'd made that clear to Huntley. He needed to finish his work in the Valley of the Kings before even considering a marriage. If he were to give up his dream of seeing the gems of God's creations, he had to accomplish this one goal.
I will escort her home, but I cannot marry her.
Huntley groaned and his body shook. It wouldn't be long before he stopped moving and allowed his soul to leave the earthly frame.
You will ruin her if you do not.
The statement was true, and Phineas knew it. Overwrought by the entire situation, he realized he would agree to a marriage if the dying man wanted it. He convinced himself it was a way to give the man peace and allow him to rest in the next life, knowing that his daughter would be cared for. Before he could talk himself out of the agreement, Phineas nodded.
I will marry her. Give me your word as a gentleman. You will marry my daughter and take her back to England. She will have a beautiful life with children and a loving family.
Concerned that Huntley would die before he could give his promise, Phineas agreed with haste, not allowing his mind to formulate doubt.
I do, Huntley. As a gentleman?
Phineas found it odd that Huntley was straining himself for particulars, but he quickly made the agreement.
Yes, I promise as a gentleman to marry your daughter and take her back to England. We will live on a small estate and raise sheep and cattle and have many children.
Huntley slowly nodded as a smile crossed his darkening features. He took hold of Adelia's sash and painstakingly fiddled with the end as if he planned to tie it around Adelia's hand. Phineas knew what Huntley was doing, and he didn't like it. As all his hopes and dreams faded into the past, Phineas understood why Huntley had begged him to give his word as a gentleman. Backing out of the arrangement was not an option. Taking the sash from the dying man, Phineas took hold of Adelia's hand and used his other hand to wrap the ribbon. Huntley put his hand over their clasped hands and whispered,
Phineas, do you promise to join your life with Adelia through marriage?
Yes, Huntley, I will. Slightly rolling his head, his eyelids sinking lower, and his voice slurred, Huntley pressed forward.
Adelia, do you agree to marry Phineas?
As she cried, her tears fell on Huntley's cheeks. This is not what I asked for. This was not what I wanted. She is punishing me for taking the amulet.
Adelia?
Huntley's strangled words pulled an answer from her sobs. Yes. Huntley seemed to gather strength as he squeezed their joined hands.
Let this bond be seen by God and finalized by a vicar once you are home.
Huntley's hand dropped to the ground, and Phineas untied the ribbon. He watched as Adelia held to her father in what Phineas was certain were the man's final moments. Huntley closed his eyes, and Phineas watched as an intruder upon Adelia's grief. A fear swept over his body as Phineas realized Masika and Nakia were aware of more treasures within Huntley's home. They had to leave, with haste. If he pulled her away and attempted to leave before the robbers returned, their lives could be spared. He had to think of Adelia and his promise to Huntley to keep her safe, but the thought of taking her from her father without a proper burial was cruel. He knew there was no way around it. They had to leave. "We must go, Adelia. If Nakia and Masika return to loot the house further, we could be their next victims." He put his arm around Adelia, hoping to lift her from her father's body. But his compassion won over as she mourned for the man. He understood her grief. He'd felt it keenly when his own father had passed away, but the added tragedy of witnessing her father's murder would live with her forever. "Adelia, help me gather your things. We need to leave the house."
"No!"
Adelia cried. She sat up and placed her hands on Phineas's chest, pushing him away.
"I cannot leave him here."
"Yes, you can," Huntley said as he opened his eyes and sat up. Phineas jumped up from the ground and stepped away from the man he'd thought dead only moments before. Adelia screamed in terror and then sat in stunned disbelief as her father pulled her into his embrace. Looking to the stain he'd questioned moments before, Phineas noticed a lack of liquid. It was a dried stain upon the man's abdomen. As the fear they'd been through slowly lessened, he noticed a lack of a rip in the clothing as well. Nakia's knife had never touched Huntley's body. Why? It was the only question Phineas could think to ask. He wanted to know why Huntley would fake his death and put his daughter through such terrible grief. Huntley stood and walked to the sideboard to pour himself a drink. He poured one for Phineas and then rang the bell cord to summon a maid. Shockingly, Nakia and Masika entered the room. "Please bring my daughter tea. It should calm her nerves." Masika bent down and pulled Adelia to her feet. "I am sorry, my lady. I did not think it would end as it did." In a haze of confusion, Phineas accepted the glass Huntley held out for him, and then he moved to the sofa where Masika guided Adelia. He sat on the opposite side of the sofa, uncertain what was happening. The only facts he could piece together were that he was married and Huntley was alive. Huntley was smiling like a man who'd discovered his first bit of treasure. More importantly, Huntley was clearly in the prime of his life. Chapter 18. There were two things in life Adelia had been certain of before entering the drawing room that evening. First, she was stuck in Egypt and would never see her beloved England again unless she took matters into her own hands. Second, she would live out her life as a lonely spinster. But everything had changed in the blink of an eye, and she now sat in stunned silence as her father slowly sipped a glass of brandy with a smug smile upon his face. She'd received a pauper's version of what she'd requested from the goddess Hathor, but somehow she didn't feel victorious. It had come at the cost of the trust she held for her father. She would never again think of him with kindness. Her request had been for love and belonging. Yes, marriage had been part of the offering she'd made, but it had included acceptance into her father's life. "Phineas, I trust you will keep the promise you made, even if it was under duress." She didn't dare look at Mr. Fernley. Certain he must despise both her and her father, she hung her head in shame. If he chose to ignore the hand-fasting, their reputations would be safe. No one except her father, Nakia, and Masika knew about the promises they'd hastily made. Mr. Fernley stood and paced the room. He ran a hand through his hair as he wore down the carpet. "Lord Huntley," he said as he stopped pacing and glared at her father. She'd never heard him use the title before, but she agreed the severity of the situation demanded they speak candidly. "I have never
been so deceived by anyone in all my life. Your trickery was unnecessary. I disagree. For me to live the life I want, I have to be rid of my duty to Adelia. Therefore, I had to find her a husband. You were the only option.
Adelia stood up. Her mouth moved, but no sound escaped. She shook as the shock of her father's deception pushed further emotions to the surface. Her father waved his hand in her direction.
Adelia, sit down. You will cause yourself to be hysterical if you continue to go on this way.
When she didn't sit, and little squeaks of indignation exited her mouth, her father walked forward and pushed her down by her shoulders. He turned back to Mr. Fernley.
I needed to find a way to return her to England. Naturally, I chose you to perform the task. You could have asked me to take her.
Adelia closed her eyes as her father spoke. She couldn't bring herself to accept the shame of the situation. Every word her father spoke ripped at the tiny threads holding her nerves in place.
You had already turned me down. I offered to give my daughter to you as a wife, and you refused.
The entire situation was worse than Adelia had previously thought. Mr. Fernley had already decided a life with her was not what he wanted. Her dowry hadn't been enough to tempt him into a match, so trickery was the only option. Her father continued speaking.
I have watched as you spurned Adelia's attempts at flirting. I am convinced a man so fully intent on avoiding a woman would do so for one purpose only. You are attracted to my daughter.
Adelia couldn't breathe. Her father's outright assumption of Mr. Fernley's feelings sent her into hysterics. Masika rushed forward and waved a fan in Adelia's face, blocking her ability to fully see Mr. Fernley's reaction to the conversation. As the lace of her fan flittered in and out of her view, she could see the red of Mr. Fernley's face go through varying shades until it resembled a large tomato.
Adventure can be found in many facets of life. I suggest you will have more excitement with my daughter and children than you would removing rocks from tomb entrances. You will return with her to England and use the dowry I have provided to purchase the small estate you spoke of, although I would advise you to pick either sheep or cattle. Both could be disastrous.
Finding her voice, Adelia was surprised by the weakness of her tone. Father, why did you do this? You were supposed to be my protector.
I cannot do as I wish if I am stuck caring for you. It is time you had a husband and children of your own. Is that not what you wanted?
How do you know what I want?
Masika has reported your activities to me over the past month since Mr. Fernley arrived. I asked her to convince you of the power of Hathor, and when she claimed you refused to believe, I devised the need for you to make a pilgrimage to Hathor's temple. I followed behind and retrieved the amulet from the sacred pool once you left. I worked many laborious hours to discover that particular treasure. It would not make me happy to have lost it in the sand.
Her father stood and crossed back to the safe he'd opened during the fake robbery. He lifted the amulet out and showed it to her.
I trust you will not offer it to another goddess.
Repentant for her actions, Adelia shook her head. No, father.
Phineas.
Her father held out his hand to show the amulet.
I have robbed you of the one thing you wanted in life, adventure as an archaeologist. If you wish it, you may have the amulet.
Are you paying me to keep my word?
No. You will keep the promise you made because you are a gentleman, and you would not ruin a woman for your own selfish desires.
Then why would you offer the amulet to me? What have I done to earn it?
I give it to you with the hope that it will satisfy your need for exploration. Taking a piece of the desert with you will calm that desire within your soul so you can devote your life to my daughter.
Adelia wasn't surprised when Mr. Fernley refused the amulet and left the drawing room. She and her father sat in silence as they listened to Phineas's footsteps and the closing of his bedchamber door. When the silence had gone much longer than she expected, Adelia stood and turned away from her father. "It was wrong of both of us to use him, just as it is wrong of you to stay in Egypt to find treasures that do not belong to you." She didn't wait for an answer. She left her father standing by himself with the one thing in life he cared about, his precious Egyptian treasures. Gathering her belongings was easy, since Adelia had brought very little with her and hadn't gained many possessions while in Luxor. She'd always planned to return home, and one trunk was all she needed for the trip. She'd slept terribly knowing what she and her father had taken from Mr. Fernley, and yet a small part of her heart was holding out hope for Mr. Fernley to find happiness with her. Adelia worried as she waited for Mr. Fernley to enter the dining room. When he didn't make a morning appearance, she made her way to the parlour and waited. She didn't know what to expect and didn't dare ask for fear he would tell her she was as deceitful as her father, and he wouldn't take her back to England. "My lady, your trunk is on the cart, and Mr. Fernley awaits. Are you ready to leave?" Masika had fooled her. She never wanted to see the woman again. Ignoring the desire to embrace her maid, Adelia slowly walked toward the door. Peering out at her father and husband, Adelia wondered if she could live through the embarrassment of this marriage. It was true she'd wanted to marry Mr. Fernley, but she'd had different plans. She'd hoped for love, or the appearance of it. Every servant in the house stood ready to bid her farewell, but she hadn't the heart to speak to any of them. She'd wanted nothing more than to leave Egypt, yet she wanted the parting to be different. Gaining the desires of her heart had only proved to bring her further distress. Her father's voice carried through the dry air toward her. "I can send a second camel with you, if you would prefer." "We will be fine with Nefertiti. I would not want to leave you without your animals." Mr. Fernley's tone was polite and guarded. Her father had broken the trust they'd once shared, and he would never earn it back. She watched as her husband saddled Nefertiti and connected the small cart behind the camel. The kind way he spoke to the animal gave her hope, until he saw her and his face went blank. She'd never seen him so distant and unaffected. "My lady, we should leave as soon as possible. I would like to travel swiftly, as Lord Huntley has informed me the next ship out of Alexandria leaves in a few days." She blushed as he looked at her and then wished she hadn't. Even though her father had performed a hand fasting, she didn't feel married. Hand fastings were done when a couple was deeply in love and lived too far away from a church or man of God to marry them, or they were performed for quick elopements over an anvil in Gretna Green. Their situations certainly qualified for the ceremony, despite his lack of love for her. Adelia nodded and looked to her father. She would never see him again, and a part of her wasn't sorry about that. His last act had been to deceive her, but it had also accomplished her desires. She was terribly conflicted. "I feel the need to forgive you for the deception of last night. I fear I was too selfish and have ruined any chance at happiness that might have come over time." It was easy to believe, now that she had gotten her wish, that over time she and Mr. Fernley would have married. She hadn't needed to sin and ask Hathor for help with love. She'd behaved abominably and could see her father's influence in all she'd done.
"He will forgive you. It will take time, but one day Phineas will realize this was in his best interest."
"I cannot see so far into the future." She hadn't realized those would be the last words she'd speak to her father. She'd expected there would be more time. But Mr. Fernley assisted her onto the back of the camel, and he sat behind her. And before she realized how far they had travelled, her father was a small spot in the desert. Chapter 19. Phineas helped Lady Adelia down from the camel for an afternoon rest and a short meal. He spread a blanket on the ground and handed her an apple. "I have dried meat and cheese, if you would prefer it, my lady." "My name is Adelia. Please stop being so polite and formal." Phineas was upset over the situation and could not bring himself to be anything but distantly polite. He'd been tricked into a marriage. It was true he had considered marriage, but he hadn't expected it so soon. He would spend the rest of his life stuck on a ghastly estate in Yorkshire, pretending to enjoy the work while wishing he was travelling the world. This was a pathetic end to everything he'd hoped for in life. "Forgive my politeness." "I do not blame you for wishing my father had actually died. Up until I left him standing in the distance, I had wished it upon him." Certainly, he was thankful Huntley wasn't dead. He couldn't imagine living with the memory of seeing a man murdered, but it would take time to calm down and accept the lot he'd been dealt. Phineas threw the core of the apple he'd finished to Nefertiti and focused on his camel. He didn't want to look at Adelia for fear she would find their situation much worse than he considered it. "I care not to wish such a fate upon the man." "Then please be angry with me. I am the one who wanted to go home to England, and my father devised a plan to send me there. I apologize for my part in the deception. I have wondered since last night, had I not been so persistent with him at supper, if he would not have fooled us both." Phineas kept his eyes on Nefertiti. "You were rightfully angry with him. He did not have the right to abandon you to fulfill his dreams." Obviously, he did not think it such a great sin. Phineas shook his head in dismay. He was still upset over the entire situation and couldn't admit that the part of him that constantly thought of Adelia was relieved with the way things had turned out. "We should be on our way." As he secured the bags back on the cart, Phineas took a moment by himself to calm his mind. He was furious with Huntley. He wanted nothing more than to be digging through the sand in the Valley of the Kings, but he would never see that magnificent place again. He'd never see the inside of a pharaoh's tomb, and he would never hold the treasures of a king. As angry tears pooled in his eyes, he looked up at the sky and took deep, calming breaths. There was only one certainty in life, and he was living proof of it. Life would never go the way it was planned. There would always be an obstacle to overcome or different paths to take along the way. This was one of those moments, and he needed to find a way to live with the heartache of leaving everything he wanted behind. When he turned to help Adelia onto the camel, his heart jumped in his chest. She stood in front of Nefertiti, her hand outstretched. Before she touched the animal's head, he called out to her, "Do not get too close. She will chew your hand off." Adelia let out the charming laugh he'd once dreamed of hearing. The laugh he'd made a fool out of himself by trying to say something funny and had only succeeded on a rare occasion. "Do not be silly. Nefertiti and I are the dearest of friends." He didn't know how it was possible, but Nefertiti allowed Adelia to run her hands wherever she wished. There was no growling, spitting, or hissing from the camel. Instead, Nefertiti accepted friendship from Adelia. This gave him one more reason to be annoyed. His camel liked everyone except him. Grumbling to himself, Phineas gathered the blanket he'd laid out and shook the sand from it. How did I purchase the orneriest camel in all of Egypt, only to have it take to the daughter of a deceitful old man? He hadn't planned to say the words out loud, but in his anger he'd lashed out. Adelia tried to hide the pain his words had caused, but the frown upon her face made him instantly repentant of the foolish behavior. She didn't deserve his censure. "Forgive me. I will try to keep such comments to myself in the future." Adelia glared at him. I can see why Nefertiti does not care for you." Choosing to ignore the comment, Phineas pointed to the saddle. "May I assist you?" "Yes, thank you." He could sense her nervousness as he took her hand, which made him jittery. They were both making a muddle of their marriage if they could consider it an actual marriage. He didn't know how to be a husband, but he knew how to treat a woman with kindness and respect. His father had impressed upon his sons the importance of respecting a woman in any situation, and he had never failed to do so until that moment. Deciding he would do better, Phineas ignored the rush of emotions and the fluttering butterflies of his stomach while he assisted her onto the saddle. He didn't care for the way she made him both anxious and annoyed. Phineas walked around Nefertiti to ensure he'd gathered all their belongings. He checked the connection of the cart to the saddle, and then as he stepped in front of the camel to examine their campsite, he jumped forward as she nipped at his leg. Turning to the camel, he shook his head. "I thought we had an understanding that you were going to behave in front of other people. I am disappointed in you, Nefertiti." When he looked to Adelia, he was surprised to see she had a smile on her face. "What did you do to this majestic creature to earn her disdain?" Majestic? There was serious doubt in his mind that Nefertiti could be referred to with such praise. "Huntley seemed to think it was because I dared look her in the eyes when I first tried to saddle her. She has not forgiven me since that day." A genuine smile crossed her face. "I fear camels are very unforgiving creatures. Nefertiti might hold a grudge against me if I am seen with you." Phineas couldn't help himself. He laughed and then tried to hide it by coughing. "She never held it against Huntley or anyone else. I believe you are safe." When they were ready to leave, Phineas sat behind her in the second seat and set Nefertiti back on the path toward Alexandria. As they rode further away from the Valley of the Kings, he convinced himself he was doing the right thing by taking Adelia back to England. But he had to acknowledge that a part of his soul would always be in the Egyptian desert. He loved the adventure of digging through rocks and sand. The only things he wouldn't miss were the heat, the disappointment of a plundered death chamber, and Nefertiti. Chapter 20. As Nefertiti slowly made her way across the desert, sand kicked up around her, forcing Adelia to wrap her shawl around her face. She didn't care for the taste of dirt, which was a problem when traveling through the desert. Everything was covered in sand, and there was no escaping it. When she'd made her pilgrimage to Dendera to seek help from Hathor, she'd thought the wishes of her heart were all she could have wanted. Now as she considered everything she'd given up for England, she realized it wasn't always best to have dreams come true. She was in a marriage of convenience, not one of love. She was on her way to her beloved England, but it had cost her an unfortunate amount of self-respect and integrity. Hathor had accepted her offering, and her father had fulfilled the promises by destroying Phineas's dreams. It wasn't what she had wanted. Masika hadn't mentioned there would be sacrifice for Phineas. But what had she expected? Her wishes couldn't have come about if she had respected Phineas's desire to travel the world. As his wife, she could offer to travel with him, but she selfishly wanted to be in England. Did she believe Hathor was responsible, or had an inkling of credit for what had happened? Was it possible for a mythological goddess to wreak havoc on a person's life? She was determined not to fall prey to Masika's foreign religion. More than likely, God was punishing her for worshipping an idol. She knew the biblical stories about the children of Israel. Even after seeing the hand of God acting in their favor, they'd erected idols to worship and had received a punishment of wandering the desert for 40 years. Adelia shuddered at the thought of such a punishment. With tears coursing down her cheeks, Adelia knew she'd made a poor decision to worship Hathor. Breaking commandments had consequences. She instantly started praying. Penance would not wait for church services, nor bedtime.
Are you in pain?
Phineas spoke loud enough for her to hear over the grunting from Nefertiti and the shifting trunks in the cart. I am well enough.
Then you miss your father?
Only a little. Adelia wiped the tears away, wishing she didn't have to ride side saddle. If she was facing forward, he wouldn't be able to see her tears.
Did I cause your tears?
Adelia needed to think up an excuse for crying, and so she gave him a partial truth. She wasn't ready to admit her regret for taking his dreams and trading them for hers. She also wasn't ready to admit her folly in worshipping Hathor. I have missed England. The only part of this country I will think about is my father.
3 years is a long time to be here without ever coming to love the place. Is there nothing you will miss?
Was this an attempt at engaging her in conversation, or was he seriously suggesting she should find something to like about the place that had stolen away her youth? If she'd stayed in England, she would not only be married, but she would have at least one child. Instead of answering his question, she pushed it back to him. What will you miss?
Everything, other than Nefertiti, manual labor, the heat, and empty tombs.
Sitting side saddle, it was easy for Adelia to look at him. The sincerity in his eyes told her he was in earnest, and her heart ached for him. She'd been terribly inconsiderate to request Hathor force love upon a man who clearly only had eyes for the Valley of the Kings. I can understand why Nefertiti despises you. She knows you do not care for her.
Phineas scoffed. I have done more petting and cooing over this camel than I ever did my horse, and my horse loved me.
As his voice trailed off, she wondered what he wasn't saying. Did his horse truly love him? Does your horse understand why you left him behind for adventure?
Cleopatra has a nice home at Primrose Hall. I gifted her to Briar before I left.
You must hold a great deal of respect for Lady Grafton to gift your horse to her.
She is the only one Cleopatra would take. I am afraid she was quite put out that I decided to leave her behind.
Will you tell me about Cleopatra? She could see Phineas's head moving out of the corner of her eye.
Cleopatra loves apples, especially green ones.
She has a taste for sour things. What breed is she? Phineas tilted his head to the side.
She is black, with the darkest mane you will ever see.
Adelia laughed and shook her head. I asked for her breed.
No one has ever asked me that. I'm certain Baxter would know.
This is why your animals despise you. You have no knowledge of them other than the use you can put them to.
I suppose I have never thought of it that way. I have been so focused on my studies. It is easy for me to get lost in books and forget to exercise them. But I always made certain to keep a bucket of apples nearby. Cleopatra never went without.
Oh dear, Adelia said, biting back a stronger retort. Animals needed love and respect as much as they needed sustenance. The reminder of his preferred way to spend time made Adelia search for a topic outside of archaeology and animals. It was obvious he hadn't bonded with any of his animals. I have never been to Yorkshire and hope we will visit there often. Adelia had dreamed of seeing the beautiful countryside of her beloved England. She'd spent most of her life in London, Bath, and Luxor and craved the open green fields. I have a very dear friend who lives in Yorkshire. We went to finishing school together.
Who is your friend?
Audrey Benton.
I have known Audrey since we were children. How did you and I never receive an introduction?
Adelia let out a little laugh. I am afraid Audrey has set her cap for one of your brothers, and since she is a wallflower and virtually unnoticeable while in society, she was determined to keep me and all our friends away from any man with the surname Fernley. Although I did receive an introduction to your eldest brother once. He will most likely have forgotten about me.
I doubt that. Baxter has a keen memory. Which of my brothers is the lucky man who has stolen Audrey's admiration?"
Adelia closed her eyes, regretting she'd said anything. Audrey had shared her feelings in the strictest of confidence. When she didn't respond, he kept speaking.
"It does not surprise me. My mother has invited the Bentons over for supper so often, she was bound to find one of my brothers worth their salt. But I disagree with you on one thing. Audrey Benton is not a wallflower. Is it Fletcher she admires? I will have to inform him of his good fortune upon our arrival."
"Oh dear," Adelia murmured the word.
"What did you say?"
Adelia threw her hands in the air and turned her head away. She would never share another secret with Phineas Fernley and his keen memory again. How could she have found the only man in all of creation who both listened to her and paid attention to ladies from past dinner parties? Her father and brother had spent years asking her to repeat herself, and now that she was married to a man who listened, she wasn't certain what to do with him. "I was only wondering how on earth I found the only man who actually listens to a woman while living in the Egyptian desert."
"Would you prefer I ignore you going forward?"
"Please ignore me when I am behaving like a spoiled debutante and whispering gossip. I should keep it to myself."
"Do you behave that way often?"
"I certainly hope I do not."
"From your outburst, I can assume you would prefer I do not tell Fletcher of our discussion."
"Audrey would be mortified to know I have shared her secret. She would never confide in me again." As she said the latter part of her statement, an overwhelming excitement came over her. The morning before, she'd all but believed her friends in England were lost to her. It would take months to be with them again, but she would see every single friend she'd left behind once more.
"Then I will make you a promise never to tell Fletcher that Audrey has set her cap for him. I will let them work it out."
"Thank you." As the conversation waned, Adelia felt the heaviness of her sleepless night resting upon her shoulders. She hadn't slept well due to all the crying and emotions of the previous evening, and she found the swaying of Nefertiti's walk relaxing. Before she realized it, she was waking from a long nap where she had rested against Phineas's chest. Chapter 21. Phineas tried not to entertain thoughts of what could have been and what he was leaving behind, but it was difficult to focus on anything else while in the desert. Adelia had fallen asleep against his chest, and all he had was silence for company. He couldn't speak to Nefertiti without disturbing Adelia's rest, not that the ornery camel would enjoy a conversation with him anyway, and so he tried to focus on the future. If he were to honestly evaluate his situation, there was a small amount of relief growing in the pit of his stomach, which made it difficult to stay embittered over the trickery Huntley had hatched. He missed Gigi and his brothers. He'd wondered more than once if he'd made the right decision to leave everyone behind to fulfill his dreams, but he truly only considered going home once. Now that his life had taken a drastic change, he needed to find balance and forgiveness. Adelia had wanted to go back to England, but she'd wanted her father to take her. She was as much a victim of Huntley's deception as he was, and knowing that softened his heartache and allowed him to be generous in his thoughts toward his wife. Looking down at her, he envied the peaceful way her lips parted with the slow rise and fall of her chest. Her dark hair hung in flattened strands on the side of her face. When they'd started their trip, her hair had been in ringlets. Now, with the heat of the day, her face and hair were littered with sweat and sand. He envied Adelia. Since arriving in Egypt, Phineas had suffered a mild amount of sleep deprivation. It was hot, and while growing up, he'd always enjoyed snuggling with a blanket. If he'd done so in the smouldering heat of the desert, he would have been miserable. But sleeping without the comforts of a blanket had proven impossible most nights. Adelia's eyelids twitched with dreams she would never share with him, nor would he ever ask her to divulge her inner thoughts. He hoped her imagination gave her more than parties and balls at Olmax. As his head dipped and his eyelids drooped, Phineas pulled on the reins and brought Nefertiti to a stop. The change in pace did nothing to stir the sleeping woman, so he lightly tapped Adelia on the shoulder. He needed to rest for a few hours before continuing the trek. It wasn't safe to travel at night, but with everything they had been through, he was looking forward to their arrival in Alexandria and booking passage on the ship. Prolonging his time in the majestic land would only cause further injury to his sensibilities. "Is your side injured?" He'd noticed the handle between them had pinched her while she slept, but there was nothing he could do about her discomfort. "A little." Adelia gently rubbed her hip. He motioned for Nefertiti to sit, and then assisted Adelia off the camel. He was certain she could do it on her own, but it made him feel like he was doing his part as a gentleman. "I will set up the tents if you would like to find us a small meal." He hoped she would be more help along the way, but he would understand if she was too distraught to do manual labor. She had lived a pampered life, and even though she'd lived in Egypt longer than he didn't expect her to know much about traveling in the desert. In truth, he wouldn't have survived his first trek to Luxor if it hadn't been for Huntley. "Certainly." Adelia surveyed the items in the cart without touching any of them while she gingerly peeked at each container holding food. He thought it amusing, but quickly pointed to the crate near the front and then set to work on the tents. He would put their valuables in the one he slept in and leave her to stay in the other. The tents were small and simple to assemble. He took care to lay out bedding for Adelia and wasn't surprised when she chose to skip eating with him to crawl into her bed. She couldn't be happy with the forced marriage, but he decided it was because most women wanted a love match. She didn't want her father assigning her a husband. Phineas ate a small portion of the dried meat and then sat by Nefertiti for a short time. Nefertiti had worked more than any of them, and she deserved a good rub-down. As usual, he spoke to the beast while moving his hands in a circle. "I am proud of you, Nefertiti. You have a heavy load to carry, and you haven't shirked the duty. You are a good camel." Nefertiti grunted and laid her head in the sand. "Do you like the way I rub your wool?" He didn't mind the lack of response. Silence was a good sign when it came to his camel. "I should not have been surprised when you decided to accept Adelia as a friend. She has a way of convincing people to like her." Despite the hurried way they were married, Phineas did like his wife. And although he didn't love her, he admired her strength of character and determination. Those were the qualities that had attracted him to her, outside of her emerald eyes and the way her dark hair framed her tender face. He nearly brushed the errant thoughts aside, until he remembered her laugh. He craved the sound of her laugh and the beauty of her smile. Uncomfortable with all the reasons he liked his wife, Phineas focused on Nefertiti. "I do not imagine you will ever care for me, but I am afraid I will be leaving you to Huntley. He will collect you and take you back to Luxor next time he travels to Alexandria." He thought about the time he'd spent with Nefertiti and then patted her on the back. "You must have known our friendship would be short. That is why you have never cared for me. It would break my heart to think you were pining away, waiting for me to return." "She may not miss you, but I fear you will think about her far too often." Adelia's soft voice sounded behind him. He'd thought she had gone to sleep, which was why he'd chosen to muse over such private things with the camel. Thankful he hadn't shared any of his thoughts about Adelia out loud, he turned to her. "You believe I will miss Nefertiti? You must be far too exhausted to have realized she despises my existence. I cannot wait to be rid of the beast." Adelia's eyes turned down in shame. "It is my fault you have to return to England." "Huntley is the one I blame, not you." "You are too kind." She twisted her hands nervously, like a child standing before her father ready to make a confession. But at the last moment, she stayed silent. Phineas moved away from the camel and took her hands in his. She was his only companion who didn't despise the sight of him. At least he hoped she cared more for him than she did Nefertiti.
Adelia, once we are in England, all will be well. I meant every part of the agreement I made with Huntley. I vow to spend the rest of my life focused upon your happiness.
He'd thought his words would bring a smile to her face, but instead she looked as miserable on the outside as he felt on the inside. He'd never spoken in promises and vows, and now he was throwing them out like used bathwater.
Thank you, Phineas. I do not deserve to have such a kind and generous husband.
It was foreign and unsettling to hear her refer to him as her husband, but it was a true statement. They were, for all intents and purposes, bound to each other for life. Pushing his discomfort aside, Phineas assisted Adelia back to her tent.
We will sleep for a few hours, and then we start travelling again.
Phineas, I am frightened to stay in the tent on my own.
Is there a problem?
Adelia pointed to the north, and Phineas understood her meaning. Sand danced in the distance, hovering and swirling above the ground.
The storm will be here before long.
Phineas didn't hesitate. Knowing there was little time before the storm would reach them, he moved toward the cart and set to work. Everything had to go into the extra tent, or they would risk losing it to the desert.
Will you guide Nefertiti in between the tents?
Yes.
Wind threw tiny specks of sand against his face as he situated the last of their items in each tent, securing the entrances of both. With one last look around their small camp, he gave the cart they'd brought a dubious glare. There was no way to protect it from blowing away. If they lost it, their trip to Alexandria would be more difficult, and they would have to forego the minor comforts they'd travelled with to that point. Before entering the tent to stay with Adelia, Phineas looked back at Nefertiti. Although she was indigenous to the desert and had lived through many sandstorms, he was concerned for her welfare. He walked back to her and rubbed her neck. Instead of accepting his outreach of care, Nefertiti's head swiftly moved to the side as she groaned and snapped at him. Phineas jumped away, and without a backward glance at the beast, he crawled into the tent, muttering to himself, "Ungrateful wretch!" Adelia bit her lips as she watched him stumble like a fool into the tent.
Is the storm already here?
Not exactly, but it is near.
Then what had you scurrying into the tent faster than a mouse snatching cheese? Phineas focused on closing the flap as he grumbled out the one-word explanation.
Nefertiti.
Adelia's charming laughter filled the space between them, and Phineas had a difficult time keeping a frown upon his face. You showed her compassion.
Yes, is that wrong?
I do believe she detests your soft treatment of her. She needs a firmer hand if she is to be kept in line. Phineas sat back upon the balls of his feet as he considered her advice.
Are all camels so temperamental?
Yes. I am surprised my father did not caution you about being too soft. Phineas thought back over the instructions Huntley had given upon first teaching him about Nefertiti. Had there been a warning of sorts?
I will take your advice and show no mercy to my camel going forward.
As he looked about the small space, Phineas wondered how he would comfortably spread out two separate areas for them to rest. If he hadn't been in such a rush to secure their belongings, he would have moved the trunks into the smaller tents so they could have separate places. Phineas gathered their bed linens and clumsily set about his task as the first rush of sand hit against the side of the canvas with a resounding slap, reminding him of a carriage door repeatedly slamming shut.
Phineas, we should not have left Luxor so soon.
Adelia had lived in Egypt much longer than he had, so he was surprised to see she was huddled with her knees pulled up to her chin as she hugged her legs tightly to her body. With the swiftest movements made possible to a confined space, Phineas moved to her side and wrapped his arms protectively around Adelia's trembling form. He didn't hesitate to offer comfort as the wind howled outside the tent. As he held her, warmth bloomed inside his heart like a rose on a bright spring day. He wished he was more like his brothers and could be happy settling into a country estate with a wife, a few children, and raise sheep or cows to sustain their living expenses. But deep down, he feared his soul would always yearn for far-off places, mountains to climb, precious gems to uncover, and rainforests to explore. He'd planned to give those dreams up, but only after making a discovery in the Valley of the Kings and after offering Adelia a courtship of sorts. Instead of dwelling on what could have been, he would put away his childish dreams and be a husband. While he rubbed her shoulders, he prayed for the strength to leave the desire for archaeology and adventure in his past. Chapter 22. Adelia had experienced many sandstorms, but never while in a tent. The sounds of sand breaking windows and pelting the side of a house had never ceased to bother her. The house had always protected her. But when the sand began hitting against the canvas like a cricket bat connecting with a ball, she lost her ability to stay calm. A canvas covering was nothing in comparison to the strength of the wind. Even as Phineas held her, the bottom of the tent lifted around them, and she worried their weight would not be enough to hold the flimsy lodgings down. She could well imagine her feet flying over her head as she tumbled like a weed past the pyramids. Resting her head against his chest, Adelia closed her eyes and took deep, calming breaths to help gain a semblance of self-respect. What would he think of her when this was all over? Slowly, with each breath entering her body, she noticed the smell of camel mixed with eucalyptus. The scent entered her body and allowed her mind to focus on her current position. She was huddled in Phineas's tight embrace. "Phineas, will you talk to me? Help me focus on something other than the sandstorm." Her voice shook. She was no longer frightened by the storm. Instead, her cheek pressed against him caused a tingling to enter her entire body. His soothing voice overtook her worries, and her eyes drooped as his voice lulled her into a sense of safety, allowing her to rest. Adelia noticed the sluggish movements in Phineas as he rubbed Nefertiti's coat to remove the sand. He held a hand on his lower back as he patted Nefertiti's neck, and then jumped away as she growled. He went through the motions of examining the cart to ensure it wasn't ruined, and then reloaded it with their trunks. The silent pain on his face spoke volumes and was extenuated by the depressed lack of conversation. She knew he hadn't slept well during the sandstorm. Instead, he'd selflessly focused on her comfort. Each time he walked near her, she inhaled, ready to start a conversation, but as he passed by, she allowed the breath she'd saved for her words to slowly release. What could she say to alleviate his distress? She didn't know the exact problem troubling him. Even if she did know what his troubles were, how could she speak to him without blushing after the way she had clung to him during the sandstorm? She'd held him as though she were a frightened child squeezing a doll for protection. The thought of trembling against him as the tent tried to blow away left her ashamed. As Phineas placed their belongings in the cart, Adelia distracted her mind by rearranging the trunks so she could reach the latch on hers for easy access to open it if needed. When he finished arranging the blankets and saddle on Nefertiti, Adelia checked each strap to ensure they were tight for fear his exhaustion would inhibit his ability to perform his tasks, but she needn't have worried. She silently allowed him to assist her onto the saddle. She had worn her gloves so their bare skin wouldn't touch. With her back straight and her head in the perfect position to balance a pile of books, she was determined not to fall asleep against his warm, comfortable chest again. Twice was already more than her sensibilities could manage. When the silence grew far worse than her uncomfortable posture, she knew cowardice was no longer an option. Adelia gathered her courage and asked the only question she dared. "Phineas, are you well enough to travel?"
"Yes. Why do you ask?"
"You seem out of sorts this morning."
"It must be the heat of the desert."
Hoping to bring a smile to his face, Adelia turned her head to see his reaction. She couldn't keep the excitement out of her tone as she thought about the trip back to England. "Months at sea will be a nice change. Soon we will fall asleep to the splashing of water against the side of a boat. Do you not think it wonderful?" His forced smile refused to hide the tremble of his bottom lip. He cleared his throat and nodded in agreement. "You will miss the sand?"
"Only for a short time. I will adapt quite well."
"I see." In truth, she didn't understand what he meant. Her desire to leave the desert and walk through the lush green fields of England was lost on Phineas. His dreams of digging in the sand and discovering ancient artifacts baffled Adelia. "When we are back in England, you will realize your soul was longing to be there and you will never want to leave again." Speaking the words wouldn't make them true. Traveling across the desert was torturous, not only because of the heat and the sand, but because she knew Phineas was taking her back to England out of duty. He didn't miss England, not like she did. She feared he didn't even miss his family, which she originally had thought seeing them again and living near them would be enough to make him happy. But fear crept into her thoughts, and a nagging doubt told her Phineas would not be content. By the time they entered Alexandria, she had worked her thoughts into a frenzy and was convinced Phineas would waste away on an estate. She'd imagined his cheeks sunken from malnutrition as he pined over the treasures he had never discovered. She could easily picture a man with slumped shoulders who had been beaten down by buried dreams he wasn't allowed to live because he'd taken a wife. Even her extensive dowry at his disposal would not take away the longing he had for adventure. Her fears were confirmed when Phineas led Nefertiti to a paddock at her father's small home. She stood back, allowing him the time he needed with the camel. This should have been the easiest part of their trip, given the difficult relationship he had with Nefertiti. When tears gathered in Phineas's eyes, she wanted to look away and give him privacy, but she had to watch. Her eyes were fixed on the tumultuous expressions playing across his contorted features as he tried and failed to hold in the emotions. Phineas rubbed Nefertiti's back one more time while speaking to her.
"I cannot say our time together has been monumental. We discovered rocks and sand, that is all. We did not even build companionship." Nefertiti snarled at him.
Phineas took her displeasure as normal and continued speaking.
"I will not miss you, but I will miss the exhilaration of riding a camel and the freedom I felt while atop your lumpy back. I feel fortunate not to have been thrown to my backside and shall always be thankful you allowed me to ride you."
Tears sprang to Adelia's eyes, and she wanted to tell him they could stay in Egypt, but her longing for England kept the words from forming. He might claim to not like the camel, but she knew he had formed a lifelong connection with the beast. Her hopes and dreams had stolen the bond between Phineas and Nefertiti, and she would never forgive herself for going to Hathor's temple and for pleading with her father to send her home.
"Do you want to say goodbye?"
Phineas wiped at his tears as he moved away from the camel. Adelia stepped carefully toward Nefertiti and embraced the camel, as much as she could without being spat upon or growled at. Whispering so Phineas couldn't overhear her farewell, she rubbed Nefertiti's neck. "I am sorry I took him away from you. I know you loved him." She'd never seen a camel behave as badly as Nefertiti, but somehow she knew it had meant the camel loved Phineas. She'd convinced herself it was the camel's way of showing love, much like a prickly uncle. Adelia stepped next to Phineas and took his offered arm. They'd left their belongings at the docks and had less than an hour before their ship would depart for home. Home had been her goal for so long. Now that she was finally on her way, it was less fulfilling than she'd expected. I still believe you misunderstood Nefertiti. She liked you.
Phineas laughed and shook his head. Was it the time she nipped at my leg, or yesterday when she spat noxious cud at me that made you think Nefertiti esteemed me as top drawer?
She will miss you, I am certain.
Phineas patted her arm. I doubt it, but I will miss riding her. Being atop a camel is spectacular, and is much different than riding a horse. It is frightening and exciting all at once.
Can we not take her with us? It was a silly question, but breaking the bond between Phineas and Nefertiti had been cruel. Is there not a part of the ship set aside for animals? Phineas wiped at another tear, and her heart sank even lower.
It would be wrong to take her from this majestic land. This is her home.
Adelia agreed, and hope surged within her soul. Phineas was right about Nefertiti. Camels belonged in their natural habitat, as did a lady. She was Lady Adelia Winthrop, daughter of the Marquess of Huntley. She belonged in England, where clouds dropped water on a regular basis, washing the ugliness of life away. She belonged in a place where people went on sleigh rides in the snow and snuggled in front of a fire with a blanket and a hot cup of tea. It had been wrong for her father to take her away from her home, and she was going back. Phineas. Adelia hesitated as heat spread through her body. She was technically no longer Adelia Winthrop. She was still Lady Adelia. Her title would never be taken from her, but she now carried the surname Fernley. She needed a clarification before they boarded the ship. What should we tell people when we are introduced? Phineas nervously chuckled. I think it is time we accept the promise we made in the hand fasting, and we tell people the truth. We are married. We are hand fasted. There is a difference. We should obtain a proper license at some point.
Do you want to be married to me?
Whatever do you mean? Phineas stopped walking in the middle of the street and turned to face Adelia. Placing his hand on her chin, he lifted her face so he could look into her eyes.
Adelia, we must make the decision for ourselves. No matter what you say, I will ensure you arrive safely in England.
Phineas, what reckless behaviour has brought this on? Adelia tried to move away from him, but a quirk of his eyebrow kept her rooted to the spot.
Huntley's deception is behind us. No one except you and I know of the hand fasting. We could travel as brother and sister through this voyage, and no one would suspect anything unbecoming.
You will deliver me to England?
Yes. I will take you to your brother's home and ensure you are well looked after.
What would become of you? Phineas let go of her chin and took a small step backward.
Once you are safe, I will leave on the next ship to India. You only need to tell me you would prefer to not be married, and I will respect your wishes.
And if I do not say as much?
I will be your husband.
Adelia placed her hand on his arm and nodded toward the ship they would board and sail to England. I do want to be married to you.
Then the moment we can obtain a proper wedding license, we will make the hand fasting even more official than it currently is.
Adelia's excitement bubbled up as they continued toward the ship. She couldn't help herself. She wanted to plan their future. I have lived in cities all my life. I think it would be lovely to live in Yorkshire, close to your family, somewhere near the ocean so we can look out at it every morning as we break our fast.
Baxter will help me locate a proper estate.
Do your brothers live around Primrose Hall? It would be lovely to spend Christmas and 12th night together. We could travel to London for the season and meet often. It would be wonderful to have children the same age so they would know their cousins.
Baxter and Briar occupy the estate. Gigi lives with them, and Gilbert is the local vicar. But the rest of my brothers are spread throughout England. One is in Scotland, and another is on the continent with the military. Only Baxter is married, unless that changes before we arrive back in Yorkshire.
I cannot wait for an introduction to your mother. Do you think she will approve of me?
Very much. She would approve of any woman who found a way to take me back to England and keep me there.
Adelia tried not to let his words injure her pride, but the guarded tone he'd used stung. She had manipulated circumstances enough to force him back to a place he didn't want to be. She imagined sitting in the parlour at Primrose Hall, tall ceilings with intricate carvings and beautiful tapestries. In this daydream, the Dowager Countess of Grafton would be pleased. Adelia would wear a beautiful dress in the latest London fashions with a large smile on her face. The joy of her daydream stopped when she thought of Phineas wearing a forced smile that somehow never reached his eyes. Chapter 23. Phineas shook his head in frustration. He'd specifically requested 2 sweets, and he would not relent.
One will not be enough. We have 1 sweet for you and Mrs. Fernley. The man held out Phineas's money as a refund. Lady Adelia, Phineas corrected. Although she was his wife, it was still proper to use her title in such instances. You are married? The ticket-master looked at Adelia, his eyes showing a pleasure, which made Phineas uncomfortable. Yes, they were married, but he wanted to respect her boundaries and give her the privacy of a suite. That is beside the point. I requested 2 sweets, and I have given you more than enough to accommodate us. He felt much like he had upon arriving in Alexandria when he'd purchased his camel. The man at that time hadn't been much help. Instead of explaining the need to use camels over horses, he'd simply matched Phineas word for word and tone for tone. The ticket-master seemed to be stuck in the same pattern. 1 sweet for husband and wife. Phineas shook his head. 2 sweets, 1 for husband, 1 for wife. Just as her father had, Adelia walked forward and intervened. Thank you, we will take 1 sweet. She accepted the money back from the ticket-master and placed it in Phineas's hands. Empty vessels make too much noise. Phineas rolled his eyes and glared at Adelia. Are you intimating that I have little in my brain? Not at all. Her innocent incredulity caused Phineas to chuckle. Adelia, would you not be more comfortable with your own space? Do not concern yourself over me. I will be perfectly happy with what we are given. The room he'd occupied on his way to Egypt had been small and inconvenient. He hoped they would have a bit more space on this ship. As they followed their escort down a flight of stairs, Phineas's mind switched from mourning his life as an archaeologist to concern for Adelia. How would she fare on the ship? Would she have seasickness? He knew the middle of the ship was best for those suffering from the ebb and flow of the open sea. Do you serve ginger root tea on board? Yes, sir. You will find an assortment of teas in our dining area. Phineas didn't like the enclosed tightness of the passageway, but he'd gotten used to it on his previous voyage, and 3 months on this ship would do the same. Their escort held a candle out for Phineas, and he took it as they started toward their suite. A nervous twitch moved about in his stomach. If they'd been allowed 2 sweets, it would have lessened the anxiety building in his chest. He wouldn't have to worry about 3 months in close quarters with Adelia, and their journey would be more enjoyable. Your suite is here. The stairs are portside, and the upper decks are available for your use whenever it is safe. We do ask guests to stay below decks during storms. The maids will be in to tidy up in the morning and evening, and for an extra fee you can hire a lady's maid and valet before we leave port.
Phineas nodded. He hadn't thought about Adelia's need for a maid. During their travels across the desert, she hadn't changed out of the dress she currently wore. She would need a maid. I think a lady's maid would be appropriate. You can make arrangements with the ticketmaster. Hesitant to do any more dealings with that man, Phineas looked to Adelia and wondered if he could help her with the buttons on her dress. The thought made his insides churn, and he knew it was best to hire a maid. As the door to their suite opened, Phineas allowed Adelia to enter first. He hoped she wouldn't be too disappointed with the accommodations. When she didn't comment on the lack of space, he entered and found the room surprisingly large. This room was strikingly different from the space he'd lived in during his voyage to Egypt. A sofa and 2 chairs sat in an antechamber that led to an area with a small table and a canopied bed. He'd known from the moment the ticketmaster asked if he was married that it would be 1 bed, but the reality of it sitting before him left his mouth dry. Pulling his eyes away from the bed, Phineas watched as their personal belongings were deposited in the dressing room. In his shock, he turned to Adelia to find she wasn't at all surprised. She ordered the men about and made herself at home. When they were finally alone and he had arranged for a lady's maid, Phineas sat at the table arranging his books and maps of Egypt for easy access. He would never again see the country, but his heart had yet to let it go. Indulging for a bit longer wouldn't hurt anything, or so he convinced himself as he searched for a mountain range that could be considered the Moon Mountain. Chapter 24. Memories of her arrival in Egypt burst to life as their ship set sail. The moment she'd seen the muted browns mixed with the lush greenery surrounding the Nile, she'd wanted to go home. The reality of her current situation hadn't fully settled until the waves splashed below while the ship cut through the water. Home was only months away, and with each dip and bob of the ship, she sailed closer to the land she loved. Adelia stood close enough to Phineas to show they were together, but with enough distance to keep their arms from touching. She held firmly to the rail as she watched the desert she despised melt away. It would all be a distant memory she hoped to never relive. She'd expected a myriad of emotions to well up as she left Egypt. But there was only one horrible feeling pressing upon her soul. The overwhelming guilt resting upon her chest caused her to gasp for air. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes as she imagined her father eating supper alone each night. He would have no one to care for him, no one to ensure he slept. How would she know if he was well or if he'd taken ill? Would he go home each night and despise the silence of the house, or would he be thankful she was no longer there to bother him? Would he travel to other distant lands? How would she ever communicate with him again? Did she want to write to him? If she did, she knew the first letter would be to air her anger toward the man. Adelia? Phineas's hands rested upon her shoulders as he pulled her to him. I thought you wanted to go back to England. Through hiccups and sobs, Adelia tried to communicate her unsettled emotions. When she utterly failed to say anything coherent, she stopped speaking and allowed Phineas to lead her away from the other passengers back to their living quarters. She'd been selfish over the past months. Never once had she thought about the consequences of her actions. She'd imagined her plans would bring joy to everyone, yet she was the one who wanted a change. Her father and Phineas had been happy in Egypt. Now Phineas was miserable, and she was convinced her father was lonely. But even with this knowledge, the wretched, selfish woman within couldn't bring herself to stay in Egypt. Surprising herself, Adelia lay on the sofa with her head resting on Phineas's leg. She allowed him to remove the pins from her hair as he ran his fingers through the strands, releasing it from the coiffure. The gentle motion soothed her aching heart, and Adelia closed her eyes to focus. She lay in a state of disbelief, taking deep, pained breaths to calm herself. Phineas calmly spoke as he ran his fingers through each strand of her hair. "There is no need to fear our future. I promised Huntley I would see you safely through our travels, and I will not go back on my word." "What are your plans for after we are home?" "Upon our arrival, I will hire a coach to take us to Grafton House. It is in St. James Square. I do not know if Baxter and Briar will be in town, but if they are, it will not be a problem." Adelia sat up so she could look at him. "I understand the logistics of our arrival. My question is surrounding our hand-fasting." Phineas pulled at his cravat to loosen it as he adjusted his position on the sofa. "I would like my brother to officiate over a special license. Huntley gave me a letter with his official seal to prove the hand-fasting was performed in front of a witness. There is nothing to concern yourself over." Adelia pulled at the lace on her wrist-length gloves to avoid looking at Phineas. "You truly do not mean to cancel our hand-fasting?" "It would not be possible now. The length of time we will share this suite is enough to ruin both our reputations if we cancel the arrangement." Phineas stood and paced the room as he again pulled at his cravat. "I am afraid we cannot safely cancel the marriage. If we were to have done so, I would have needed a separate space to travel in. We will have to proceed as Huntley planned, and as we chose before boarding the ship." Witnessing the displeasure on her husband's face left her perplexed. The words coming out of his mouth were exactly what she'd hoped to hear, but his tone left much to be desired. It was obvious he would have preferred to travel as siblings. This was another reason for the guilt she'd experienced earlier to crawl back into her thoughts and settle upon her chest. "You are distressed over this?" Phineas stopped pacing and looked at her. "No." She didn't believe him. She wouldn't force him to concoct a falsehood over their arrangement. "Your distress is obvious. Why would you deny it?" "I cannot deny that marriage was not part of my immediate plans. I have told you as much in the past." "You could at least try to be happy. Can you not smile?" "What is there to smile about?" Phineas threw his hands in the air as he shook his head in frustration. "My entire life was focused on searching for artifacts to bring life back to those who once lived in ancient civilizations. I spent years mapping out trails and illustrating my research in journals so I could one day leave proper society behind and give something back to the world I am a part of. I wanted to live history, not read about it in a dusty old library while I tend livestock." "You blame me for what my father did?" "How can I not? You wanted to live in England and Huntley wanted to live in Egypt. The only way he could send you home was with a husband." "Or he could have loved me enough to sacrifice his dreams for a year and take me home. He needn't have stayed in England, nor do you have to stay." "What do you mean?" Adelia gathered her courage and walked to the door leading into the largest part of their bedchamber. It had a door, and she planned to close it and leave Phineas where he stood with the sofa for comfort. "You need not concern yourself over my reputation. When we arrive in England, no one need know you escorted me home. We will go our separate ways. You can find passage on a ship to India, and I will search out my brother." "You forget we are married." "Hand-fasted. And the only witness to our union will never step foot on English soil again. Our reputations are secure." Adelia was finished with the conversation. She slammed the door separating the entry from the bedchamber and secured the lock. While they'd been in Egypt, Phineas had dressed the part of an archaeologist. She hadn't expected the first morning after their argument to find a well-dressed gentleman with hat in hand and pristine black gloves waiting to escort her to break their fast. Instead of being impressed, Adelia refused to take his outstretched arm and walked past him without a second glance. Adelia wasn't angry with Phineas, not truly. Unfortunately, Her hot-headed temper and penchant to hold a grudge did nothing to relieve the stress of their predicament. The argument they'd had was compounded by days of silence that turned into a week, adding tension to an already difficult situation. She'd thought the strained conversation during their trek across the desert would be the worst of their problems, but now she was certain they'd reached the climax. Adelia kept her distance from her fellow passengers, so she didn't have to lie about her situation with Phineas. She considered claiming him as a sibling, but no one would believe the tall, handsome man was her brother. They looked nothing alike. She could pretend he was a manservant, but she had no protector, and a single woman travelling on her own was unheard of amongst all good society. Even if she were able to tell such a falsehood, no one would believe her. One glance at him with his double-breasted blue satin waistcoat, finely pressed silk cravat, and smartly polished Hessian boots would prove her deception. It was very possible they'd never see any of the people on the ship again, but she couldn't be certain. Lurking within the bowels of the ship could be a member of the upper 10,000 ready for any sort of excitable gossip. Both she and Phineas would be recognizable to such important people, and ruin would follow. Each morning they sat at a corner table, silently pursuing separate interests. Phineas sketched and wrote in a journal while she attended to her needlework, avoiding eye contact with the other guests. As her needle silently slipped through the material in her hand, she could hear the scratching of Phineas's graphite pen against the journal parchment. Each time he paused to review information in a separate book, Adelia's eye twitched with annoyance. She should be used to the silence between them, yet each morning she waited with bated breath until she could break away from him and pursue her afternoon activities alone. Activities was a stretch, at least for what she was about each day. Instead of joining into card games, sewing circles and such, Adelia sat alone in a secluded area of the ship, staring out at the ocean. If she stayed there long enough, England would appear in her line of sight. Of course, she knew that wouldn't be for months, but each day she waited like an orphaned child, hoping a relative would retrieve her. Sighing with discontentment, Adelia pulled her needle through the cloth and then plunged it downward without thought for what she was doing. As her needle collided with her finger, Adelia yelped and instantly put her finger in her mouth. As Phineas's head came up, his eyebrow lifted high enough to tell her he wanted to ask a question, but with a glare from her, he stayed silent. She shook her head, examined her finger, and then went back to sewing. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement. She stopped sewing and renewed her impatient expression as Phineas stood. It wasn't yet time to go their separate ways. "Good morning. May we join you?" The cheerful question from the rosy-cheeked man made Adelia repentant of the way she'd brought Phineas to task. She hoped the elderly couple standing before them hadn't noticed her unladylike behavior. Adelia wasn't meaning to be rude, but she couldn't help noticing the empty tables nearby. There was no need to share a table, but her learned manners came out, and she kindly welcomed them. "Yes, of course. Please sit." "We have not yet been introduced, and since we have no one aboard who is a mutual acquaintance, we will have to do the honour ourselves." The elderly man nodded to Phineas and then to Adelia. "We are Mr. and Mrs. Sutton." Still uncertain how to introduce themselves, Adelia stayed silent and looked to Phineas. She noticed the quirk of his lips as he slowly placed his pen in the journal and closed the book, marking his place for future perusal. "This is my wife, Lady Adelia, and I am Mr. Fernley." She hadn't realized the weight of the burden upon her shoulders until that moment. When Phineas claimed her as his wife, the tension lifted from her body, and she found she had to fight against the rush of tears threatening to leak from her eyes. "A pleasure to meet you both." Mrs. Sutton leaned toward Adelia to examine her sewing. "Why have you not joined the afternoon sewing circle? You are very talented. Thank you. I have not wanted to intrude. You would be most welcome. Mrs. Sutton reached forward and placed her hand on Adelia's clenched fist. Adelia needed a friend, someone she could confide in, and the simple gesture solidified a friendship. I think I will. Thank you for the invitation. Adelia glanced at Phineas to see if he approved. She didn't necessarily need his support, but she wanted it. Knowing he cared about her happiness would make all the difference, and the simple smile upon his face, mixed with a nod of his head, unleashed a flutter of pent-up butterflies within her stomach. Chapter 25. Now that Adelia had friends on the ship, Phineas had decided he could spend more of his time absorbed in research. He left the confines of their suite each morning with his journal and graphite pen, fully intending to finish his sketch of the moon mountain. Instead, he spent his days staring out at the ocean. The waves appeared different each day as they lifted and fell. Each glint of light from the sun added depth to the never-ending world beyond. There was a time such a sight would have brought him pleasure. Unfortunately, with the argument between him and Adelia looming in the forefront of his mind, Phineas could not find peace. Each day he delayed only made the situation worse. Adelia's anger hadn't abated. Her new friendships merely served as a source of relief for time away from each other. He looked forward to the solitude and dreaded it for what it represented. The sofa in their suite was soft, when sitting for a short duration, but sleeping on it had left him with injured and tight muscles. His back was bruised where tiny buttons sewn into the cushions for decoration rudely protruded and poked every 3 inches of his body. He was physically miserable. His throat constricted each time he considered speaking to Adelia. Knowing the state of her emotions, he couldn't make more promises unless he meant to follow through. Looking at the journal in his hand, Phineas slowly turned each page. This was his opus. His life's work gathered and written as a history of what he had learned and hoped to contribute to the annals of collected knowledge. As he stood looking over the side of the ship with the rail supporting his elbows, Phineas questioned every hope and dream he'd ever made. He had found joy in pursuing archaeology. The pleasure of thinking he had discovered a burial tomb had ended with disappointment, but taking part in uncovering history had been thrilling. He well remembered the grains of each speck of sand as it passed through his fingers. The beauty of viewing the Valley of the Kings from a distance would forever be imprinted in his memories. The wonder of the Nile running through a dry and desolate land, creating a scenery of lush green plants in a desert, had shown him that beauty could be had in many different places, even where unlikely. He had walked where ancient pharaohs once lived, ruled, and died. His mind told him those experiences should be enough for one lifetime. But deep within, an ache had settled in the pit of his stomach, and he knew there was more to life than what he had experienced. He turned pages in his journal as a final farewell to the life he'd once had. The pyramids of Giza and interesting facts regarding the construction took the first 6 pages and were followed by the Valley of the Kings. He stopped on the rendering he'd sketched of the Taj Mahal, taking a moment to mourn the decorative spires extending from the base walls and the lotus dome, a sight he would never see in person. He would never ride an elephant. He would never walk along the Great Wall in China, nor help with the excavation of ancient Rome. Each page left him aching for the adventures he was leaving behind, and yet he knew it was the right choice. He had to sacrifice his dreams to give Adelia the life he'd promised. Before that moment, he never would have questioned the search for deeper meaning within history to be selfish. Even when his eldest brother had questioned his motives for leaving the family to pursue his dreams, Phineas had known he was making the right decision. But each day he spent in tight quarters with Adelia, his conscience told him reconciliation was more important than his wants. He'd spent years collecting the information written in his journal. Perhaps one day he would return to the pages and find comfort, but for now he had to put his childish musings aside. Phineas slowly made his way to the suite he and Adelia were assigned. Searching every inch of the room, he made certain she wasn't there to see what he planned to do. This sacrifice would be made in private, and she would never know what it meant to him to give it all up. Lifting the lid of his trunk was as difficult as lifting the boulders that had lain in front of the tomb entrances in Egypt. But once it was open, he delicately placed each book he had lovingly dragged across continents, including his journal, spine down in the bottom. If he was unable to see the titles, he wouldn't be tempted to peruse the pages. Phineas closed the lid with care and rested his head against the edge of the trunk where he could see the clasp. If he was fully dedicated to building a life with Adelia, there couldn't be any latent regrets popping up in the future. He made a silent vow to never lay blame at Adelia's feet for the decision he was making. This was a choice he had come to on his own, and he would never look back and wish he had taken a different path. With one final swipe of his hand, he clasped the lock and lifted himself from the floor. He was ready for a new start, ready to dedicate time to a relationship he hadn't expected to enter so soon. In Egypt, he'd been drawn to Adelia with her elegant laugh and her kindness, and he would find a way to pull those attributes out of her once more and then prove he was deserving of her notice. He needed to be the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Leaving their chambers, Phineas walked toward the section of the ship set apart for the sewing circle. He knew the activity would end before long, and he wanted to be there so he could escort Adelia to tea. He took the stairs 2 at a time in his rush to ensure he was waiting outside the door before she could leave by herself. As he arrived in the corridor, he heard chairs and scratching against the floor and the chatter of women. Adelia exited with Mrs. Sutton and nearly walked past him until he stepped forward. "Phineas? I thought to take tea with you. Will you accompany me?" Phineas held out his arm, holding his breath while he waited to see if she would accept the olive branch he offered. If she pulled away and chose to go with her friends, he would be mortified. "I think that would be lovely." Her hesitation was noticeable only to him. When she rested her hand upon his arm, he allowed the held breath within his chest to release. He took her agreement as the first step in breaking down the walls they'd built over the past week at sea. Chapter 26. The water was a clear blue, much like Phineas's eyes. She had lost herself in his eyes many times since he'd surprised her by waiting outside the sewing circle to escort her to tea. He'd been attentive and wonderful, and she admired him even more than she thought possible for the effort he was giving their strained marriage. Adelia pulled her pelisse tightly around her body while strolling along the upper deck. A light wind blew off the water, leaving her with a slight chill. She held to Phineas's arm, happy and content to walk beside him. The warmth of their companionship lent protection from the breeze. "The waves are loud today." Phineas pulled her closer to the edge of the ship so he could look out at the ocean. Adelia gladly followed. Looking to her husband, she found herself spellbound by the excitement in Phineas's eyes as he viewed the world around them. The possibilities of what lay beyond the water brought an attractive mystic to his features. "It is lovely." Adelia was thankful he hadn't noticed her focus was on him and not the water. His smile lit up his face like the flame of a candle, solely providing light to his inner thoughts. Phineas put his hands on her shoulders and turned her toward him. "Close your eyes and listen to the waves as they splash against the side of the ship. She did as he asked, her body slowly swaying with the ocean beneath their feet. The rippling waves caused her a moment of fear as the top of her body moved a little more than she'd expected, so she grasped hold of Phineas's arms to find a blush creeping up her neck. As she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see him smiling at her. "Are you laughing at my unsteady nature?" "Not at all. I am pleased you trusted me enough to close your eyes." "I trust you fully." Adelia wasn't certain where the conversation would lead, but with waves crashing amidst each pause in his words, she could see her life racing toward her like the waves below. Would it not be wonderful to wake each morning with the sound of waves crashing against the shore? All sound stopped with the question lingering in the air. She agreed this was a pleasant sound, but what did he mean? Did he hope to convince her to travel for the rest of their lives? Could she give up her dreams to fulfill his? Had he planned to convince her of his way of life by lulling her wits away? "I cannot say." She looked into his blue eyes and wished they could go back to walking along the deck of the ship without complicating the beautiful morning. As the spark of life and excitement of Phineas's mood transferred to her, she knew sacrificing her hopes and dreams for him would take more than a second's decision. She needed time to think about her choice. She'd given everything up for her father, but had been miserable while doing so. Could she do it again? She wanted to be the woman who could give every ounce of her soul to her husband, but she held back. There had to be a way for both she and Phineas to fulfill their dreams. She moved her hands down his arms and took hold of his hands. Her heartbeat thudded like a mallet against her chest as she considered the decision before her. If she truly loved him and expected the same from him, then she would need to offer him his heart's desire. Making one last internal check of her emotions and thoughts, Adelia decided she didn't have to live in England to be happy. She would find joy in each day because of the man standing before her. She would give him what he wanted and join him in adventures. Checking her tone to ensure she was fully invested in the life of an archaeologist and everything that entailed, Adelia nodded and allowed a genuine smile to break free of her conflicted thoughts. "I think mornings with the waves crashing against anything would be brilliant." "I am so thankful you agree. Whitby is close enough to Primrose Hall for summer visits and an occasional supper party, but far enough away for us to enjoy the delights of the sea with a beautiful estate. I thought it would be lovely to find a home close to the cliffs." "You are speaking of the town Whitby? In England?" Phineas laughed and pulled her closer. "Of course, my dear." She repeated the endearment as she searched his face for authenticity. Had he truly meant the meaning behind those words? Did he consider her important enough to give up his dreams? "My dear?" The intensity of his gaze left her breathless. She leaned into him, hoping he could sense the importance of the moment. The ocean still moved below them, but she no longer swayed as Phineas pulled her even closer. Her heart sped up, the pounding loud enough to block out the beauty of the waves splashing against the boat. As his lips brushed against hers, she felt the warmth of his breath upon her, and she closed her eyes. She allowed him to press feather-light kisses across her lips, and for the briefest of moments, she imagined they were standing on the cliffs of Whitby, overlooking the ocean as the waves crashed against the rocks below. The wind would take hold of her dress and cloak, but she would be safe in the arms of her husband. Her body felt light as she allowed Phineas to be her support. Far too soon, the kiss ended, and she was back on the boat with the sound of waves and the cool morning breeze upon her blushing cheeks. Neither of them spoke as they both took in the meaning behind the kiss. Without another word, Phineas took her hand and wrapped it around his arm as they continued their stroll along the deck. Adelia needed time to gather her wits. She wanted to sit at tea and enjoy the day with Phineas, but each time she thought about the tender kiss, she blushed. She stood far enough away from him that she could ponder over the changes in her life, but close enough to see him drinking tea and chatting with other passengers.
I have never seen a woman as confused as you. Cannot you convince that charming husband of yours to take a turn about the deck?
Mrs. Sutton's Italian accent made Adelia smile. She and her British husband were amongst the kindest people she'd met on the ship. I am afraid Phineas and I already took a turn this morning.
Afraid? Do you not want to spend more time with him?
I admit I am flustered. I need to gather myself.
A pity. The salty sea air brings out a lovely pink tint in your cheeks. No man should allow such a moment to go to waste.
Mrs. Sutton was teasing her, and Adelia appreciated it. Turning to her husband, Mrs. Sutton continued speaking.
Dearest, can you not convince Mr. Fernley to pay attention to his beautiful wife?
Mr. Sutton dutifully kissed his wife's hand and set out to complete the task his wife had given him. Adelia marvelled at the ease in which they communicated. Mrs. Sutton took Adelia's arm and convinced her to walk by pulling her away from the railing.
We will show your husband there is much to admire in your figure.
Adelia's eyes went wide with surprise. She didn't know of any proper woman who would make such a scandalous remark. Certainly, walking about the room would give a man the opportunity to admire a lady, but it wasn't polite to admit as much. Mrs. Sutton, I have not inquired as to your destination. Will you and Mr. Sutton disembark before England?
Our children are in Naples. We will leave the ship in Italy.
Do you and Mr. Sutton travel often? Mrs. Sutton patted Adelia's hand with an understanding born from her many years of experiences.
We travel when my husband can no longer manage to sit in a parlour. A trip will rid him of the ache, and upon our return, we will find a few more leisure moments with our family.
Did you travel often when your children were young?
Our children grew up in various parts of the world, but we always managed to find our way home.
Adelia bit her bottom lip. She would do anything to keep Phineas happy, and if it meant living a life like Mrs. Sutton described, it couldn't be all bad. It was a compromise she could handle. Remembering Mrs. Sutton had mentioned Italy, Adelia looked to the woman she'd come to love as a grandparent. I will be sad for you to go. I have enjoyed your companionship.
I will miss you as well. But as with all relationships, they must change and grow.
Mrs. Sutton turned her grandmotherly eyes upon Adelia and lowered her voice just above a whisper.
May I make an observation?
Certainly.
A man who does not notice his beautiful wife must not realize what he has.
Adelia smiled. Phineas is guarded with his emotions, but he does notice me.
Then why were you standing by yourself?
Adelia felt the heat of a blush as it spread through her cheeks, and she wondered if she could confide in the woman standing before her. She had no one to share her thoughts with unless it was Phineas, and she didn't want to bother him with the trivial matters running through her mind. But if she confided and everything went wrong, Mrs. Sutton would be gone before long. There was not much to lose by sharing a few particulars of their marriage arrangement. Our marriage was not planned. She didn't care to go into details. She only hoped to help the woman understand their situation. I did not enjoy my life in Egypt, and I am thankful to travel home. Unlike Phineas, I do not care for adventure. Mrs. Sutton made a tisking noise that put a blush back on Adelia's face.
I already knew you and Mr. Fernley were not a love match. It is strikingly obvious.
It is?
Yes, my dear girl. Everyone who has met you and your husband has commented on the unhappiness between you.
Everyone knows.
They suspect. Although the last few days have put our gossip to shame, no one has knowledge of why he no longer carries books around. Perhaps you can enlighten us.
Adelia looked toward the ocean, unwilling to match eyes with anyone on the ship. They are discussing Phineas and myself.
Yes, and we are waiting to see what will happen with your relationship.
Heat burned Adelia's neck, and she covered her already blushing cheeks with her hands. The passengers on the ship were as intrusive as the wagging tongues found in the parlours and ballrooms amongst the ton. Whatever do you mean?
You are both very tense when you speak to each other. It is obvious you admire him, and he feels the same for you. Can you not find an ease by building a friendship?
Phineas and I are friends.
You are?
Mrs. Sutton gave her a quizzical look that told Adelia she hadn't convinced the older woman. Yes, and we converse with ease.
You do?
Adelia was highly frustrated at this. Grandmother or not, the questions were highly unnecessary. Every night I ask him if he has enough pillows and if he is warm enough with one blanket. There is no tension in that conversation. Adelia hadn't meant to reveal so much information about her marriage. She closed her eyes, shame filling her chest as she realized there was no way to take it back.
Mr. Fernley sleeps on the floor?
No, I am not so uncaring. He sleeps on the sofa.
In the antechamber?
Yes, where else do you expect there is a sofa? Mrs. Sutton pulled Adelia to a stop and turned her toward the ocean. She was thankful her back was to everyone on the ship as heat pulsated in her neck and face. With the embarrassment, she whipped out the fan she'd used so often in the desert.
Adelia, if you do not intend to be his wife, I fear you and your husband will spend the rest of your lives as you are now, separate and silent with nothing of worth between you.
What should I do? We are conversing a bit more, and he kissed me this morning. I do not know how to encourage him further. Adelia hadn't a mother to give her advice, and her father hadn't been any help other than to perform the hand-fasting. Mrs. Sutton smiled.
When you are in bed tonight, tell him you are cold.
Adelia looked at the woman and shook her head. But our suite is perfectly situated, and I do not ever feel cold.
My dear Adelia, stop being practical and tell your husband you are cold.
But what if he sends for my maid to get a heating pan? Mrs. Sutton lightly swatted her on the shoulder.
Never say such nonsense again.
They started walking again, and Adelia thought about the advice Mrs. Sutton had given. She wondered if it was the key to moving forward in their relationship. She wanted him to kiss her again. She wanted more out of her marriage. Mrs. Sutton, if it does work, as you believe it will, what am I supposed to do? A large smile crossed Mrs. Sutton's face.
My dear girl, you should let him do his duty and spend your time thinking about the dearest wish within your heart.
Adelia's brow creased with confusion. I should have enough time to think about England? England? Mrs. Sutton's high-pitched shriek rang out to the ocean. Adelia was thankful they were still facing the water instead of the crowds of people on board. Going home to England is all I have thought about for 3 years. It is my greatest wish. No, my dear girl. Mrs. Sutton burst into laughter, and Adelia wondered if the woman was laughing at her or the situation.
You will find something to think about while he takes care of things. Do not fret. But I must insist you remove England from your thoughts with haste." Nervous over the plans she'd concocted with Mrs. Sutton, Adelia removed her night rail and climbed into bed. The chemise she wore for sleeping wasn't anything special. It lacked the finery of ribbons and satin, but it would have to do since she had nothing else. As she settled her head against the soft pillows, Adelia knew Phineas wouldn't believe her about being cold. It was a comfortable evening. She rolled to her side and watched as Phineas exited the dressing room and crossed to the antechamber. She needed to say something before he reached the door. Anything would do, except claiming she was cold. "Phineas." She sat up and pulled the sheets to her neck, covering every inch of her body below her chin. "I am frightened." His eyebrows moved together as he stood rooted to the floor. "Has someone caused you harm?" She quickly shook her head. "No." "Do you want to talk about it?" She most certainly didn't want to talk. She had nothing to be afraid of, and she would have to fabricate a falsehood. She should have trusted in Mrs. Sutton's advice and claimed a chill. Still, she had to say something, and since she'd started down the path, she had to continue. "I was looking over the side of the ship today, and the depth of the ocean frightened me." "I see," she continued, a blush creeping up her neck. "I do not wish to lie here alone." She closed her eyes and waited for him to respond. If he chose to stay on the sofa, she would inform Mrs. Sutton of her failure and beg the woman never offer advice again. "Adelia?" She opened one eye to peek at him. He stood closer to the bed than he ever had. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she wasn't certain she was prepared with a good subject to think about while he performed his duty. "Yes, Phineas?" "I will gladly keep you safe." She folded down the blanket and sheets, inviting him into the bed. As his weight pushed upon the bed, it creaked, causing her to inhale deeply. She realized inviting him into her bed might have been premature, as they had only ever kissed once. But it had been lovely. Her current situation was terrifying. Her entire body shook as she tried to relax. Mrs. Sutton's advice now seemed very inappropriate as Phineas rested his head on the pillow next to her. Adelia slowly slid her feet to the end of the bed and lay next to him. The bed was no longer soft and comfortable. The fear coursing through her body left her agitated, and instead of closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep, she lay on her back, staring up at the canopy. "Phineas," Adelia said, "are you asleep?" "No." Continuing the pretense of why she'd invited him into the bed, Adelia whispered, "I am no longer afraid of the ocean." "I am happy I could help." "Good night." She waited for him to say it back, and then she turned on her side and curled her legs up to her chest. Chapter 27. Phineas rose early and dressed quickly in the hope of giving Adelia time alone. He'd been shocked by her invitation to stay with her through the night and hoped he would be invited back into the comfortable bed again. The sofa was too short for his long legs, and his back ached. Standing on the upper deck, looking out at the vast ocean before him, brought reality crashing down upon him. Each second of this adventure had to be treasured, as it would be his last foray into the world beyond his home. There would be more adventures in his future. He knew marriage to Adelia would occupy his time. As he kept watch for sea life, Phineas let out a small laugh. Adelia surprised him with her quick wit and determination. He'd witnessed a little of it while in Egypt, especially when she'd arrived at the dig site in breeches. What does my future hold? That query should cause the hair on the back of his neck to rise in consternation, but it didn't.
Adelia's strength of personality put a wide and unholy smile upon his face. He knew exactly what she'd been hinting at the previous night, yet he didn't believe their relationship was ready for such a large step into the unknown. They were still uncomfortable around each other. There was no need to add more strain. Even with the gallantry of his erstwhile actions, Phineas hoped it wouldn't be long before they took that step. It was one more way for him to look to the future and commit to their marriage.
Mr. Fernley, I am surprised to see you on deck and alone. Where is your wife?
Mrs. Sutton leaned against the rail of the ship much the same way he was, not caring that she had interrupted his solitude. She is sleeping. I would be pleased to tell her you inquired after her.
There is no need. I have a feeling she will seek me out.
Phineas turned back to the ocean as a large whale elegantly rose and sprayed water in the air. With one fluid motion, it turned on its side and dove beneath the light waves. He would try to remember such beautiful sights when he was herding sheep through fields. The beauty of a never-ending rippling sea was mesmerizing. Mrs. Sutton, thank you for being Adelia's friend. I know your companionship has meant more than words can express.
She is easy to love.
Phineas smiled. The simple statement had more truth to it than anything he'd ever heard. Adelia was a charming, tender woman, and her kindness was attractive. I agree. May I beg a moment of your time? Mrs. Sutton patted his arm. He offered it to her as they walked the length of the ship.
You may ask me anything.
How often do you and Mr. Sutton travel?
Every few years we take a trip. We are not extravagant in our travels, but we do enjoy time away.
Forgive me, but you do not seem the adventurous type. I imagine you prefer to be at home near your grandchildren. Mrs. Sutton laughed. You have discovered my secret, Mr. Fernley. He waited for her to continue speaking as they slowly walked, taking in the morning air. Was it possible his marriage to Adelia didn't have to be restricted to the shores of England? Could he convince her to travel every few years when his soul itched for a bit of adventure? Mrs. Sutton continued speaking.
Relationships, no matter what type, should never be one-sided, nor do all relationships look the same.
What do you mean?
I have a sister who is married to a very wealthy and influential man. They have a villa in the south of Italy, and they rarely leave. They are content with the society they keep. Mr. Sutton and I enjoy visiting with them, but find ourselves rather bored after a week of lavish parties and the excesses of wealth.
Phineas's mind itched with images of an unconventional marriage. He imagined visiting far-off lands with Adelia by his side. But closely following such thoughts were Twelfth Night celebrations with his family at Primrose Hall. In theory, he knew they could both have their dreams. How did you and Mr. Sutton find accord with this way of life?
My dear husband simply asked my opinion.
Phineas stopped walking and looked back out at the sea. The whale from earlier was gone, leaving behind the calm ripples upon the surface of the ocean. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with me.
Before you leave to spend the day with your beautiful wife, may I make an observation?
Certainly.
I have spent the last weeks watching you from afar. I have concluded that you are a lonely man.
Is this a crime?
Not at all. But I would encourage you to show those closest to you the deepest parts of your soul. Trust Adelia, and she will not fail you.
Mrs. Sutton patted his arm again and then kissed him on the cheek like a loving grandmother.
I must get back to my husband. He will wonder where I have gone.
May I walk you back?
No. Go back to the thoughts I so rudely pulled you away from.
The majestic whale is showing off for you once more."
Phineas looked back to the ocean and smiled at the grandeur of one of God's creations as Mrs. Sutton left him to consider more possibilities. Phineas planned to speak with Adelia about the conversation he'd had with Mrs. Sutton, but he needed to work the details out before approaching her with such an unconventional idea. After more than a week of considering possible ways to approach the topic of travelling together during their marriage, Phineas decided it was best to wait until the moment was right. As he and Adelia walked back to the suite, Phineas thought of possible topics that could lead to the desired conversation without causing Adelia stress. He decided he must help her see his main concern was her welfare.
"Have you enjoyed the voyage so far?"
"It has been lovely. I am so glad the weather is amenable."
"You have not had any motion illness?"
"Not at all. I did not suffer on the way to Egypt either." This knowledge would help in his argument. They didn't have to spend all their time travelling, but a few years out of many might be enough to calm the adventurer inside him.
"Perhaps travelling might not be so disagreeable, once you have time to settle into a home."
Adelia smiled at him. "I think it would be lovely to travel to London for the season each year. Of course, we would want to visit my brother in Bath and partake of the pleasures in that region often." Phineas opened the door to their suite and waited for Adelia to enter before him. He threw his hat on the table and sat on the sofa while Adelia removed her slippers and gathered her sewing project.
"Short trips, as you say."
"My dowry should be sufficient for us to procure a home in London and an estate in Whitby, should it not?"
"Your father was very generous. I have no doubt both will be possible."
Deciding he would find another time to suggest a few years of travelling to India, Phineas looked to his wife. They'd been playing a bit of a game over the last week where they'd ask little questions to know each other better.
"I believe it is your turn."
Adelia knew what he meant, and she was ready with the question. "Would you prefer a lemon tart or a fairy cake?"
"If I must choose, I will go with fairy cakes."
Adelia nodded and started stitching a blue flower on the handkerchief in her hand. "I agree. Fairy cakes are much more enjoyable." Phineas rested his head against the sofa, his eyes focused on Adelia.
"Pea soup or chicken broth?"
Adelia's nose scrunched up before she gave her answer.
"Chicken broth." "Venison or beef?"
Adelia placed her sewing to the side as she bent forward and removed her slippers and began rubbing the balls of her feet. "Beef."
"Are your feet aching?"
"A little. I walked along the promenade with Mr. and Mrs. Sutton most of the day. They are dear people." Phineas moved to the end of the sofa and sat next to her. Pointing to her foot, he decided it would be the husbandly thing to massage her feet. When he was younger, he'd seen his father care for his mother in the same way.
"May I?"
Adelia nodded and allowed him to move her feet onto his legs.
"Lie back against the pillows and relax."
He started rubbing her feet, much as he had Nefertiti's back before saddling her.
"When will the Suttons disembark?"
"They reside in Italy. It will not be long."
"I am sorry to hear this. I know you consider them the dearest of friends."
"Yes, but Mrs. Sutton said all relationships worth having should change and mould into something better. We will write to each other, and hopefully one day they will visit England and we can meet again." Phineas smiled at her as he continued to massage her feet. This was one of the opportunities for discussing travel.
"Or we could spend some time on the continent and visit them in Italy."
Adelia seemed not to notice his comment as she continued stitching. "Would it not be lovely to host a house party? It has been so long since I have attended one. I must admit it sends shivers down my back just thinking about balls and musicals."
"A night at the theatre or an evening at home?"
Phineas decided to go back to their game instead of speaking of travel. "I think the theatre at first. Once I am worn out of all the plays, then a night at home with my husband will be preferable." Phineas found a knot in her foot. She jerked her foot up slightly as he applied pressure to the area.
You will let me know if I am rubbing too hard?
Adelia beamed with happiness and even sighed as he moved away from the knot and focused on her heels. You are a man with many skills. I never would have been able to work the pain out of my feet.
I had a great deal of practice over the last few months with Nefertiti.
Adelia instantly pulled her feet away from him, curling up against the sofa as far from him as possible. Nefertiti?
Yes. Is something the matter?
Instead of answering him, Adelia stood and entered the bedchamber. She returned less than a minute later with his blanket and pillow. She didn't speak as she dropped them on the sofa and turned away.
Adelia?
Phineas knew he'd made a mistake, but he couldn't imagine what he had done to incur her wrath.
Did I injure your foot?
Not in the least. He knew her anger had to do with their conversation, but he couldn't figure out what he had said wrong. Had she finally realized the conversation pieces he'd snuck in about traveling?
Are you upset with me?
Whatever do you mean? Phineas knew the answer that sprang to his mind was not correct. Instead of mentioning her clipped tone, fire-filled eyes, and unfriendly demeanor, he decided to apologize. He'd been in enough scrapes as a lad to know an apology would go much further than participating in a fight.
I am sorry, Adelia. I did not mean to cause you distress.
Distress? Adelia picked up his pillow and plumped it. This would have been nice if she'd had a smile on her face. Instead, he was frightened as flames danced in her green eyes. I am not distressed. He tried again.
I am sorry I hurt your feelings.
Adelia threw the pillow at him and stood with her hands on her hips. Phineas, do you even know why you need to apologize? Honesty was best. He wanted to treat her well, but he had obviously failed. No! He tried not to laugh, but a small chuckle released, and suddenly, Adelia was laughing with him. Phineas reached over and touched her arm, hoping she wouldn't pull away.
Will you tell me so I can give a proper apology?
Adelia playfully punched him in the chest, and then left her hand resting over his heart. The warmth it sent through his body left him undone. Accepting the continued contact as an invitation, Phineas pulled her to the sofa beside him. Clearing her throat, Adelia bit her bottom lip. Do you really think my feet are comparable to a camel? I did not know my feet were hideous and horrible to look at. Understanding spread through Phineas before she stopped speaking. He'd embarrassed her, insulted her, and then hadn't realized it.
No, never. I love your feet. I was amazed with how delicate and feminine they are.
Are you certain? I would not want to torture you with my unshapely camel feet.
I am terribly incompetent when it involves women. I never intended to marry, and therefore I did not take time to learn the finer points of wooing or proper topics of conversation.
He tried to keep his embarrassment to a minimum, but he was sheepish over his lack of knowledge for sweet conversations. Phineas, what are we to do? She looked so forlorn. He hadn't any idea of how to respond without making the situation worse. We are both so terrible at relationships. We will never find our way. Stunned by her admission, he wanted to argue. She'd navigated their circumstances well.
We never would have come so far without your patience.
Adelia wiped away an errant tear. A woman does not become a spinster when she is skilled with flirting. Did you truly not notice the horrible attempts I made in Egypt? They were as pathetic as my lingering gazes and fan-waving in London ballrooms.
I thought you left London before you could find a match. What fools the men were to leave you without an offer of marriage.
Adelia laughed, and the mood around them changed back to the easy comfort from before. The only men who wanted me were after my dowry. Anyone worth having did not ask for my hand. A heavy silence filled the room, and Phineas knew this was a pivotal moment of their relationship.
"Tell me what you need from me."
A woman does not want to make demands or requests of her husband. She wants him to understand the subtle hints she leaves.
Why? What purpose is there in causing further confusion? A straightforward request would be best.
Adelia blushed. Perhaps her needs or wants would be shameful to voice. Phineas was certain he knew what she meant, and his eyes went wide as he considered if they were ready to approach the subject again. They were more comfortable in their conversations. Among other little tidbits about his wife, he knew she preferred dry toast slathered with butter and raspberry jam to break her fast. But were the little things he'd learned enough to make her his wife so completely?
"Adelia, I think we should agree to say what we think and express our needs."
He didn't expect her to turn away, but she did. Knowing he had the opportunity to provide comfort, Phineas moved even closer to her and pulled her into an embrace.
"I have offended you again."
"No." Her voice rose in pitch, and she shook. The thumb on her right hand twitched, so he took hold of it to help calm her nerves. "I worry we will never be able to communicate fully if I must be plain in my speech. I cannot say the words, for they are too shameful."
"Then tell me in a less shameful way."
Adelia stood and moved toward the corner. As she looked away from him, she shyly made herself plain. "I was raised to know a woman has two duties. She is to give her husband an heir, and she is to maintain a proper home. I fear I will never give you those things."
"You are still very young."
"I know, but it weighs on my mind." Crossing to where she stood with her face firmly pointed toward the corner, Phineas touched the back of her neck. Her skin was smooth, and the simple gesture left him longing, yet frightened at the pace their marriage was evolving.
"When we arrive in London, I will make inquiries about a home without delay. You are welcome to refurbish it however it pleases you. I will be happy with whatever you choose."
"I would like that very much."
"As for the other duty," his voice caught in his throat as he moved a lock of hair away from the nape of her neck.
"Phineas, I did not mean you must rush to it. I only thought it important we understand such duties need to be part of our marriage."
"I do understand."
Taking her hand in his, Phineas turned her around so he could look into her eyes. Instead of speaking and muddling the conversation with his ineloquent words and unromantic musings, Phineas closed the distance between them and nervously kissed her. It wasn't as smooth as the kiss he'd given her while overlooking the ocean, but it was pleasant. As their lips connected, the tension in his body increased. He wanted the moment to be perfect, and he wanted to convey his desire to be with her forever. When she returned his kiss and pulled him closer, Phineas was certain he'd never felt so much affection for anyone. Chapter 28. Sipping her tea, Adelia tried to hide her shyness, but each time Phineas looked in her direction, she blushed and averted her eyes. She hadn't realized how brazen she'd been until he'd taken her in his arms the previous night. There were no regrets on her part. She was happy and content.
"If you do not stop blushing, people will think I am behaving poorly."
Phineas's ability to act as though nothing had changed between them made her a bit envious and sad. He was unaffected by her presence, and she was fluttering like a debutante in front of a wealthy and devastatingly handsome man. He sat across from her with his hat on the table, legs crossed, and a cup of tea in his hand while they overlooked the ocean. She wished she'd brought more than her fan to keep her occupied while they drank tea. "How can you be so calm?" Phineas smiled at her and shook his head.
"I hide my anxiety much better than you do."
Adelia placed her teacup on the saucer and picked up her fan. It was a terribly hot day. The sun shone down upon her, and even with a fan, bonnet, and parasol, sweat pooled on her brow. She quirked an eyebrow at her husband. She needed to speak of trivial matters, otherwise she'd blush again. "If we were still in Egypt, what would you be doing right now?" Phineas took a sip of his tea before answering.
"Since it is the morning meal, I would sit at a table with you and Huntley. Huntley would be perusing the latest morning paper, you would be concocting a plan to cause trouble, and I would be reading a book focused on Egyptian mythology."
"Whatever do you mean?"
"You deny the accusation?"
"I most certainly do. I never concocted any plans for trouble. My life was completely boring, much like the books you constantly read."
"You consider my books boring?"
"Yes, most certainly." Adelia's lips twitched as she held back a laugh. Phineas made a show of being offended.
"I will have you know I only ever indulged in interesting books. Otherwise I would not have read them."
She laughed and noticed his lips turned up with pleasure. "I see, but they are books that no one else would find interesting."
"How cruel!"
He tried to make her think he was offended by frowning, but he couldn't hold the serious look.
"I will have you know there are many people who would find the detailed information in my books worth studying."
"Scholars? Men who intend to stay bachelors their entire lives?"
"Yes, I do believe you have pinpointed the lot of us."
"You will have to donate your books once we arrive in England." She was teasing him and made certain to follow her statement with a laugh.
"Why is that?"
Phineas leaned against the table, his full attention focused on her. "You are not a bachelor any longer, and therefore no one will accept your excuses for reading such boring material." She was happy to see he knew this was an attempt at wit, for if he had thought her serious, it would have caused a severe amount of trouble in their tenuous marriage. He offered his arm, and Adelia took it. A gesture she'd once considered gentlemanly now sent shivers of excitement and anticipation through her body. She wanted to be near him, learn everything there was to know about him, and spend the rest of her life in his arms. Adelia craved the normality of life. She wanted simple things like afternoon tea, walks along a dirt path where she could pick wildflowers, and morning visits. It had been so long since she'd experienced English life that she couldn't help but think about the future. As each day slowly passed and the ship they were on sailed closer to England, Adelia found little ways to make their life as normal for a British husband and wife as possible. She spent time darning Phineas's socks. Sewing had never brought her joy, neither had embroidery if she were being honest, but the simple act of serving her husband left her content. She and Phineas exchanged stories from their childhoods, interesting facts about their families, and plans for their future. She couldn't remember having ever been so happy. The night before Mr. and Mrs. Sutton were to disembark, Adelia and Phineas sat at a table with the older couple enjoying a final meal. She owed much to the woman sitting across from her. The motherly advice and unfailing friendship had come at a time in Adelia's life when it was needed most. It was a lifelong connection she hoped to enjoy. Adelia wasn't surprised when Phineas placed his hand upon hers as they comfortably chatted with the Suttons. Little gestures showing his love for her had filled her days, and she no longer blushed each time he played with her fingers.
"Mr. and Mrs. Sutton."
Phineas soothingly rubbed his thumb against Adelia's palm as he spoke.
"I am embarrassed to admit I am unaware of when you joined the ship. Were you in Egypt?"
"No." Mr. Sutton lifted his teacup and sipped, pausing before he answered.
"We were visiting friends in Israel. It is simply by chance we are on the same ship as you.
I would venture to say it was kismet. Mrs. Sutton lovingly smiled at her husband. Adelia hoped she and Phineas would be as happy in their later years as the Suttons were. What were you doing in Egypt, Mr. Fernley? Phineas smiled adoringly at Adelia.
I did not realize my reason for being in Egypt until I met Adelia, but I believe I was led to the desert to find the only woman in the entire world who could love me.
Adelia met Phineas's eyes to see the sincerity. Her heart sped up as she knew he considered everything he'd done in life a preparation for finding her. Fighting the tears this revelation brought to her eyes, Adelia had to be sensible. You would not believe such a terrible falsehood as that. Phineas is an archaeologist, and I will forever be thankful my father offered hospitality to him.
I nearly refused his offer. I now see how foolish and terrible it would have been if Huntley had not insisted.
Adelia shook her head at the love-sick man sitting next to her. Phineas lifted her hand to kiss her palm, and she relished the closeness they'd found while at sea. You would not believe it to see him now, but Phineas was determined to stay a bachelor. If not for my father's deception, he would still be digging in the desert for treasures.
Phineas winked at her. I was rather foolish.
Mr. Sutton cleared his throat as a reminder that they weren't alone. Blushing, Adelia pulled her hand away from Phineas for propriety. Mr. Sutton settled comfortably in his chair before continuing the conversation.
I have always been interested in Egyptian mythology. What can you tell me about the gods and goddesses of the ancient land?
Phineas's soft, deep voice filled the room, and Adelia closed her eyes to listen as he shared bits of what he'd learned through years of study. The words he spoke were said with a reverence, reminding her of the love he had for knowledge.
Keb and Nut are the bearers of 5 gods, namely Osiris, Horus, Set, Isis, and Nephthys.
The mythology didn't mean anything to Adelia, but the emotion she felt from Phineas pulled her into the moment. She could listen to him speak of mythology for the rest of her life and never tire of the information. She might have been silly, but an image formed in her mind of she and Phineas sitting comfortably on a sofa in a library each night while she sewed or sketched and he read. It warmed her soul to think they could spend the rest of their lives in perfect harmony. She imagined shelves filled with books to inspire and entertain their children, and it was possible they'd have a son who planned to travel as his father once had.
Hathor is the daughter of Ra, and is sometimes depicted with horns resembling a cow to show she is the goddess of love, peace, and beauty.
Adelia placed her hand back on Phineas's as he spoke of Hathor. I went to her temple before we left Egypt.
Phineas looked to her with surprise. I recollect you saying as much, but I thought you were not interested in the mythology.
Masika convinced me to make an offering to Hathor. She told me about Hathor's powers over love, and since I wanted to return to England and be married, it seemed the right course of action.
Phineas shook his head, looking at her with half a smile. I should have realized Huntley was not purely to blame for our union. You have much of his secretive personality.
Oh dear, Mrs. Sutton said with a chuckle. The truth has a way of coming out. Adelia would not be embarrassed by the admission. She proudly teased him. I will admit I considered you the handsomest man of my acquaintance. I wanted you as husband, and I would not rest until I had accomplished the task. Mr. Sutton tapped his fingers upon the table.
There must be much more to gaining assistance from a god or goddess. Otherwise people would make pilgrimages to these ancient temples for all sorts of favors. Egypt would be overrun with lovesick females throwing jewels at the temple. Ah, but there is a bit more to the process.
Phineas went back to his discourse on mythology, and Adelia was happy to listen.
One of the necessary components of achieving help from a god or goddess is water. Egypt is dangerously low on water.
What about the Nile? Mrs. Sutton asked.
Yes, but it is not enough to make your pilgrimage and an offering and then go to the Nile for a short time. When making her sacrifice at Hathor's temple, Adelia would have needed to do so in the sacred pool and then followed the offering by days near or on the water. It is not enough to bathe in the Nile or walk near a body of water.
Adelia kept a smile on her face, but as Phineas continued to speak about how the ancient people would use water to ensure their offerings to the gods would work, her mind went through every moment she'd spent with Phineas since making her offer in the sacred pool. Phineas hadn't fallen deeply in love with her while they were in Egypt. They'd had tiny arguments that had led to the fight upon the ship, but all of that had happened before they'd spent considerable time upon the ocean. As Adelia thought back upon their trip, it had taken Phineas a bit of time to put his books away and focus on their relationship. Phineas's voice broke through her thoughts, and Adelia had to remind herself that it was mythology he spoke of. None of it was real. Masika would have chided her for dismissing the powers of the ancient gods, but Adelia was too sensible to believe anything being said.
Hathor is not only the goddess of love. Her powers extend to passion and pleasure. The longer a person spends near water, the more passionate Hathor's powers become. A person who had made the pilgrimage to Dendera would stay near the Nile for no more than a week to solidify the power of the goddess, unless there was more to the sacrifice being made.
Mr. Sutton shook his head.
The ancient people knew how to get what they wanted. Convince a goddess to do the dirty work. Tell me, Mr. Fernley, what would happen to a man under the enchantment of the goddess Hathor? The poor fool would be terribly besotted. He would not be able to function properly. A man in this state would give up all other passions and pursuits in the name of love for the woman who had made the sacrifice. But it would take a great amount of water to achieve such an outcome. What type of sacrifice do you think an ancient Egyptian woman would have made and then spent weeks by the water?
Mr. Sutton's interest sent a flurry of fear through Adelia. She didn't understand the need to continue to speak about mythology. Perhaps she could find a way to distract them to speaking about their trip to Israel. Unfortunately, Phineas had an answer ready.
Isis is the goddess of fertility. If a woman was struggling to produce a child, she would often stay near the Nile and bathe each morning and each night to convince the goddess of her sincerity. There are stories of the ancient people receiving all sorts of blessings from their gods and goddesses. The tales are of great importance to understanding the archaeology and history of the people. Although they are long gone from this earthly life, their hopes and dreams live on as they are rediscovered. Are there records of people closer to our time who have seen the power of one of these ancient gods?
Phineas again had an answer without much thought.
Adelia's maid, Masika, told me of a sacrifice she made to the goddess Mut. Her mother was healed within days of the sacrifice. It is a testament to the strength of the mythology passed through generations to see the people still believe in the powers of their gods and goddesses. I find this fascinating. Miss Sutton and I will have to take a few years and travel through Egypt. Would you suggest I take time to learn the mythology first? It would make your travels there more valuable. I was able to appreciate the temples and pyramids for what they were because of my studies. I can make a list of books for you to seek out if you would like. I would, thank you. I noticed you no longer carry your sketchbook around. Have you finished all the pages?
Adelia tried to calm the storm raging in her mind. Phineas loved books, and he'd put them aside for her. With Mr. Sutton's question, she realized her husband hadn't sketched in his journal since the afternoon he'd met her after the sewing circle. He'd gone months without sketching an artifact. Instead of appreciating the sacrifice he'd made for her, Her mind told her the fault lay within the offering she'd made to Hathor. Phineas played with her fingers as the evening wore on. The conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Sutton continued until the moon was high in the night sky, and they were the only ones left in the dining hall. Somehow, she had missed everything after Mr. Sutton's observation about the journal. Holding to Phineas's arm, Adelia went through the motions of bidding the Suttons farewell, and then she allowed her husband to guide her to their chamber. "Adelia, are you unwell?" "Yes, I am sorry, Phineas. I do not know what has come over me, but I am not myself tonight." "You will miss Mr. and Mrs. Sutton. They have been grandparents to us both." Adelia nodded. "Yes." "Dearest, you look pale. Can I get you some refreshment or a drink to soothe your nerves?" "No, please do not worry yourself. I am well enough." Phineas gently led her to the bed and helped her sit before ringing for the maid. "Adelia, you do not look well. Let me send for the ship's physician." "Truly, there is no need to fuss. I simply need to sleep." She went through the motions of dressing for bed and allowing her maid to brush her hair. As she stared at her reflection in the looking-glass, she reviewed every moment of her life since she'd made her offering to Hathor. She didn't like what she was remembering, and she feared the only explanation for Phineas's abrupt change in behavior was her actions. If she hadn't made that pilgrimage to Dendera, Phineas would still be digging in the Valley of the Kings. She would be stuck in Luxor with her father, and her husband wouldn't be enchanted by an ancient Egyptian goddess determined to destroy Phineas's hopes and dreams. Adelia didn't sleep. She couldn't. Instead, she watched as the light of the moon shone through the small window and danced around the room with the motion of the waves. Her mind conjured every possible scenario for the moment when Phineas would wake from the enchantment, each ending worse than the last. She loved him, but in the early hours of the morning, she knew if it truly was love, she had to distance herself from him. She couldn't allow him to continue in this manner, especially if it was Hathor's doing. It wasn't fair to use him in such a diabolical way. She didn't know how to break the power of Hathor. She thought about petitioning her god for assistance, but worshipping idols was frowned upon. And if there was one thing Masika had made clear about the differences between their gods, it was that Egyptian gods and goddesses took part in the lives of those who worshipped them. Adelia had learned long ago that the god her vicar preached about was distant and very unforgiving. She needed help, so she turned to the only logical solution. She would find the answer in one of Phineas's books. Chapter 29. "What are you looking for?" Phineas woke to find Adelia sitting on the floor of their cabin with his trunk open and books piled around her. The moon shone through the small window, indicating it was still early. "Nothing of great concern. You should go back to sleep." Phineas slid out of bed, rubbing his eyes as he crossed to where she sat. He couldn't sleep, knowing she was furiously looking through his books. He would assist in her search. "If you tell me what you are looking for, I might have an answer. I could alleviate your distress, and we could go back to bed." Adelia shook her head and held the candle up to examine a passage. He leaned forward and noticed it was focused on mythology. To pull her attention away from the books, Phineas ran his fingers along her foot. Instead of the desired response, Adelia shifted her position and pulled away from him. "Phineas, you should rest. I do not want you to be exhausted in the morning." "We have no place to be other than on this ship. There is no need for me to sleep, especially without your warmth next to me." Adelia blushed. He marvelled over the ability he had to pull such a response from her, even after having held her in his arms. "I am not tired." Phineas moved so he was sitting next to her. "I could help with that." "With what?" He twirled his finger in her hair, hoping she would put the book down and go back to bed. There would be more than enough time for them to search books during the light of day.
I would tell you, but it would be far too shocking to utter out loud.
He was surprised when Adelia snapped the book shut. Is that all you think about? Can I not have a moment's rest? Phineas dropped her hair and moved away. He had seen this side of her when she'd misunderstood his comment about Nefertiti and her feet, but since then, they'd been overwhelmingly happy.
I apologize, Adelia. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable.
You did. Please, Phineas, go back to bed and leave me to my search. Slowly standing, since he wasn't certain it was the right move, he waited patiently for Adelia to apologize or explain her brash tone. His wait was in vain as she purposefully ignored him.
I will light a few more candles so you do not have to strain your eyes.
I did not ask you to do that.
I want to do this for you.
Adelia ignored his offer of assistance. Instead of explaining herself, she took the book and her candle to the sofa. Phineas was puzzled over her behavior, and although he went back to bed, he didn't sleep. His mind replayed every moment over the past day, and he couldn't imagine what he had done wrong. As he lay in bed, the ship rocked beneath him, but he ignored the gentle swaying which once would have lulled him to sleep. Instead, he strained to hear each page turn as his imagination played scenarios through his mind. After a week of Adelia ignoring him, Phineas was emotionally spent and his back was hurting. She wanted nothing to do with him and had made a point of dropping his blanket and pillow on the sofa each night before retiring. Since she'd chosen to pretend he wasn't there, Phineas had to fight the urge to fall back on his old habit of planning trips he would never take. He considered finishing his studies and mapping of the mountain ranges in Africa while she came to her senses. He even went so far as to organize the books he would need, but instead of following through, he put them back in the trunk and closed it. He wanted to discover what was ailing his wife, and hiding behind books wouldn't help. Since she'd started ignoring him, Adelia spent each day hiding in a different area of the ship. He searched the common rooms, and when he didn't find her, he knew where she'd gone. Adelia longed to be in England, and he knew she would be looking for home. It took time for him to cross the promenade as other passengers greeted him, but when he finally walked to the front of the deck, she was standing by the railing, with tears flowing down her cheeks. Carefully, he stood next to her, hoping she wouldn't be angry with him for meddling. She'd yelled at him more than once over the past week, and he wasn't ready for their discord to be fodder for gossip.
My love, I was worried about you. I have not seen you all day.
There is no need for concern. As you can see, I am well enough. Since she was speaking and not ordering him from her sight, Phineas leaned against the railing. His only course of action was to discover what he'd done wrong.
Have I told you how much I love you?
Adelia's eyes closed, and she let out a squeak he took to be pain. When she didn't answer, he retrieved his handkerchief and took the liberty of drying her tears. As he wiped them away, Adelia took hold of his hand to stop his efforts.
Tell me what I have done to cause you such pain. I cannot bear seeing your face bright red and your tear-stained cheeks.
Sniffing, Adelia turned away from him. I am being silly.
It is much more than that. Will you not confide in me?
I have nothing to share. He knew it wasn't true, but pressing her further would do him no good.
Would you like to lie down? I know you have not slept well since Mr. and Mrs. Sutton departed.
It is best I stay out here. I prefer the sunlight to our dreary cabin. He wasn't certain he wanted to know the answer to the question plaguing his heart, but it was imperative to their future. Gathering his courage, Phineas looked at his hands instead of her face for fear he would see the answer written in her eyes.
Adelia, Do you love me?" When she didn't answer, Phineas turned away. He now understood the problem. She placed a hand on his arm and squeezed it before whispering her answer. "Phineas, I wanted to go home to England. I did not want to deceive you." Phineas paced behind her, running a hand through his hair as he considered everything that had happened since they left her father's home in Luxor. "Adelia, we have lived as husband and wife during this voyage. We cannot erase what has happened." "I am not asking for that." "Then what do you want?" "When we return to England, I would ask you to give me a home in the country where I can live out my days while you travel." "Travel? If I travel, I want you by my side. We could have a marriage where land and sea hold no boundaries. A marriage similar to Mr. and Mrs. Sutton would fulfill both our dreams." "Your journal is overflowing with adventures not yet taken. I will not stand in your way." Adelia held out a book he instantly recognized as his journal. "The pages are filled with sketches of wondrous places. I cannot bear the thought of you never walking through a rainforest in Myanmar. I want you to visit Australia to see a koala and kangaroo. Can you not remember how you ached to visit these places?" "You are speaking of my past, Adelia. If I am to see those places now, it will be with you as my companion." "I want you to be the Phineas Fernley I fell in love with. This imposter who has taken over your senses is not what I wanted." Phineas walked forward and placed his hand on her arms. "I am the man you love. I have not changed so much." "You are no longer passionate. I want you to desire adventure." "I have changed my passions and taste for life. I thought you would be happy with this new version of me. If you prefer not to travel abroad again, I will always choose to be with you in England." "You will despise me once you realize what you have given up." "I will love you for the rest of my life, no matter where we are." "No, Phineas. I want you to plan a new trip. I want you to go to India and China. I want you to see the world. You will forget about me soon enough. There is no reason for you to be tied down, not when you were meant to explore." Phineas allowed his exasperation to show a little more than he usually would have. He'd spent time mourning the life he'd wanted and was now ready to give Adelia everything she'd dreamt of, only to find out she no longer cared for it. "I do not understand you, Adelia. We have the chance to make a life together. I thought you wanted children. I thought you wanted a home with me." "You will understand once we are back in England. It will all be clear to you then." "Have I done something wrong? Have I injured your feelings in any way? Adelia, my love, please speak to me." "Go away, Phineas. I prefer to be alone." Phineas turned away, not because she told him to leave, but because he couldn't bear the coldness in her responses and her lack of care for his desires. He had fallen in love with her, and instead of accepting his offering, she threw it in his face and told him he wasn't wanted. He wouldn't force her to love him. He would never ask again. His heart couldn't take another beating. Chapter 30. Adelia distanced herself from Phineas while studying each book in his trunk. She searched for clues or advice on how to stop an Egyptian goddess from wreaking havoc on her life, while also praying to her god for assistance. Unfortunately, the books failed to solve her ill-advised pilgrimage. Not only did she have Hathor to contend with, but the sermons she'd heard throughout her youth came crashing down around her with unheralded truth. God was no respecter of persons, and her mess was hers to rectify. With all her prayers of supplication,
he had stayed as distant and silent as the vicars had long pontificated. Each night as she lay in bed, her unconscious mind would plague her with dreams of an evil goddess with horns, laughing as Adelia tried to pull Phineas out of the water. It had been the trip by water that had solidified Hathor's powers. Adelia withered under Phineas's constant attention, fully unhappy with his concern for her well-being. She wanted him to study his books, map out quests, and dream about traveling. Certain his time would be better spent pondering the rainforests of India and Africa and the exotic bird species living in each. She became even more miserable than she had when burdened by the loneliness that had encompassed her life in Egypt. She preferred days spent sketching pyramids and wishing for society, instead of watching her husband change into a gentleman who lacked passion for life. If I remember Whitby correctly, there is a lovely estate near the cliffs large enough for sheep and cattle. Baxter will be able to advise me on a smart investment. Phineas sat at the small table in their cabin writing goals for their future, and each time he spoke, Adelia's shoulders slumped a bit further to the deck of the ship. If she hadn't finished the book in her hand, she would have stayed out of his presence. I thought you were planning to travel. I already told you I no longer feel a pull toward adventure. I look forward to being in Yorkshire again with my family. Phineas, you were once impatient to leave England. How can you give everything up to stay on an estate with sheep? Sheep and cattle. I think I can raise both and make a wonderful life for us. Do you want to help me name the animals? I think it would be best for someone other than me to take a hand in raising them. We would not want a herd of angry bovine on our estate. Adelia threw the book she held to the bottom of his trunk and then grabbed the Bible. Perhaps she was searching in the wrong books. Could her answers from God be in his written word? She was grasping for any sort of answer and would not rest until her Phineas was cured of the need to be a husband. Phineas was not the type of man to spend his evenings sipping port while discussing the weather and crop rotations. His plans to raise both sheep and cattle proved he was incompetent on the matter. No, Phineas. No one with a lick of sense would try to raise both. You must choose one. There was much more meaning behind her words than a concern over cattle, but Phineas wouldn't understand. She wanted to tell him he had to choose between a life of travel and adventure or a life of boredom. She knew if he was not possessed by the power of Hathor, he would choose the first option. Phineas put his quill down and smirked at her. Why, Adelia? Why must I choose? If it is my estate, I should do as I please. It will not be your estate. It will be my cottage, for that is all I desire. You will be sailing on a ship like this for the rest of your life, going from one grand adventure to the next. Phineas stood and crossed the room. She hadn't allowed him to get close to her, not since they had spoken at the front of the ship. She wanted to keep him at a distance. It was easier to refuse her attraction if he was not nearby. Her heart raced as he stood before her. I do not desire adventure any longer. Why can you not understand I have changed my direction in life, and I want to spend my time with you and our future children? Adelia blushed. We will not have children. Why not? Why can we not be a normal, married couple doting over our children when they are well-behaved and punishing them when they act like buffoons? No child of mine would ever behave like a buffoon. I would make certain they were well-behaved at all times. Phineas folded his arms and bent lower so they were on the same level. She loved his height, and although she was only a head shorter than him, it was lovely that he wanted to look her in the eyes, even if it was to argue with her. I dare say we most certainly will have children.
strapping boys blessed with the height of the Fernley men, and precious beautiful daughters with their mother's uncanny ability to blush.
"You have lost your mind," Adelia said, forcing herself to turn away from his stark blue eyes. "We will not have children."
You are the one who reminded me of our duty to produce an heir, and by the way you are behaving, I assume you do not care to follow through.
Adelia hadn't expected him to address the situation with plainness. Up until that point, they had tiptoed around each other, neither one speaking a bit of truth. "I cannot argue with you on this matter. Please go back to planning a dig in the desert and leave me alone."
How many times must I say that I have no desire to dig for treasure any longer? The life of an archaeologist was disappointing and lonely.
Pushing past him, Adelia needed to spend the rest of her day searching through the Bible. "Yes, you do. I know you, Phineas Fernley, and you will not be happy on a country estate."
Will you please allow me to speak for myself?
"You are not yourself, and I will no longer stand here and listen as you claim to feel something you do not understand." Phineas shook his head in exasperation.
We will be in London tomorrow. Perhaps a visit with your brother will help straighten your mind on our marriage.
"What marriage?" Adelia choked on the words, but she was convinced a forced hand-fasting would not mean they would have to make the union official. "We are hand-fasted, not married."
We are married. I have a letter from Huntley proving he was in attendance during the ceremony. Even if we do not get a special license, we are bound before God, as he witnessed our vows as well.
"You and I are the only ones in England aware of the hand-fasting. My father will not be a problem. He is probably stuck in a pit being eaten by ravenous lions by now, and good riddance."
Huntley is too intelligent to get himself into such a mess. If I have to convince him to travel back to England to speak sense to you, I will.
Adelia laughed, but it wasn't out of joy. She'd spent years pleading with her father to travel back to England. He wouldn't do it for her, so she had no need to fear he would take to a ship for any other purpose than his own selfish desires. "I fear you will fail, sir." Phineas moved back to his chair and sat with his head in his hands. She waited, unsure if their conversation was over.
Adelia, we have lived as husband and wife. We are married by all accounts.
No one need know of our time together.
We will know. You will never be able to forget the past months.
I have a perfect memory of our time together. I am afraid you are the one who will soon forget.
I will never forget.
Adelia walked to the door leading to the corridor outside their chambers. Placing her hand on the doorknob, she didn't look back at him. She knew he was listening. In a callous, non-caring tone, Adelia made her final comment. She would no longer speak to him after that moment. She wouldn't dare say another word for fear of exposing her true feelings. "You may consider our time together as a token of my father's appreciation for escorting me back to England, and nothing more." She knew he was angry as the chair skidded backward and he called out her name, but she couldn't face him again. She'd presented their time together as nothing more than an exchange for goods and services rendered. In short, she'd presented herself as a mistress, and she knew in his current state of godly hypnosis, he wouldn't understand. Chapter 31. Phineas busied himself with organising their trunks and transportation to Grafton House in St. James Square. It was easier to keep moving and focus on anything other than his wife. She had lost her mind, and he didn't know how to bring her back to reality. He knew there were physicians who studied the brain, but he hoped it wouldn't be necessary to engage their services. When he helped her into the carriage, he was still angry with her over the comment she'd made the previous day. He decided it was best to sit on the opposite bench, so he didn't have to smell the peppermint oil she liberally applied to her neck each morning. He would associate peppermint with Adelia for the rest of his life and always regret the distance between them. "I will leave you at Grafton House and take care of matters with the bank this afternoon." By now he no longer expected a response. Her silence was louder than any words she could have spoken. His heart ached with the growing distance between them, but he couldn't imagine what he had done to cause the problem. He'd searched each book she returned to his trunk, but found nothing to indicate the purpose of her research. The only one he had left to search was the Bible clutched in her hand.
"Will you send a letter to Viscount Carlin, or would you like me to do so?"
When she didn't respond, Phineas nodded.
"I will write a letter before leaving for the bank. I hope he is in town. Perhaps he can break you from this insanity."
He instantly regretted the jab as her shoulders shook and her lips shuddered. The pain she held in was deep, and his unkind words did nothing to solve the problem. Even though he was on the defense, she didn't deserve unkindness.
"I am sorry, my love. I wish you would confide in me. Tell me what I have done to cause this, and I will make amends."
He hadn't wanted to arrive at Grafton House with his wife's cheeks stained with tears, but it was inevitable. If anyone inquired to her weepy state, he would claim she was happy to be back in England, but the truth was always best. It wouldn't take his family long to realize there was a problem.
"I cannot say if Baxter will be in town, but if he is, I know he will have brought Briar. You and Briar will be perfect companions. Your temperaments are much the same. Have I told you she is from Boston?"
He mused, knowing she would not join into the conversation.
"I once thought it would be nice to visit Boston, but I do not feel a pull toward distant lands any longer. Perhaps you felt the same as we disembarked the ship today. A sense of belonging filled my soul as we sailed toward home, and I admit I have never been so content in all my life than I am with you."
He'd hoped his words would help her understand his commitment to their life together, but as with everything he'd done over the past weeks, he had failed. Her lips further trembled, and misery filled her sallow face. It was too difficult for him to sit across from her and not lend comfort. He had to be a gentleman and take her into his arms, even if she didn't want him nearby. To his surprise, when he moved across to sit on the bench next to her, Adelia buried her face in his shoulder and cried. "I did not mean for this to happen. I did not think it was possible." He had no idea what she was fretting over, but he patted her shoulder and rubbed her back to offer comfort. He remembered advice his mother had once given him and thought it perfect for this situation.
"There is nothing you have done that cannot be undone. No mistake so great that a repentant heart cannot heal."
"I have tried to make everything right, but it is evident I have failed."
If she was speaking about their relationship, he was lost on what she had done to heal the increasingly large rift she'd put between them. With any hope, this conversation could be a start to correcting all wrongs. "I will help you. Please, Adelia, let me assist you in correcting the problem."
As the carriage came to a stop, Adelia sat up and wiped her hands across her face. Phineas offered a handkerchief, which she accepted and then tucked away in her reticule. He knew she would have it cleaned and pressed before returning it. "I will find a way to solve this problem, on my own." As the door opened, Adelia took the footman's hand and exited before Phineas could assist her. She was back to the distant soul he'd come to know, and disliked. Knowing further argument would not resolve her issues, he tucked her arm in his and escorted her to the door. As he noticed the knocker was in place, a heavy burden released in his chest, and he knew Baxter would be a support for him. Excitement coursed through his body as he took hold of the knocker and tapped it twice against the plate. It wasn't the childhood home he knew, but London and Grafton House were enough to bring the peace of belonging. He'd missed the ease of life he had as the son of an earl. Old sensations he'd forgotten instantly came back as a cool breeze passed by, and the clouds overhead hid the sun. His senses told him it had already rained, as the smell of wet cobblestones reached his nose. He would never take such small, seemingly insignificant things for granted again, or so he hoped.
"Mr. Fernley, we thought you had left England for good."
Dawson stood back so Phineas and Adelia could enter the house. The butler had a stunned yet pleased smile upon his face.
"I will inform Lord and Lady Grafton of your arrival."
"Thank you, Dawson." Phineas pulled his card from his pocket and handed it to the butler.
"Please take this to Baxter on one of those silver trays you use."
Phineas smirked as he removed his hat and gloves and waited for Adelia to hand over her bonnet and gloves. He investigated his wife's face and knew there was no way to hide her unhappiness. Forgetting the laugh of having his brother presented with his card, Phineas felt only compassion for his wife with her swollen eyes and red cheeks.
"It has been a very long trip. Everyone will see you are exhausted. I will suggest you lie down for a bit."
Adelia whispered.
"Thank you. I have caused myself a headache."
"Phineas!"
Baxter's voice boomed through the open door of the drawing room. Before Dawson could return and escort them through, Baxter burst into the hallway. Phineas hadn't expected to throw himself into his brother's arms, but upon seeing the brother who had tried the hardest to persuade him to stay in England, Phineas dissolved into tears. He hadn't realized the depth of his homesickness until that moment.
"Phineas, what has brought you back? Are you unwell? Did something horrible happen?"
Baxter's concern set him into laughter. He couldn't decide how to react, and so he allowed whatever came out to be the emotion of the moment.
"Nothing so terrible as what you are thinking."
Phineas turned to Adelia and walked back to her to give a proper introduction.
"Lord Grafton, this is my wife, Lady Adelia."
"Wife?" Adelia stepped forward at Phineas's insistence and put out her hand in greeting.
"Lord Grafton, I apologize for intruding on this peaceful afternoon."
"There is no need for apologies."
Baxter looked to Phineas in surprise, then back to Adelia.
"I believe we have been introduced before."
"I am surprised you remember."
Adelia teetered on her feet, and Phineas put his hand under her elbow for support.
"It has been a long journey, Baxter. Would you mind if Adelia takes the afternoon to recover from our travels?"
"Yes, of course. Your old chamber is in the same spot, and I know Briar has kept it ready."
"She has."
"She never believed you would stay away long. She has plans for all my brothers living close to us with hordes of children."
"Is she in town?"
"Yes. Briar and Gigi are shopping. I believe they have many more trips set for the week. Lady Adelia, you should plan to go with them. You will never have a moment's rest once they find out Phineas has taken a wife."
"Thank you, my lord."
As Phineas led Adelia toward the stairs, Baxter called out to him. "If you are not too exhausted, Phineas, I would like to visit a spell."
"I will return shortly."
Chapter 32.
Knowing his family had ached to have him home made Adelia's grief over the enchantment upon Phineas less burdensome, but she had to find a way to release him from Hathor's clutches. Every smile he sent her way, kind word whispered in her ear, and gentlemanly touch left her undone. yet she was determined not to let anyone within Grafton House know she was distressed. As she dressed for supper, she worried over the possibilities of topics for conversations. She'd spent her entire day in bed, so she had yet to meet anyone other than Lord Grafton. In her finest supper gown, Adelia exited the dressing room to find Phineas waiting for her. "You could have gone down without me." He offered his arm and glared at her. "Will you refrain from self-deprecating comments while we are with my family? I do not want them to know you think I am unhappy." "I would not say I think that. Not exactly." "What do I need to do to convince you I am in love with you?" "I cannot say." She took his arm and they silently left their chambers. "Not everyone is here. Baxter assures me they will all arrive by the end of the week, except for Cornelius." "Did you send a letter to Carlin?" "Yes. I have not yet heard from him, which makes me believe he is not in residence. Not many people are in town this time of year." Adelia looked at him, her curiosity piqued. She'd forgotten such a small but well-known aspect of society. And then she remembered the letter from her brother. He hadn't been able to fetch her from Egypt because he was hoping to court a woman. "Why are Lord and Lady Grafton in town?" "Gigi and Briar wanted to shop, and Archibald is in town to visit his editor. He married while I was away." "I see." Adelia squeezed his arm. "Is she someone you know?" "I have never met her. She is the daughter of the Marquess of Berkeley." Adelia smiled and nodded her head. "Lady Rosalind." "You know her?" "Yes. She is younger than me, but our parents were well acquainted." "They should be here this evening." "I am certain it will be lovely." Adelia attempted to push away the sadness of what could have been, if only Phineas had loved her and she hadn't petitioned a mythical goddess to enchant him. "I agree." Phineas's happiness made her wonder if Hathor would leave him punch-drunk for the rest of his life. Deciding there was only one person in his family she truly wanted to speak with, she inquired after the vicar. He would know how to solicit God's attention. "Will your twin be here tonight?" "Gilbert is in Yorkshire. He isn't expected until Saturday." As they descended the stairs, Adelia allowed her lips to turn down. She needed to speak to a spiritual leader. Taking her reaction incorrectly, Phineas leaned toward her ear. "I am happy to see you are as eager to complete a special license as I am." Her eyes went wide and she pulled away from him. "No, Phineas, I am not eagerly awaiting that. I simply hope to speak with him about a spiritual matter plaguing my mind." "Perhaps I could assist you?" "I will wait for the vicar." The unease swirling in her stomach increased as they drew closer to the room where his family awaited their arrival. The drawing room was filled with tall, handsome men who all looked like Phineas, with their dark brown hair, broad shoulders, and oval faces. She was certain their names would not stick in her head as each insisted she addressed them informally. She would remember Baxter, Briar, and Gigi. Archibald would be easy to remember if he was always near Rosalind, but Fletcher and Oliver, along with the other brothers yet to arrive, would tax her memory. Phineas must have seen the worry on her face, or perhaps Hathor's magic had made him sensitive to her fears, but he put her heart at ease. "If you forget one of their names, just say Mr. Fernley and you will never be wrong." Gigi stepped forward and took Adelia into an embrace. "I cannot thank you enough for bringing my Phineas home. You must tell me what you did to convince him this is where he belongs."
"Bewitched him, most likely." Oliver laughed as he said the word, but the truth of it was too raw an emotion for Adelia to be amused as everyone else. "I have never seen Phineas so taken with a woman." "Phineas never made an effort with any of the ladies who flaunted in front of him," Fletcher said. "He ignored all their flirting. I always thought him a bit daft."
It took every ounce of strength she had not to release the tears building in the corners of her eyes. Everything they said had been in jest, and she should accept it as such, but it was obvious they could see a difference in him. Phineas gazed lovingly at her, a look that melted her heart. It didn't matter that it wasn't real. He had the ability to make her heart stop beating by simply smiling at her.
None of the ladies in London wanted anything to do with me. They wanted the heir to the earldom. I had to leave England to find one who would accept me. And he has learned how to woo with his words. Fletcher patted Phineas on the shoulders and shook his head in mock disgust. What will we do with you? You will have plenty of time to consider a plan. Adelia and I hope to find an estate near Primrose Hall, close enough for visits and far enough away for privacy. An estate? Oliver didn't hide his surprise. He looked between Phineas and Adelia, causing her heart to speed up. She'd planned to endure the evening without making a ninny of herself and was failing miserably. Holding back the emotions building inside, Adelia silently listened to the playful brotherly banter. Whatever would you do with an estate? Map it out and hide treasure for your posterity? I plan to raise cattle or sheep. Adelia tells me I should pick one and stick with it, instead of trying to do both. He again smiled in her direction, and her heart sank further. His eyes took on a glossy state of enchantment as he brushed an errant lock of her hair behind her ear. Now I understand what is happening here. Oliver exchanged a knowing glance with Fletcher before continuing. Adelia, you have tamed the explorer and made him worthy of marriage. Every lady in society will be sitting in the morning room by the end of the week begging for your advice. Rosalind reached forward and placed a hand on Adelia's arm. I am afraid Adelia will not be home for such silly visits. Briar, Gigi, and I will be busy taking her to the Modiste, among other shops. I cannot believe it has been years since you've had a new gown. Adelia nodded, thankful for the interruption of the men. I admit, my wardrobe is much the same as it was when we last saw each other. It does need a refreshment of fashion. Fletcher's voice broke through the short conversation, pulling her away from any response Rosalind would have given. I am sure Archibald can do a better job of this, or perhaps write it himself. The London Times will put out an advertisement. Puffing out his chest, he mimicked an announcer. Is the man you seek unattainable? Does he desire a life of bachelorhood with adventure on the side? Lady Adelia recently returned from the tombs of the Pharaohs, and the land of the mythological gods has the secret to mesmerize and entrap a man into purchasing an estate to raise children and sheep. The only map he will need is the one to pull him out of your mesmerizing eyes. Adelia took a staggering step backward and bumped into a table. She could claim it was the effects of the ocean upon her body, but the dread she'd built up throughout the last leg of her journey surfaced, leaving her speechless. The evening was too much, and she couldn't bring herself to spend the night listening to Phineas's brothers as they discovered everything she had done. They could see the enchantment Hathor had placed on him. Why could she not break the spell? Phineas held her upright as her breathing halted in her chest. She was trying to catch her breath, but air wouldn't enter her body. As she strained to breathe, her heart beat faster than she'd ever known possible, making the room spin. Closing her eyes intensified the fear shaking her body, and when she reopened them to gain a shred of pride, the walls moved toward her. If she didn't get out of that room, the walls would bury her and she would die. Adelia? Phineas's voice pierced through the darkness surrounding her. When she was finally able to focus on his face, she realized she was lying on the sofa. The Dowager Countess Grafton was far too kind, and Adelia didn't deserve the generosity of Phineas's mother. Adelia refused to leave her bedchamber,
and so Gigi chose to hold a private afternoon tea with cakes where Adelia was situated. With a blanket pulled up to her chin, Adelia sat with her legs pressed against her body, looking like an inmate in a sanatorium. The bed beneath her body swayed like the ocean floor. Although she was on dry land, she still hadn't found her equilibrium. Viewing her reflection in the looking-glass, she didn't like the mess of her hair and the crazed lack of sleep showing upon her face. "Tell me about your trip from Egypt. It must have been taxing." Lady Grafton lifted her cup and sipped while she waited for Adelia to respond. If it wasn't for Adelia's state of mind, one would easily believe they were sitting in a parlour discussing the weather. "We were caught in a sandstorm while crossing the desert." Lady Grafton lowered her cup and reached out to touch Adelia's arm. "It must have been frightening. I admit I would not want to travel in such conditions. You are a very brave young lady, much like I remember your mother." "You knew my mother?" Adelia knew the woman before her was working hard to gain her confidence. She had to admit, the Dowager Countess had chosen the right topic. "Yes, we visited often during the season. I was very sad to hear of her passing." "Thank you." It had been a long time since anyone had taken the time to speak to Adelia about her mother. "When I first saw you walk into the drawing room, I immediately thought of Lady Huntley. She had your same smile. It was hard not to respond when someone was being so kind." "I miss her." Lady Grafton leaned toward Adelia. "It must have been difficult to leave your father." Her heart had softened a little toward her father, now that she understood Hathor had been a significant guiding force in the entire debacle. "I cannot stop thinking of him alone in our house. Now that Phineas is no longer there, he has no one to speak to." "What about you? You must have been a source of comfort for him." Adelia shook her head. "I never should have left England. I hoped to help him through the loss of my mother, but he did not need me. I was more of a burden than anything." "Then I am happy you are here. I missed my Phineas while he was away, and I cannot thank you enough for bringing him back to me." Bringing Phineas back from his dreams in the desert wasn't her finest triumph. She considered it a selfish action. But the joy on Lady Grafton's face made her believe, even if Phineas did leave England again, his mother had found joy in his presence once more. Chapter 33. Phineas stood outside his old bedchamber, waiting for his mother to exit. He wanted details of the entire conversation. If there was anything that could help him understand the cause behind Adelia's suffering, he was ready to learn of it. As his mother said her farewell to Adelia, he stepped to the side of the door that would hide his presence from Adelia's sight. When the door closed, he whispered, "Well, walk with me." Patiently, he followed his mother down to the library and allowed her to sit in silent contemplation as his heart raced. Did she have the answers he needed? Was it possible his mother could resolve Adelia's concerns? "Gigi, I am ready to pull my hair out. Tell me what I need to do to fix this problem." She smiled and took his hand in hers. "I never thought I would see you again. I owe Adelia more than I can ever repay for bringing you home." Phineas looked to their clasped hands as he understood the strain he'd placed upon his mother by leaving home. "I cannot apologize enough for the pain I put you through. I am sorry." "I did not understand why you needed to leave, but I do now." "What do you mean?" Gigi squeezed his hand. "You would never have found Adelia if you had stayed here. She would be lost and lonely without you."
By all accounts, she is still lost. I cannot say what has come over her. The woman upstairs is not the determined woman I met in the desert. We had a short time where everything seemed perfect, and then it all crumbled before my eyes. I do not know what has happened. In truth, I have no answers to give you, but you saved her from a life of loneliness, and for that, I will never fault you for leaving England." Phineas sighed as his mother left him sitting in the library without any answers. He'd already known Adelia had been lonely in Egypt. What could that knowledge do to shed light upon the current issues within his marriage? Frustrated with his inability to help Adelia out of the distress she was in, he walked out to the gardens, searching for a spark of insight. As he walked along the cobblestone path, he noticed Baxter and Briar sitting in a corner of the garden. As Baxter placed a flower in Briar's hair, Phineas decided he would brighten Adelia's bedchamber with a late summer selection of flowers. He picked an assortment of colours to give to his wife. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he gently tapped on the door and waited for a response. When she called out, he entered with the flowers displayed before him. As he looked around the room, he was surprised to see Adelia was sitting near the window. She had dressed and allowed a maid to style her hair. This was an improvement from that morning. "Phineas?" He held the flowers out. "It is not the most delicate assortment, but I hope to brighten your day." Adelia's stunned expression left him grasping for something to say to make her happy. He walked to the wash basin and placed the flowers within. "I believe the pink one here is a hollyhock." "I was not aware you had knowledge of flowers." "I would never boast about it in society, and my inability to arrange a beautiful display is obvious by the choices I made." "They are beautiful. What is the blue flower?" "Hydrangea." "You chose a lovely assortment." Phineas sat on the chair next to her, hoping she would open up and speak with him as they had on the ship. "Regent's Park has colourful gardens this time of year. We could take a stroll tomorrow, if you feel well." Adelia looked away from him and shook her head. "I think it is best we speak of other things first." "Do you have a specific topic in mind?" Adelia stood and crossed the room to where a magazine sat upon a table by her bed. She picked it up and silently turned the pages until she found what she wanted to show him. Holding it out, she pointed to an illustration of a small cottage in the bottom corner of a page. "I believe my dowry should be enough to cover living expenses for a cottage, and you can use the rest to travel. It is by the sea, in a little town located in Kent." Phineas placed the magazine on the table near the flowers he'd lovingly gathered for her. "I thought we had discussed finding a home in Whitby. It is near Baxter's estate. We can build a life with land and children." He watched as the expression on her face turned to pity. "Phineas, I will not ask you to stay in England. It is already decided that you will travel, and I will be happy on my own." "Adelia, if I caused this by suggesting we travel as Mr. and Mrs. Sutton do, I apologize. I never meant to undermine the trust you had placed in me as a husband." "I do not feel that way." Phineas tried once more to get through to her. "You were miserable in Egypt, and it wasn't because you were away from England. You wanted to belong somewhere and to be loved. I am offering you both of those desires. Why will you not accept me?" "I was fooling myself to believe anyone could care for me. Now that I am home, I will find happiness in my circumstances." Phineas stood as he tried to formulate a response. If she would stop pushing him away, he could tell her of his love. Instead, she ignored the newfound desires of his heart and only focused on what she'd once known to be his dreams. "Adelia, I am not leaving England. If you want to live in a cottage, I will live in one with you. If you want a large estate with 30 bedchambers, I will express the absurdity of such a large estate, but I will find the most affordable home and do all within my power to bring happiness into your life."
"Stop!"
A guttural cry escaped her throat, and Adelia crouched down to the floor, holding her stomach, as if the contents would burst from her body if she didn't hold them in.
"Please stop saying such beautiful things to me. I cannot bear the disappointment of losing you."
Phineas pulled her from the ground and wrapped his arms around her. "You do not have to fear. I will never leave you."
"I cannot bear it."
Adelia pushed him away and then lay on the bed, curling into a tight ball. Worried she was in physical pain, Phineas rushed to the bell cord and summoned a maid. He sent for a physician and paced the drawing room while Gigi and the physician tended to his wife. He expected a dreadful medical explanation for his wife's hysteria, but when the physician had no answer, Phineas found an overwhelming need to be alone. Chapter 34. She'd made a terrible first impression. Certain everyone thought she was touched in the head, Adelia stayed in bed, preferring not to make a bigger fool out of herself. If she stayed locked away, what would happen to Phineas? Distancing herself from him hadn't worked on the ship. Would it work on dry land? His continued attempts to speak with her were an indication Hathor was not finished with her trickery. Closing herself off to everyone at Grafton House was difficult. She didn't like being alone. That was one of the reasons she'd gone to Hathor's temple. She'd wanted to be in England where she had family and friends, but none of them had come to visit her. Even her brother hadn't made a trip across town to greet her. Had she imagined a beautiful life in England because she'd been so lonely in Egypt? Briar, Rosalind, and Gigi visited with her daily. The conversation and tea helped calm her nerves, but none of it resolved the concerns of her heart. Not only had she bamboozled Phineas Fernley into loving her, but she'd also offended God by worshipping another deity. No penance would be enough to correct her errors in judgment. As the moon shone through her window, Adelia knew it was past the time when everyone would be in bed. Phineas had stopped by to speak with her before leaving for a separate chamber. He'd moved into Gilbert's rooms across the hall to give her time to come to her senses. Slowly pushing down the bed covers, Adelia found her most modest night rail and then covered herself with a shawl. Homes of wealthy earls had libraries, and she knew Phineas would have added books on mythology to the collection. The cold floor reminded her of the need for slippers, so Adelia searched the dressing room and found the quietest shoes she owned. She didn't want to wake anyone. Carrying a chamber stick and a brass holder in front of her, Adelia slowly made her way along the dark hallway, down the marble staircase and to the back of the house so she could search for books. The first room was dark, but when she held the candle aloft, she knew it wasn't her destination. Closing the door with a soft click, she moved to the next and then another. By the time she was ready to give up and go back to bed, Adelia opened one last door and discovered the book room. It wasn't as spacious as one would find in a country estate, but it was grand for a home in London. She needed to search the books and find her way back to her bedchamber without waking the entire house. With haste, she started the search with the closest shelf to her. Adelia ran her finger along the spine of each book as she took in subjects and titles. None of them had anything to do with the topic of her inquiry. "May I assist you with your search?" Adelia pulled her shawl tighter around her body. She knew it was one of the Fernley men by his height and similarities to Phineas, but she couldn't remember his name. "I apologize, Mr. Fernley. I cannot remember your Christian name." "For one simple reason." The man entered the library holding his own candle.
He pointed to the chairs next to the hearth of dying embers.
We have not yet been introduced.
Adelia looked to the door, thinking it would be best to make an escape, especially given she was in her night clothes. But the man insisted she sit, and so she decided it wouldn't hurt. She'd already woken the poor man. She could at least hear what he had to say. We have not met? In her confusion, she couldn't remember which of his brothers she had and hadn't yet seen. Are you Cornelius? He shook his head.
Did Phineas not tell you about me? We are not identical, but nonetheless we are twins. I would think he'd have mentioned my name.
She thought about teasing him, but she really wasn't in the right mindset to do so. You must be Gilbert.
I am relieved to know I was not left out in his ramblings about our family.
You are the only one he truly spoke about. She smiled to let him know she was teasing, and then frowned. She shouldn't be teasing her husband's brother in the late hours of the night. I am sorry I woke you.
I was not sleeping. I suffer from insomnia when I cannot clear my mind.
I am certain it cannot help to be ousted from your bedchamber. Phineas told me he is staying in there.
True. The chamber I am in is different, but I am comfortable.
Adelia looked back at the books, hoping she could see titles to help in her search, but she was too far away, and her eyes could not focus on the words. Sighing, she moved back toward the shelves, hoping Gilbert would leave. But he didn't. When she'd first arrived, speaking to a vicar had seemed important. But now she decided God truly had abandoned her, and so petitioning him further would do little good. He had more important people to help, people who didn't worship mythological gods.
If you are looking for entertainment while you recover, there are books of poetry along the wall to your left. Theology is next to that, and if you truly want to bore yourself healthy, you can search books on Egypt, India, China, the West Indies, and the Americas.
Those were the books she needed. Where can I find those? Gilbert pointed to a shelf, and she locked her eyes upon the number of books she'd need to search. Surely one would hold the answer.
Are you an explorer like my brother? It is no wonder he is madly in love with you.
Adelia needed to correct his assumption. Phineas is not truly in love with me.
No?
Gilbert's skeptical glance made her smile.
I admit it is new territory for me, seeing him so smitten, but I dare say I have evidence of my findings.
Adelia moved to the corner of the room where she could search the books. What type of evidence? She turned away from him to study the titles along each spine as she listened.
He has discussed your condition with the physician every day, and is frustrated to no end that there is not a reason for your ailment. He has sent a runner to discover Lord Carlin's whereabouts for your benefit, and he paces his bedchamber at night in concern over your health. I dare say, Adelia, you are mistaken.
Adelia was tired of keeping her emotions bottled inside. I am not mistaken. Your evidence, as you claim it to be, is not whole. You are missing one very important fact that would change the way you view the situation.
Please enlighten me.
Enchantment. She'd finally said the word out loud. Her anxious search for a cure lifted, and the words started flowing from her mouth. She still looked at each title as she spoke, but the burden of holding a secret as powerful as the one she possessed instantly fell away. I was tired of being a spinster, and I wanted to come home to England. I fell in love with the idea of a marriage to Phineas the minute he arrived in Luxor, and I even convinced myself that my father had arranged for a match. Adelia put the candle on the shelf and extracted a book to flip through the first few pages and view the table of contents. I was certain my father would announce a betrothal before the end of the first week, but he didn't, so I patiently waited. In the back of my mind, I considered the possibility that Phineas was in Egypt for the ancient treasures, but I had convinced myself that it was not possible. I finally gained the courage to ask my father about a marriage contract, and he told me he hadn't even considered it. She snapped the book shut and replaced it on the shelf.
That must have been a terrible shock.
I was heartbroken. Deep inside my soul, I knew my father cared nothing about my happiness. He'd paid little attention to me over the years. He had proclaimed more than once that he wanted to be rid of his duty toward me. In my lonely and misguided state, I hoped he'd finally opened his eyes to see I was suffering.
But he did not notice.
When he told me I was a fool, I decided to flirt with Phineas and win his admiration.
Which you did to your success.
Adelia shook her head. Phineas was as blind as my father. When all hope seemed lost, my maid, Masika, taught me about the goddess Hathor. Her enchantments can make even the most impossible hopes and dreams come to fruition. I made a pilgrimage to her temple, and I know you are a vicar, so this may shock you, but I made 3 offerings to Hathor. 2 of them involved Phineas falling in love with me.
I understand your predicament.
She looked up at the vicar and shook her head. Do you? Do you truly understand what it means to break 3 commandments on the same day?
Tell me.
I worshipped an idol, dishonored my father, and stole a scarab to give to the goddess. I am fortunate God did not see fit to throw me overboard so I could drown in the depths of the ocean.
Have you petitioned God for penance?
Adelia ignored the question. Pulling another book off the shelf, she continued her search and her story. I was dazed when my father performed the hand fasting. I was not thinking as I should have been.
You were understandably shocked, thinking he was going to die.
Adelia looked up from the book and turned toward him. Phineas told you about that?
Yes, he does not keep such secrets from me.
Accepting his answer, Adelia turned back toward the bookcase and the book in her hand. When he told me Hathor is not only the goddess of love, but that she also possesses the power of physical intimacy and passion, I realized what I had done. My gifts to Hathor had thrown an enchantment over Phineas, and I must find a way to correct my error before he wakes and finds himself living on an estate in Yorkshire. Penance has done nothing to resolve the issue. It is as if God has turned a blind eye to my sin and will tolerate no more of my pleadings.
We will discuss your concerns about deity at another time. For now, I am curious to know why you are convinced Phineas will not be happy with you.
Why would he? He is only doing this because he thinks he is in love with me. Fletcher and Oliver recognize the enchantment. Why have you not realized he is not himself? Gilbert's claim to being a twin and not keeping secrets lost validity if he didn't see the issue with his brother's bewitched mind.
Then you are searching for a cure?
Adelia nodded. There must be a way to break the enchantment and bring him back to reality.
But if you do break it, and he is still in love with you, then you will be happy living in Yorkshire?
Adelia laughed. You should know your brother well enough to realize he will be on the next ship back to Egypt. He was enthralled with the Valley of the Kings, and he had plans to travel to other countries to discover their treasures. Phineas will not be happy herding sheep or cows or children. Exhausted with her confession, Adelia wondered why Gilbert didn't have anything to say. She'd told him of her treachery, admitted to beseeching help from a false deity, and professed her part in bewitching a man. She was the worst sort of woman his brother could have attached himself to. Adelia looked up from the book and turned to Gilbert, hoping he would pass judgment upon her and send her away. It would be best for Phineas. Instead of receiving an accusation, she saw Phineas standing where Gilbert had been. How much did you hear?
Everything, from when you fell in love with me.
Adelia replaced the book she held onto the shelf and leaned against it. It does not surprise me to find you heard a convoluted part of that statement. I said I fell in love with the idea of marriage to you.
I heard every last word, and I know you meant it was love from the moment you saw me.
Phineas crossed the room and stood before her.
Let me remind you of the pitiful fool you met the morning I arrived in Luxor. I was covered in Nefertiti's spit and sand. I looked dreadful.
Adelia nodded. I remember quite vividly.
Adelia, I assure you I am not under an enchantment. I made the conscious decision to stop thinking about travel and to focus on a future with you.
I wish it were true, Phineas, but you cannot make such a claim because I entreated Hathor for her help, and that is why you fell in love with me.
Adelia, I did not fall in love with you. I developed a true and mature love that started the moment we were introduced. I never would have agreed to the hand fasting if I hadn't already realized I was in love.
Then why did you not say anything? Why did you not declare yourself and ask for my hand? Phineas laughed as he leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead.
We were not courting. I am a gentleman, and I was raised to court a woman before requesting her hand in marriage.
You wanted to court me? In Egypt? Before I asked Hathor to force you into loving me?
Before you made your pilgrimage. But I was a fool, and I wanted one more chance at finding a death chamber with treasure before I asked for a courtship.
Then you are not insane. Your mind is not deceived by godly powers. She'd fretted far too long, and the relief flowing through her heart and head was overwhelmingly wonderful. Adelia laughed at herself, cried over the lost weeks where she'd avoided her husband, and then she remembered her reaction in front of his family. Covering her mouth with her hand, Adelia's eyes went wide with horror. Your family must think I belong in a sanatorium! Phineas pulled her into his arms and kissed the back of her hand and her fingers as he pulled each one away from her mouth.
No one thinks poorly of you.
Are you certain? She looked to the door of the library to find they were alone. I did not sound like a sane woman.
Gigi has spoken your praises since we arrived. She rightly credits you for bringing me home.
He continued with light kisses on the side of her lips as she tried to prove his family must think she was touched in the head. But I went into hysterics. It was hard to press forward in a conversation while Phineas was kissing her. She either needed to push him away and finish speaking, or pull him closer and return his affections. Knowing he had never deceived her, Adelia decided she had put the poor man through enough stress for one lifetime. She placed her arms around his neck and pulled him closer, returning each kiss he'd given her. Chapter 35. Phineas handed Gilbert the letter from Huntley explaining the hand fasting, hoping all could be resolved with obtaining a special license and a simple signing of all parties involved. He didn't know if it was possible to render the situation complete with swiftness, but he hoped Gilbert could do something as a vicar. He glanced toward his wife and winked at her. She sat with Gigi, Rosalind, and Briar on the sofa awaiting the outcome. It pleased him to see how supportive his family was of Adelia. After the worry she'd gone through on his expense, she didn't need further distress. Baxter lifted the parchment with Huntley's signature and silently read the words. With a deep intake of breath, he met eyes with Gilbert. Neither spoke. Phineas felt much like he had as a young boy standing before his governess, awaiting punishment for reading articles on Egypt instead of the Bible. He couldn't continue to wait for the judgment. If they couldn't backdate the license to the hand-fasting, then he and Adelia would have to be married with haste. "Say something, please." Phineas looked to Gilbert, his worries mounting with the continued study of Huntley's letter. "We could attempt to purchase a special license and see if the Archbishop is convinced to bless the previous union." Gilbert placed a hand on Phineas's shoulder. "Baxter and I will see what we can do." Baxter nodded. "We will not rest until the marriage is certified through the church." "That will not be necessary." The announcement sounded through the room, pulling Phineas away from the conversation with his brothers. The man who'd made the announcement looked familiar. It took him less than a second to place him as Adelia's brother. Before anyone could speak another word, Adelia cried out, "Carlin?" Mason cleared his throat and looked to Baxter.
Viscount Carlin to see Mr. Fernley and Lady Adelia.
Adelia stood, the shock at seeing her brother upon her face. It took her a moment, but when she spoke, the condemnation in her tone was clear. "You finally decided to accept an invitation to Grafton House? Where have you been?" "I apologize, Adelia. I had much business to keep me occupied." "Business? Did you secure the young lady's hand at the house party?" Carlin shook his head. "No, my hopes were displaced." Phineas worried Adelia would take her brother to task for not retrieving her from Egypt. She deserved answers, but he wasn't certain the conversation should happen in front of his family. He wanted to offer a separate room for the interaction, but he feared interrupting Adelia. She was still in a delicate state of mind. "You promised before I left with Father that if I ever needed you to save me from Egypt, you would arrange for my return. Instead, you abandoned me." "No, Adelia. I promise I did all I could to get you back to England. I made arrangements as soon as I received your letter begging to return." "What arrangements?" Lord Carlin stepped forward and motioned for Adelia to retake her seat. "Let me explain, please." Baxter stepped forward.
Perhaps we should leave the Viscount to speak with Adelia and Phineas in private.
Lord Carlin shook his head. "No, I owe everyone in this room an explanation. Please allow me to confess my part." Phineas took the nearest chair and waited for Lord Carlin to gather his thoughts. Thankful Gigi had taken Adelia under her care, Phineas was able to focus on the conversation. "Over a year ago, I sat at a table by myself reading a letter from my sister. I was surrounded by groups of men enjoying their evening, and I was drowning in my sorrows because my sister needed me to save her from a life in the desert. It was selfish of me, but in the middle of whites, I never expected to hear anyone speaking about a trip to Egypt." The memory of sitting with his brothers entered Phineas's mind. He'd had 3 days left in London and needed every moment to settle his affairs. The laughter he'd shared with his brothers had filled his soul each time he'd been lonely during his travels and wished to be home. Lord Carlin continued. "The perfect solution formed, and before Mr. Fernley left, I pointed him in Father's direction in Egypt." Phineas adjusted in his chair, his hands clenching the wood of the armrests. "I admit having a contact in Egypt was comforting, but I must take you to task for misrepresenting Adelia. You said she was an elderly spinster." Carlin acknowledged his statement, then continued. "By morning, I had set my plan in motion. I paid a courier to deliver a letter to the Marquess, and by the time Mr. Fernley's ship docked in Alexandria, our father was waiting for him.
I believe he also led you to believe Adelia was elderly.
Phineas stood up and walked to the window. Looking out at the garden, he wanted to deny everything Carlin was saying. The further acknowledgement of deception from Huntley and now Carlin made it sound as though neither Phineas nor Adelia had chosen each other.
You devised this?
Carlin held out a letter as proof.
My father wrote to me to confirm he'd met you and had taken you under his wing. He assisted you in the purchase of a camel and provisions before taking you to Luxor. We figured an introduction to Adelia would be all that was necessary to get her married. But you were a bit more determined to stay a bachelor than we expected. When Adelia's attempts to turn your head didn't work, Huntley robbed the tomb you discovered, expecting to discourage you from staying in Egypt. Unfortunately, it only renewed your search in the Valley of the Kings.
Phineas heard the gasp from Adelia, but it was Carlin he glared at.
Huntley took the treasure I discovered. I knew there was gold in that death chamber.
Yes. Carlin stood and motioned toward the door.
Nakia delivered the trunks yesterday. I have brought them for you. Trunks?
Phineas was too shocked and enraged to say anything more. What right had Huntley and Carlin had to deceive him?
Before you send me away and demand I never visit again, I do have one more item of business.
Carlin reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of parchment.
I received a letter from Huntley with his plans of performing a hand fasting for you and my sister. In the letter, he gave me the date his plan would take place, and I had the marriage license obtained weeks before, signed by the Archbishop.
Gilbert stepped forward and took the parchment. With a nod of his head, it was enough to confirm the license was legitimate. Gilbert smirked at Phineas.
It need only be signed by you and Adelia.
Adelia stood and joined Phineas at the desk as they each took turns signing the license. When she was finished, Adelia scowled at her brother. This does not excuse the dishonesty perpetuated by you and father. I will never forgive you.
It was very selfish of me. I do apologize.
Phineas knew he and Adelia would have to forgive Carlin and Huntley. It couldn't be done without helping them understand the hysteria Adelia had suffered. But all would be discussed at the correct time. For now, Phineas was thankful Adelia had accepted he was not enchanted and refrained from arguing the marriage license. Chapter 36. Adelia frowned at the 3 trunks under the window in their bedchamber. Phineas had yet to go through the contents to see everything that had been kept from him. Shame for what her family had done to him pressed upon her chest. I would not fault you for hating me. Adelia sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for Phineas to finish dressing. He held 2 waistcoats in the air, one green and the other a light blue.
I will not pretend to be disgruntled over the antics of Carlin and Huntley, but you are as much of a victim of their scheming as I.
Adelia pointed to the blue waistcoat, hoping Phineas would agree. She loved the way it brightened the blue of his eyes. Your life was inevitably changed due to the selfishness of my family. It is hard to believe you do not harbor distrust toward me. I would understand if you wanted to take the matter before a magistrate. Phineas picked up his brown jacket and put it on before he crossed the room and knelt before her.
I believe the reason I felt a pull toward Egypt was due to your presence there. Our souls were calling for each other.
It would have been more convenient for our souls to have found each other in a ballroom before I left for Egypt.
It would not have worked, my love. for my heart was set upon ancient treasures.
Yet, with 3 trunks full of treasures, you have not taken a look at them.
I need not rush, for I have found the greatest treasure is before me.
Adelia blushed and fought the urge to demur. Tell me you will go through the trunks. I cannot live with the thought of never seeing your pleasure while examining the items within.
I promise to do so in your presence.
Adelia took his arm and left their chambers with Phineas. Now that she was no longer overwhelmed and concerned, she was able to appreciate the beauty of her surroundings. The Persian carpets and glorious artwork were a little reminder that she was in England. She was home. Your family has been extraordinarily kind to me.
It will not be long until you feel as though you have always been here.
Phineas lifted her hand and kissed it before the doors to the dining room were opened by a footman. Adelia turned toward him, needing to know he would truly be happy with the life she wanted. Phineas, if you want to travel, I am willing to go with you. It was a sacrifice she was willing to make for love. She needed him to know he wasn't the only one who needed to be ready to give up hopes and dreams. We can raise our children on ships and in the corners of the earth. I do not need a physical home. I only need a life with you.
Do not fret, Adelia. If we both agree home is with each other, we never need to worry about where we are.
As they entered the dining room, Oliver and Fletcher stood and rushed to their sides. Oliver spoke first.
Have you opened the trunks? Tell us what is beneath the lids.
Fletcher pushed Oliver aside and spoke over him when it was clear Oliver intended to continue speaking.
We will need to ensure everything is legal. I would not want the Egyptian Parliament pressing for a return of the treasure. Everything will need to be logged and categorized.
Phineas patted his brother on the shoulder.
Thank you, Fletcher. I trust you will be able to advise me on the legalities.
As Adelia sat at the table and allowed Phineas to bring her a plate, she enjoyed the jovial conversation. Coming from a small family, she'd never been part of a lively meal. She loved every minute of it.
Phineas, tell us about this camel you purchased.
Baxter's question put a smile on Adelia's face. She quirked her eyebrow in his direction while she waited to hear his answer. Phineas stopped in his preparation of the plate to answer his brother.
Her name is Nefertiti. In honor of the Egyptian queen? Gilbert asked.
Adelia replied with a smile. Nefertiti channeled the cantankerous queen. She was the orneriest camel in all of Egypt. Baxter placed his silverware on the table. In a most serious and mock-disappointed tone, Baxter replied,
Makes sense that Phineas would purchase the orneriest of the lot. Adelia, you should meet his horse.
Adelia playfully gasped and placed a hand over her chest. You told me Cleopatra was a better companion than Nefertiti. Phineas blushed and her heart skipped a beat, reminding her why she'd fallen in love with him.
She started behaving once I gave her to Briar, just as Nefertiti changed for you.
I cannot wait to see how the sheep and cows you hope to raise will behave. As laughter filled the room, Adelia's attention turned to the sound of rain hitting the windows. She stood without thinking about the conversation and walked toward the click of each drop of water as they hit the glass. It had been far too long since she'd experienced a downpour from the heavens. Is something wrong? Gigi's question put a smile on Adelia's face. No, Gigi. Everything is exactly as it should be.
Adelia wanted to walk in the rain without a covering and feel the chill of England upon her bare skin. As their eyes met, Phineas stood and held his hand out to her. Without hesitation, he pulled her toward the door.
Where are they going?
She didn't know which of Phineas's brothers asked the question, but she was thankful her husband didn't stop to give an answer. There was no way of knowing how long the rain would last. It was possible by the time they reached the front door it would all be over. Phineas guided her down the long hallway, through the vestibule and out the front door of Grafton House. Delighted by the continuing splashes of rain against the cobblestones, Adelia ran down the steps, pulling Phineas behind her. Words were not needed. Adelia turned in the garden with her head tilted back as rain splashed upon her face. She didn't care about the opinions of anyone who happened to pass by during her display. No one except Phineas understood how long she'd waited for rain. Epilogue. Phineas leaned against the tree overlooking his land. The wide-open field dotted with livestock would never get old. He was convinced it was as wonderful a sight as he'd seen when entering the Valley of the Kings. He no longer needed the tools of an archaeologist since he now cared for sheep and cattle. "I hope you hired a wise steward to guide you in this adventure." Gilbert stood next to him, his shoulder also resting against the tree.
"You sound like Adelia."
Phineas smiled as he said his wife's name. She was a gift, and he would never regret leaving the life of a nomadic bachelor to bring her back to England. The greatest compliment I could have received. Gilbert's sincerity meant everything to Phineas. His brothers had taken Adelia in and accepted her as their sister and friend. Gigi treated Adelia as a daughter, and the support and love was appreciated. "Do you know why she asked me to supper?" Phineas inclined his head toward the house.
"We should go see." "So she has not told you anything?"
"No, why?
Are you concerned?"
Gilbert stood and straightened his waistcoat and jacket. "Adelia insisted I wear my finest, as if I'd go to supper at the home of my brother in anything less." Phineas laughed. He'd seen a glimmer of intrigue in Adelia over the previous week, and he knew she was concocting a plan. "She has not informed me of what she has planned for this evening, but it is only because she knows I do not keep secrets from you." "Can you not take a guess at what it is?"
"I fear you will find out soon enough."
"Fear?" Gilbert said, his eyebrows disappearing under his hat. "Should I be concerned?" Instead of responding, Phineas walked over to his horse and untied the reins. Cleopatra whinnied and moved away from him. "Come now, Cleo, will you never forgive me for taking you away from Briar?" Briar had insisted on giving the horse back to him, which he was thankful for, but passing Cleopatra back had only made the horse more cantankerous. Phineas took hold of the reins and waited for the horse to calm before he mounted. By the time he was in the saddle, Gilbert was patiently waiting. It was rare for Phineas to have an animal stay calm while he tried to ride it. "What does Cleopatra think about Adelia?" "Adelia feeds her apples and Cleo worships her." Phineas set his horse in a canter and pointed her towards Snow Manor, his knees pressed firmly into Cleo's sides in the all-too-common happenstance that she attempted to throw him. "Are you coming?" Gilbert followed his lead, catching up to him. "Do you not think it would be wise to gift the horse to Adelia and find one that might like you?" "Of course not. I do not ever think I will find an animal so accepting as Cleopatra." As they arrived at the house, Adelia rushed out the door to greet them, followed by the newest member of their family, a puppy. Before he could swing down from the horse, the puppy they had yet to name yapped and barked at him. Phineas glared at the tiny creature. "Move back so I can dismount." He turned to Gilbert and shook his head. "We found the most vexing puppy in all of England and brought it home." Gilbert quickly dismounted and picked the puppy up to pet him. Phineas wasn't surprised to see the animal snuggle with his brother. Gilbert pursed his lips to keep from laughing. "You should name this little one something less adventurous. Perhaps that is your issue with pets. You name them after angry Egyptian goddesses, and they take on the personalities of their namesakes." Adelia laughed. The happiness he saw in his wife rang through him as he carefully dismounted. She patted the puppy on the head and turned to Phineas. "Dearest, I will leave the naming of this sweet little puppy to you. But I do agree with Gil. You must think of something other than an Egyptian god. Perhaps you should try Greek." Phineas nodded his head as he considered a name. "We will call him Zeus." Gilbert and Adelia exchanged looks of mock horror. Gilbert reached out a hand in a protective stance for Adelia. "Do not stand too close. Lightning might strike with that suggestion." Phineas laughed and reached out to pet the puppy. As soon as his hand landed upon the fur, the puppy growled. "What do you think? Do you like the name Zeus?" The puppy nipped furiously at his fingers, so he pulled them back, hoping to avoid a bite. Adelia scratched Zeus's ears as she placed a loving hand on Phineas's arm. Being so near his wife made him want to kiss her, but her attention was focused on his brother. Adelia quirked an eyebrow in Gilbert's direction, examining him with her fashionable eye. With a wave of her hand, Adelia's lady's maid arrived and examined the same spot upon Gilbert's arm. Phineas tried not to laugh at the offended look upon his brother's face. "I think we need a brush. I can see dirt on that sleeve." "Adelia, what madness is this?" Gilbert asked as he pulled at his jacket to examine the offending spot. "Is this the best you have?" Adelia tucked a handkerchief into Gilbert's pocket. "On the off chance you have forgotten yours, I embroidered your initials on this one today." Phineas knew his wife was capable of making little to no sense at times, but he and Gilbert were rightly confused. "Adelia, my brother is dressed well enough for an evening with us. And let us remember he is a poor vicar and cares more about his flock than he does for material possessions." Adelia turned to Phineas and started her examination. "You are not dressed for supper? Phineas, where have you been?" "It will only take a moment. What is so important about this particular night?" Adelia's excitement bubbled out of her as she went back to examining every inch of Gilbert's presentation. She removed the puppy from his arms and handed him off to a footman. Adelia pointed to Gilbert's hair, and her maid went to work. "Gilbert, I have found the perfect way to repay you for your kindness to me." "I do not require payment. What are you prattling on about?" Understanding dawned, and Phineas knew exactly what his wife was thinking, but he hadn't realized she'd acted on her impulse. She'd only suggested matching Gilbert with her friend. Folding his arms, Phineas stood back to watch his wife work her enchantments on his twin brother. "One of my dearest friends in all the world is sitting in our parlour, and I expect you to be charming, witty, and dashingly lovable. I know you are capable of this because you are Phineas's twin. There must be a bit of him in there somewhere." Phineas burst into laughter at the quizzical impatience on Gilbert's face. "Why did you not warn me?" Adelia turned Gilbert back to her. "I did not tell him of my plan. He would have ruined it."
You do not fear I will ruin this? And what use will I have for a handkerchief? You do not think your friend will burst into tears? I cannot handle a hysterical woman.
Not in the least on all counts. You are better behaved than Phineas, and need I remind you how marvellous you were when I was hysterical? Now, Miss Eliza Davenport is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Davenport of Bath, and she is only in Yorkshire for tonight as they are travelling to London after visiting family in Edinburgh.
A pity we will not be able to enjoy their company long term.
Gilbert tilted his head to make a show of his regret, which made Phineas laugh.
Do not be concerned. Eliza will be in London, and so will you.
I cannot leave the vicarage for a season. Adelia swatted his arm as a fly landed upon the pristine material.
You have a curate who can tend your flock while we are away.
Phineas, can you not stop your wife? Phineas shook his head and smiled broadly at his brother. Courtship will work wonders on you, my dear brother. And who better to find you a match than my wife? Adelia took Gilbert's arm and pulled him toward the house.
I am doing this for you, Gilbert. You have so much love to give to others, and Eliza will benefit greatly from your kindness.
Phineas walked slowly behind them and watched as his wife worked her enchantments. He hadn't known this was the life he belonged in. Having been lost in dreams of travel, treasures, and adventure for so long, he'd somehow misunderstood the purpose of life. Adelia had woken him from a reality of nothingness to a future filled with happiness and love, and he knew this was only the beginning of his next grand adventure.
This has been The Archaeologist and the Spinster.
Fernley Family, Regency-Era Romance, Book 3. Written by Angela Johnson. Read for you by Grace Noble. Copyright 2023 by Angela Johnson. Production copyright by Angela Johnson. Thank you for listening.